It is believed to be a remnant left by the gods in the world, a sublime and grandiose power. Magic. There is only one magic swordsman for every 1,000 people and one mage for every 10,000. And in this low probability, for the first time in the Burial Empire, someone with magic became emperor while still young. Thanks to this, it seemed that a second golden age for mages was beginning. In a dungeon, inside a cell, a man asked, "What's so special about magic that anyone can use?" He continues talking to the young man chained up, saying he can't even handle a simple magic limiter and ended up in that situation. This chained man is named T.O. Ian. Ian looks at Crony and says he hasn't changed. Crony asks what he means by that. Ian says that he always said something when he was a child. Mages are rare, but most come from humble origins. If they find out, we'll be expelled from the mansion. Ian says that at that time, he thought Crony was saying that because he cared and wanted to protect him. However, now the truth is clear. Crony was telling Ian to hide all that power. Ian says the truth is that Crony always envied that magic. Inside the cell, Crony gets irritated and punches Ian in the face, shouting for him to shut up. Ian falls to the ground again, while Crony says that it doesn't matter anymore because now he is the one standing. While Ian is lying face down, Crony starts drawing his sword, saying that it looks like Ian wants to die. He places the sword on Ian's neck and says that, out of respect for the past, he will end him quickly. Suddenly, someone starts shouting for Crony. He turns to see what it is, and one of the guards runs up to him and says that Duke Hylon has sent a letter. Crony turns annoyed and says that he is on his way. Ian is left alone again and wonders if everything will really end like this, in such an empty way. He thinks he lived with effort, even if it was an empty life. He wonders if anyone will remember the life of Ian Veroshin. Suddenly, he starts hearing someone calling his name over and over. When he opens his eyes, he sees a person in front of him. As soon as Ian realizes that person is Nam, he asks how he got there. Nam says that it's not time for those questions. They need to get out of there immediately. Ian asks him to stop. He was able to become a mage thanks to Nam, and even became emperor. In tears, the protagonist says that now he just wants it all to end once and for all. Nam asks Ian if he remembers the magic department building near the Second Imperial Palace. He says the protagonist used to hide there and cry. Nam emphasizes that Ian said that place gave him a second chance. Nam says he didn't know why it had to be in that place, but that is something for Ian to discover. Energy starts to fill the entire place. A magic circle appears on the ground, and the protagonist asks Nam what he is doing. When he sees that Nam mixed his blood with the magic, he screams, telling Nam to stop and release the spell immediately. However, Nam says it's too late because he has mixed the blood with the magic. The protagonist screams that this is forbidden magic. Crony sees this and shouts that he knew something like this would happen. He asks what kind of trick this is. Nam calls Ian and tells him to remember something very important. Crony reaches the cell and attacks them. With a smile on his face, Nam says, "The gods do not give problems without solutions." Crony cuts him, and blood starts spraying everywhere. As he dies, Nam calls the protagonist's name. He tells Ian not to be born in the next life without remembering this. "Lord Ian, the gods do not give problems without solutions." The magic starts to activate, and the protagonist's memories begin to surface. All the times he cried and Nam appeared to help him. His last memory is the smile Nam always had on his face. The protagonist goes to a strange place and sees a mansion. Suddenly, everything goes black. When he wakes up, he hears someone shouting at him. A man is shouting, asking if he can't walk properly. The man orders him to get up immediately. A woman says she thought he would be worthy, despite being raised by a humble mother. However, there's nothing she likes about him. Still not understanding anything, Ian looks at them with a severe headache. The man tells her to moderate her words. If she makes a mistake in front of Lord Malin, it will be a disaster. She responds that even though the protagonist is a bastard, he is still his son. The boy next to them starts laughing and tells his father that his mother is right and asks what is wrong with that. Ian begins to stand up and wonders who these people are. His head is throbbing, and they are still yelling and making noise. He looks around and wonders where he is. The man tells him to get up quickly. Ian cleans himself up and keeps asking who these people are. As soon as he looks in the mirror, he realizes he looks different. He asks who the boy he sees in the mirror is. The protagonist's father asks him not to embarrass anyone in front of Lord Malin, as he needs the emperor to be on his side for him to be adopted. Ian looks at him and wonders which emperor he is talking about. Maybe it was him. The man tells the protagonist to stop making that stupid face and says he will show the document. He takes a letter out of his pocket and says this is the emperor's decree. He didn't show it before because the protagonist couldn't read, but he can verify the symbols. Ian looks at this and wonders what that man is talking about. He hasn't made any decrees recently. As soon as the protagonist looks at the document, he is surprised by what he sees. The year of that imperial document is 98 years in the past. The other son takes the letter and asks what Ian knows just by looking at it since he couldn't even read. His father says that this position was arranged with great effort to bring a central official for his rise. Ian hears the maid saying that this is the protagonist's first time at these events, and they hope it doesn't turn into a mess again. The protagonist looks at the clock and thinks this is the year 1100 of the imperial calendar, an imperial decree he doesn't recognize. He sees his reflection in the mirror and thinks he has Urie's vision and Nashen's face. This is Nam's space-time magic. Later that day, the food was placed on the table, and the protagonist was eating. His stepmother and brother were watching him eat. Ian thinks he spent so much time hungry in prison that he ate a bit too quickly. An old man tells the protagonist that his table manners are truly impeccable. This old man is Lord Malin. The protagonist's father smiles and says the Lord is very kind and asks Malin to speak well of him to the Emperor. Malin says that nowadays the whole household is studying philosophy. He asks the protagonist what he studies but changes his mind and decides to ask Chell first since he is the eldest son of the family. Chell is frightened as he did not expect this question. He begins to stammer to answer. The protagonist thinks that Malin is testing the family's level of education, so he decides to take the lead and says he greatly admires Professor Puln. Malin is surprised and asks if he really knows Professor Puln. Ian smiles and says yes, explaining that when reflecting on Puln's philosophy, he can imagine the image of a true ruler. Malin says that the protagonist is familiar with a philosophy that has barely begun to spread from the center. Truly, he underestimated the Count's family's level of education. The protagonist's father thanks him again for the compliment, while his stepmother remains silent, but is bothered by what happened. The Lord tells the Count that his son is extremely intelligent and educated, that not only the Emperor, but even the Eastern barbarians would receive Ian without complaints. The protagonist wonders if the barbarians would really receive him, thinking, the Eastern barbarians, the Kionryo tribe. There is only one place on the border adjacent to Kionryo, so it must be Bratstung. It's the territory of the Brats. A long time ago, the Brats family made a peace treaty with the Kionryo tribe. Suddenly, the protagonist's father taps his leg, calling him, and says he believes he will become the symbol of peace because of this treaty. This illegitimate son named Ian was registered in Brats. They want to send the protagonist as a hostage. He smiles and tells his father that everything will work out. As soon as they finish the meeting and enter the mansion, Chell becomes very nervous, shouting at the protagonist, saying that he embarrassed him. Just because he is in the noble family doesn't mean he is a true noble. Ian responds that if he wasn't a noble and part of the Bratz family, Chell would have been sold to the Kionryo tribe. He asks Chell if he doesn't care about that. Chell keeps shouting, asking if the protagonist just called him you. He grabs a vase and throws it against the wall, asking how the protagonist had the courage to speak to him so formally. The vase hits the wall, and shards fly everywhere. One of the shards hits the protagonist's face, scratching him. Chell continues yelling, asking if the protagonist wanted to die along with his mother because just the other day he was living in misery and now doesn't know how to behave properly. Ian begins to get irritated and release his power. In a frightening tone, he says this is nonsense. His aura starts to fill the space. Just with the pressure of releasing his power, he throws Chell to the ground. The protagonist looks at him and says that even though he is young, the weight of his words is the same. Chell starts to get very scared. Exuding a lot of energy, the protagonist says that the tongue might not be short enough to change one's life. If Chell isn't careful, he could end up in a lot of trouble. Chell starts crying and begging for his life. Suddenly, the protagonist notices someone approaching. Malin opens the door, calling them and saying that snacks are ready. When he looks inside, he sees Ian with a very strong aura around his body. He is startled and asks what that is. The protagonist's father and stepmother arrive, asking what was going on. His father sees Chell on the ground and shouts, asking what all this was. Chell, trembling with fear on the ground, tries to speak but can't say anything. Ian goes to him, calling him brother, and touches his shoulder, telling him to be careful with the vase when he gets up. Chell, still in shock, looks at his brother without saying anything. Ian extends his hand to his brother and calls him to get up. The protagonist's father calls Hana and orders her to take Ian to his room immediately. She comes running and says she will do it right away. Hana calls the protagonist to return to his room. As they walk back, the protagonist looks at Malin while his father is arguing with Chell. Malin also looks back, having witnessed all that power. Hana and the protagonist walk in silence to the room. When they arrive, he opens the door and thinks that the room has a very pleasant atmosphere. He begins to enter the room, but Hana calls him. When he looks at her, Hana asks if he has any letter to deliver to his mother. The protagonist is confused and asks which letter she is talking about. Hana explains that his mother can't go out. so she asked Hannah to bring letters to her every day. Upon hearing this, Ian lowers his head, thinking that his mother is being held like a prisoner. He says he won't cry anymore, so she doesn't need to worry. Hannah says that's fine. Very embarrassed, Hannah asks about the reward for the favor. Ian doesn't understand and asks what reward. Hannah bows before him, begging for the reward. She says she has a 5-year-old brother and asks him to kindly consider those who barely have enough to eat and share a meal with them. The protagonist asks if she is talking about his meal. She says it would be just for tonight. He is speechless at this, but soon responds that it's okay with him, but he has a condition. He says he will do this for her, but she must help him whenever he needs it. She smiles and says that for her, it's fine. He just needs to ask. Hannah starts laughing and thanks her master for this, thinking that they will have dinner tonight. After that, the protagonist closes his door and thinks that all this is becoming a headache. He reflects that space-time magic can only return to the place where the magic was cast, but he ended up very far away in time and space, and moreover, in another body. To find this answer, he needs to visit the stellar annex of the Imperial Magic Department. Alone in his room, he starts to use his magic to test it. He thinks that he is still a magic user, which surprises him, because who would have thought he would end up in the body of such a rare magic user? Not to mention that the young owner of this body has the same name as he does. The protagonist wonders if all this is just a coincidence. Suddenly, Hannah knocks on the door, saying she brought his food. Ian asks her to leave it at the door, and he will get it. A few minutes later, he looks at his food and says that it seems she managed to get a good portion in exchange for delivering messages. The protagonist takes the food, saying that it is still a bit meager. He pauses to think, and remembers that at the banquet there was no gula either. Gula is a nutrient-rich plant, one of the main food sources of burial. It was considered an annoying weed because of its toxicity outside the seeds until a way was discovered to use it as food, reducing hunger deaths by 85%. The method of using gula as food was discovered 50 years after this time. Ian thinks that if he reveals the value of gula now, he might erase the great famine of burial from history. Later, the protagonist's father calls him into the room and says there will be a banquet the day after tomorrow. He emphasizes that other advisors from the capital would also be present. Ian says he will behave well to not embarrass the Bratz family. His father says his mother sent something. He takes out a small pouch and tosses it to the protagonist, saying it's some money and a letter. The father tells him to ask his tutor to read the letter for him. If Ian behaves well, his father says he will let him see his mother before he goes north. Ian says he understands. Suddenly, someone opens the door and calls for the Count, asking for a moment of his time. His father says he is coming. He gets up and leaves the room, leaving the protagonist alone inside. He thinks that person has no consideration for his mother. While alone in the room, he notices some notes on the table. He picks up some papers and starts looking at them. As soon as he looks at the papers, he realizes it's double accounting. They were clearly diverting money meant for the capital. The protagonist thinks that apparently Lord Malin came from the capital to resolve this. Suddenly, the door begins to open again. The protagonist is startled by this. He uses his magic as quickly as possible, causing the lights in the room to go out. His father, who is entering, asks why the lights went out suddenly. The man with his father says he recently replaced all of them, but there must have been some problem. The young man says he will light a candle, but trips and screams, causing several papers to fly. He apologizes, saying he tripped. The Count says it's okay, and tells him to gather the documents again. He notices there is another person in the room and runs to the window. As he opens the curtains, he sees the protagonist still standing there. The Count is confused by this. He looks at the protagonist's hand, which is only holding the pouch. Looking at his table, he sees everything is in order. He asks Ian why he is still there. The protagonist says he received no orders to leave. His father takes advantage of him being there and says the Northern clan demanded a handwritten letter from the protagonist. Ian, confused, asks why. The Count says they are wild and always complicate unnecessary things. He asks the protagonist to write letters regularly and send them to them. The Count emphasizes that he will ask the protagonist's instructor to write, and he should just copy them. With that, he tells Ian to leave. As soon as he leaves the room, Ian takes the letter his mother sent him. The protagonist thinks a bit about this because he is illiterate, but his mother writes letters on luxury paper regularly. He wonders if she really wrote them. The letter reads, "Ian, my little one, how are you? Your mother is well thanks to Count Durga. Be kind to young Chell and consider it an honor to be the symbol of peace. I have a request for you. When you go north," the protagonist looks ahead and says his suspicions were correct. He needs to verify this as soon as possible. Night falls, and people begin to gather. A man introduces himself, saying his name is Dragor, and expresses his pleasure in meeting Lord Malin. Another man, named Mac, introduces himself by kissing the hand of the protagonist's stepmother. They continue introducing themselves and preparing for dinner. After everyone has gathered at the table, Malin tells Ian that his appearance is becoming increasingly impressive. The protagonist replies that it might be because he is excited about today. He mentions that he is very curious about the capital. Mac asks what he wants to know. The protagonist thinks he needs to assess how competent the palace envoys are. He asks what they usually eat in the capital. Dregor says that food is not as abundant in the capital as on the borders. The rich eat very well, and the poor eat simply. He says it would be nice to have new types of food. Ian says that what they consider inedible could become a valuable ingredient. There is no distinction in what nature offers. If it can alleviate hunger, it is something to be grateful for. The three are impressed by these words, and Mac says that Ian speaks just like the crown prince. Ian asks who this person is, and Dregor explains that it is the second prince, Gale. The protagonist thinks that Prince Gale Varosian was the one who led a rebellion with the magic department, but failed. He thinks that these people are allies of the prince. Mac comments that Ian's words seem to align very well with the prince's. However, the protagonist looks at all of them and thinks there is no reason to befriend traitors, but if there is something useful, he should take advantage of it. Malin comments that, unfortunately, time passes too quickly, and tells Derga that he would like to make a small request. The Count asks what it is, and the Lord replies that he would like to walk through the nearby park with the protagonist to share knowledge and asks for permission to do so. Ian's father is surprised and asks if it is really with Ian that he wants to walk. The Count says he will allow it but will send Chell along. The Lord says that's fine. The more people sharing knowledge, the better. As they start walking at night, Chell gets tired and asks if they still have far to go. Max says they are almost there. He and the Lord exchange glances, and Max says that if Chell is tired, they can stop to rest for a bit. Dregor and Max stop and say they will rest a little with Chell, while the Lord and the protagonist can continue ahead. The protagonist smiles and says he understands, asking them to take good care of his brother. Once they are alone, Malin tells Ian that he saw his eyes turn golden last time. He asks the protagonist if he is a magic user. The protagonist is silent for a few seconds, then smiles and says he doesn't know what the Lord is talking about. Malin says that Prince Gale is always open to magic users. After all, mages are extremely rare. The protagonist asks if that is all. The Lord doesn't understand. The protagonist asks if he is just curious to know if he is a magic user or if there is something more he wants to know. The Lord remains silent. Ian says he knows he is there because of the double accounting. The Lord's hands start to tremble. The protagonist says he also has something he seeks. Ian says they could make a small deal. He asks if the Lord would continue the transaction even if he had what Malin is looking for. The Lord says that negotiating sounds very intriguing and asks Ian if he would hand over the ledger. The protagonist asks what he would gain from that because tax evasion is a serious crime. If something goes wrong, he could end up in trouble as well. Malin says that Ian is not yet part of the Bratz family. He emphasizes that he is against the inclusion and that there is no need to escalate things now. They don't need to go to extremes or get lost. The protagonist says that what he really wants is not that. He wants to protect himself from the severe punishment of the imperial court and obtain possession of a territory. He says he intends to visit the nomads without entering the court. The Lord asks if he knows what it means to visit the nomads. The protagonist says he knows exactly what it means. Ian says that if Molin accuses the Bratz family of tax evasion, his father will probably suspect that the protagonist is involved, as the two have been close lately. Ian explains that this is why he wants to visit the nomads, to ensure his protection. It is easier to gain their favor since the nomads and Marquis Bratz do not have a good relationship. Given their prowess in battle, they will be invaluable allies. He smiles and says that the guards would not protect him and his mother. Moline comments that Chell seems to be quite delayed and that he will go back to find him. The protagonist agrees, while thinking that he did not expect to see the Lord like this. However, Ian still had some things to resolve. He tells Moline that he will stay a little longer. The Lord says that is fine, and it is good for him to see his hometown before leaving. Moline starts to leave and asks the protagonist to continue with what he needs to do. Ian reflects that it was around this time that the entire Bratz family was annihilated. He also thinks it makes no sense to try visiting the palace at this age. He needs to seize this opportunity and make good use of it. After handing over the ledger to Moline and contributing to the Count's annihilation, he needs to crush McJack first. If he can make the Celestials his allies, he will gain significant support. This is the shortcut he plans to use to penetrate the palace deeply. As he walks, the protagonist sees a person. He looks at a woman holding a flower vase, trembling. He touches her shoulder and she turns around, startled. He asks if she has been well. The woman starts crying while calling the protagonist's name. Ian smiles, calling her mother. She asks if he is okay and says she is relieved to see him. Not long ago, MANHWA said she received orders to bring his mother there outside. They were going to the lake park in Zone 3 with the fort. MANHWA confirms this. Ian looks at his mother and says he is fine. He mentions that he received her package as well. The protagonist apologizes for not keeping in touch more often, but says he has something to ask. He opens the pouch and shows the gold coins, asking if she was the one who put all those gold coins in there. His mother says no, as she wouldn't be able to gather that many gold coins. He gives her the coins and asks her to take care of herself. The protagonist tells her to be ready to leave, and that he will inform her of the correct time through MANHWA. She takes the cloak in her trembling hand and asks him what is happening. His mother says that if he wants to escape from the Viscount, he should simply flee. She comments that it hurts a lot to have to send him there. With tears in her eyes, she says that if it gets too hard, he just needs to escape and leave her there. Ian firmly holds his mother's hands and asks her not to worry. His mother looks into his eyes and realizes something is different. Her son is determined. The protagonist tells his mother that he will not run away, but she needs to promise to follow exactly what he says. Suddenly, Moline and the others call the protagonist, saying it is time to return. He looks at his mother and tells her to gather the gula seeds, as they will be of great help later. The protagonist gets up and asks her to take care of herself until they meet again. Before leaving, she calls him and asks him to take the vase, as it was something he always cared for when he was a child. He smiles, takes the vase, and thanks her for taking care of it all this time. The next day, the protagonist comments to his brother that he noticed Derga and Chell were a bit unwell yesterday, and when the protagonist asked his father to visit the training field, he gave permission immediately. That is expected of Derga. Chell asks if they are going to start training right now. The protagonist says it is just the first day, so they will not go hard. Their master will adjust things as necessary. Their teacher was lying on a bench, and as soon as he sees Chell, he is surprised. He gets up and starts walking toward them, asking what is going on. Chell says he just wanted to take a look at the training field, but the teacher gets very close to him and asks why he appeared out of nowhere, as it has been so long since he showed up there. He asks if the commander can show up at training smelling of alcohol. Chell says he is not in good shape, so he needs to work on it a bit and improve his stamina. Even if the guards get drunk, he should be able to keep his body in shape. The instructor says it's okay and asks them to follow him. He shows them people training and says this is the largest training field they have. In front is the storage area, and behind it is the lounge. They keep walking and pass by some people who are being scolded. One of the trainers yells at the boys, saying they can't do it right. He asks if they want to starve, and the boys shout no. The protagonist asks who they are, and the instructor says they are orphans. The master smiles and comments that if Ian were unlucky, he could be there with those people. The protagonist asks what Chell thinks about that. Chell tells Deo to stop saying such things and to pay attention to his words. While the two are talking, the protagonist notices a different boy there. He thinks that while everyone else looks exhausted, one boy is standing firm. He asks who that guy is. The instructor replies that he is Barrick, a troublemaker. Suddenly, Barrick starts screaming in pain but does not leave his position. Chell comments that seeing Barrick this angry, he must be no joke. Deo says he is quite useful. The trainer cracks the whip on the ground, saying they can stop. Barrick gets out of his position, very tired. Deo says it's better to leave it at that because he is not skilled. Barrick glares at Deo upon hearing this. Deo continues saying he has no talent. No matter how much someone tries, some things are unachievable. It is important to know one's place and when to give up on something. One should live life staying on their path. The protagonist and Deo stare at each other. Ian says the training is over and they should rest a bit in the shade. Looking at Barrick made him feel like he was looking at himself. As Deo said, if he were unlucky, he would be in the same position. The protagonist goes to the boy on the ground and asks if his name is Barrick and if he can get up. Barrick asks who he is. The protagonist says his name is Ian. Barrick tells him to go away. The protagonist says he is very disrespectful. Ian grabs his face and says he will let it go this time because he must be angry about all this. Barrick turns his face to the side and lies down on the ground again, telling the protagonist to leave him alone. The protagonist takes a canteen and starts pouring some water into Barrick's mouth. He thinks that magic is very powerful against normal people, but if someone with a small affinity for magic comes into contact with it, they will reject it. He watches Barrick, wondering how he will react. Small waves of energy start to appear. The protagonist thinks it is weak, but he felt the energy of a magic swordsman. Barrick slaps the protagonist's hand, sending the canteen flying. He looks at the protagonist and asks what he put in that water. Ian looks at him seriously and says he didn't do anything and it seems like he has regained his strength. So, the protagonist starts to leave. Barrick gets up and says that, on second thought, he does feel better and energized. He turns and calls the protagonist, but Ian does not respond and keeps walking. "Mother, I am fine. Please don't worry. I hope you stay healthy until I return. Now I will write a song I like. The moon sets in the sky and the sun rises. Infinite darkness does not exist." This is the letter the protagonist was writing. He asks if this is how it should be done. His tutor says yes and that everything is correct. The protagonist thanks him, but the tutor says it was nothing, as he is sure it was easy for him. Ian notices his tutor is packing up quickly, and comments that he seems very busy today, as if he has somewhere urgent to visit. The tutor, a bit awkward, gets nervous at the question and says it's strange for the protagonist to suddenly ask something personal like that. The protagonist responds that it's because he seems different from other days. The tutor continues packing his things very quickly, while the protagonist mentions that he knows he is from the Central University of Beryl, and seems to know someone there. Ian says if it's embarrassing, he doesn't need to answer. The instructor says it's not that, it's just that he asked so suddenly. The protagonist says he understands and allows him to leave. The instructor bids farewell, and quickly starts leaving the room. He leaves so quickly that he doesn't notice a sheet of paper falling from his bag. Later that day, Chell is running and asks Deo how much longer he has to run. Deo responds that he has another 40 minutes to run. The three continue running. While they run, the protagonist starts hearing the sound of wooden swords and someone shouting for Barrick to stop. However, Barrick continues advancing and yelling. His opponent dodges the attack, but Barrick seems like an angry lion, continuing to advance and attack. His instructor manages to defend himself, throwing Barrick away. He tells Barrick to take it easy and stop throwing tantrums. He turns to leave, and Barrick calls him Mayral. The instructor looks back angrily and asks if Barrick has lost his mind, daring to call him by that name. Barrick looks at him smiling and says there is no winner. Mayral says it seems like Barrick wants to die anyway. Mayral rushes forward and kicks Barrick in the stomach. Mayral shouts, calling Barrick crazy, and says he told him to stop, but he doesn't listen. The instructor goes to Barrick, who is lying on the ground, and says that if he continues acting this way, he won't live long. Barrick says nothing, only groans in pain. Mayral shouts that he didn't want to fight him. The instructor asks who made him lose the bet. Ian goes to Barrick again and calls his name. Barrick lifts his head and asks why Ian is there again when he already told him to get lost. Ian says that if Barrick wants to win next time, he will need to find a way. Barrick asks if Ian is suggesting he use dirty tricks, but Barrick says he refuses because he doesn't like doing those things. Ian asks if that's how he does things. Barrick grabs the sword and says if Ian keeps talking, he will die. Ian says he feels bad seeing him like that. Barrick gets irritated and starts shouting, but Ian interrupts him by placing his hand on Barrick's head. He smiles and says he will help, but he needs Barrick to help him too. Magic starts to shine again in Barrick's eyes. Barrick lowers his head and suddenly jumps. Ian observes and says that, as he thought, they are not just helpers. Barrick is a magic swordsman. Mayral realizes that Barrick is coming at him, but it is too late. Barrick manages to hit him and falls on him with such force that the ground cracks. Mayral screams, but Barrick puts his hand on his face, spreading blood on the ground. The others present are shocked and start running and shouting, asking what Barrick is doing. They run to restrain Barrick, who doesn't stop punching Mayral's face, and ask if he has gone completely mad, shouting for him to stop. They cannot hold him down and ask how he got so strong. With much effort, they manage to restrain Barrick. Held by 3 people, he starts laughing a lot and says that's what he was waiting for. He says it's really stupid for someone to turn their back on their opponent in a fight, thinking it's over. Suddenly, Deo arrives and kicks Barrick in the face, making him pass out. He tells the people to take Mayral to the infirmary and Barrick to the punishment room. Deo looks to the side and sees the protagonist there. He calls the protagonist and asks if Barrick did something wrong. Ian says no, he just received a bunch of curses. Deo tells them to stop for today, as there is a confusing atmosphere in the training field. The protagonist agrees. Ian looks at Barrick being carried away and asks what his punishment will be. Deo says that since he is a troublemaker, they still need to discuss it, but it's pretty obvious. He will be beaten and expelled. The protagonist thinks that this wasn't his intention, but it's not bad, as it will be easier to use him if he isn't affiliated with anything. Later, the protagonist meets with the 3 again and asks Moline if he has made a decision. The Lord thinks for a moment and says that the Count has a knack for knowing these things. They decided they need evidence first, and therefore say they need the protagonist's help. Ian says that if that's the case, he will gather data on the total grain harvested in the territory, the mining production from the Moni Mountains, and the farmers' taxes. Moline smiles and says he's pleased to see such firm determination. He places his hand on his chest and bows his head, saying that this decision will truly shape their future, and they respect this choice. The protagonist thanks him for his words and thinks that he's right. The seal that Moline used is the same as the one on the paper the instructor dropped. Something is happening between the two of them, and of course, he will use this information in the future. After this conversation, the protagonist starts walking around the mansion. Suddenly, someone grabs him and pulls him into a corner. One of the guards asks the other if he heard anything. The other says no. The first guard comments that maybe there are wild dogs around. However, it was Barrick who had grabbed the protagonist. Ian comments that this is a strange way to greet someone. He asks how Barrick managed to find him there. Barrick says he caused a scene all night, and the head butler said he could enter at any time. The protagonist thinks that the Count already has another pair of eyes on him. The protagonist starts to speak, but Barrick interrupts, asking if he drugged him because every time they met, his body felt strange. Barrick says he doesn't know exactly what is happening but wants to know the whole truth. Ian responds that he doesn't fight with such low methods and says that Barrick has spirit, but is quite dumb. The protagonist explains that the water he gave him wasn't his, but rather supplements. Since then, he has only placed his hand on Barrick's head. Barrick is a bit confused by this. The protagonist lowers his hand and says he can explain everything if Barrick is curious about it. Barrick starts to get scared by what he sees. The protagonist says that Barrick needs to promise something first. Ian begins to release his aura and says that Barrick must keep his golden eyes a secret. The protagonist continues, saying that Barrick cannot be so rude, but Barrick starts shouting that those eyes are different. Ian says he hasn't finished speaking and asks Barrick to listen. He says that Barrick should stay by his side as a bodyguard. This is his final condition. The protagonist touches Barrick's chest, saying that the power he felt before might be hidden within himself. Ian asserts that he can help him awaken this power. Barrick asks what power that is. The protagonist asks if he has ever heard of magic swordsmen or magic in general. Barrick says no. Ian decides to explain everything and asks Barrick to pay attention. There are a few in this world who have the power to resonate with their souls, and this is called magic. You have the potential for magic, but the same magic blocks your energy, so training doesn't work for you. Therefore, you need to use the magic within you. Barrick asks if the protagonist means that magic is blocking his power. Ian says they need to develop the path that connects his body's energies and his soul. This way, they will achieve harmony. Barrick shouts again, asking if the protagonist will make this path for him. But the protagonist says he needs to learn to listen first. Barrick responds that he doesn't care about anything, he just wants to start right now, and asks what he needs to do. Ian asks if Barrick really wants to make this decision so quickly, because if he becomes the protagonist's bodyguard, he will need to travel outside the border too. Barrick asks what's so bad about that since he has no home or family. The protagonist says he could die doing this. Barrick responds that he would starve to death if he didn't follow the protagonist. Ian says he is pleased to see such determination. The two shake hands, sealing the agreement. The protagonist thinks that Barrick is stubborn and reckless, but perhaps that's what makes him so suited to be a magic swordsman. It is said that the greater the magic swordsman, the more peculiar they are. They never accept defeat, never miss the chance to strike, and do not fear death at all. There is no enemy for a warrior who does not fear death. The two look at each other and shake hands even more firmly. The protagonist says he looks forward to their future together. A few hours later, inside the mansion, Durga calls the protagonist and says he never learns anything and is always embarrassing the family. The protagonist just sighs at this. As he sips his wine, Durga comments that the protagonist is distracted once again. Ian looks at the ring and thinks that his father doesn't seem to care much for jewelry, but he always wears that ring. He wonders if it's a wedding ring, but it doesn't look like one at all. Gems are usually cut to maximize light reflection for extravagance, but seeing how the Count's ring is cut in a dull shape, it must serve a different purpose beyond appearance. The protagonist remembers that it's the same sound he heard in the office a few days ago. Ian becomes pensive because of this. Durga calls his attention again and tells him to focus on the meal. The Count tells the protagonist that it seems he has made a new friend. Ian asks if he's talking about Barrick. The protagonist explains that they met during training and have been getting along well. He thought they wouldn't see each other again because of the trouble Barrick caused, but his father allowed them to meet once more. The stepmother asks what kind of trouble he caused. The protagonist smiles and says that Barrick assaulted someone. She disapproves and asks why he keeps such a person as a friend. Durga says he doesn't care who he associates with, but he cannot neglect his studies. The Count looks at the protagonist and, with a threatening voice, says that if he doesn't master reading and writing within a month, he will consider it Barrick's fault, and the punishment will be death. Outside the mansion, the protagonist's instructor and Moline are having a conversation. Moline says the instructor will take care of it. The instructor replies affirmatively and asks Moline to handle the situation well. As they finish the conversation, Moline leaves, and the instructor sighs. However, the protagonist appears shortly after, and says he was wondering where his instructor was, and that it seemed like he was having a good conversation with Molin. The instructor is startled to see him there. The instructor says it was just small talk. Ian comments that it was a long conversation for just small talk. The protagonist starts approaching and says that since this place is quite remote, the Emperor's influence is weak here, causing constant conflicts with the capital. So, the protagonist asks what his father would say if he knew a public official from the capital was having a long conversation with a private tutor behind the mansion. Ian says the tutor should be more worried about what his father might do, not say. The instructor insists it was nothing and asks if the protagonist could pretend he didn't see anything. The protagonist agrees, but with a condition. The tutor asks what the condition is. Ian says that tomorrow the tutor must talk to his father in the morning. No matter the topic, he must keep his father occupied for 30 minutes in the garden. The instructor asks if that's all. The protagonist says there's one more thing. It seems the tutor knows a lot about the desert, so the protagonist wants a map of the desert and the weather data for the end of spring. Ian says he's sure the tutor knows exactly what he means since he's an intelligent person. The tutor agrees to this. After this conversation, the protagonist goes to his room and starts using his magic. He says that considering the size of his father's hand, the ring should be about that size. The gem would be quite large. He creates a version of the ring and thinks that the problem is drawing it accurately. He picks up the pen and decides to try. After some time drawing, he hands the paper to Hina. She looks at the drawing and calls the protagonist, asking if that's supposed to be a ring. He replies that it is. She looks closer and says the gem in that ring is as big as her fingernail and looks a lot like the Count's ring. He says she recognized it immediately and emphasizes that his father never wore a wedding ring, but he always wore that one. He even said before that he doesn't like diamonds, but this ring is a diamond. Moreover, it's so poorly formed, and the color is so unique that he often looked at it closely. The protagonist says she has a good eye, but it's strange for someone to make a diamond key unless there's a reason for it to be diamond. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers that diamonds are insulators. Since it's a secret drawer, there must be some kind of security mechanism installed, like electricity. Ian says he had a good idea thanks to Hina and asks her to get a carpenter to make this ring. It should be made of wood and covered with rubber on the top layer. Meanwhile, in the Count's room, the doors open, and the instructor thanks the Count for arranging time for this conversation. He says the conversation will be long. The two start to leave the office. The protagonist sees this and doesn't waste any time. He calls Hina and asks for the ring. He takes the ring and says the size seems correct and the rubber is right, showing that the carpenter is very talented. Ian thanks her for the work and says those coins will provide food for her siblings for a while. She is happy about this, saying they will be able to eat for several weeks. He asks her to stay there on guard. The protagonist turns and asks Barrick if he's ready. Barrick sighs and asks why he had to do something like this. Ian touches his hand and tells him to take care of things there and not let anyone in. He asks if Barrick can do that. Barrick smiles and says yes. The protagonist says this is extremely important and it would be very bad if Barrick messes up. With everything ready, the protagonist says it will be quick. He runs to the room and goes to the desk. Looking under the desk, he finds a button. He places the ring there and hears a noise. The drawer opens, and the protagonist thinks he's glad it wasn't as intricate as he thought. While looking through the documents, he picks up a letter and realizes it seems to be from the Celestial Warriors clan. The protagonist thinks he really doesn't understand that language well, but he'll copy it anyway. He takes the seal and starts stamping the documents, thinking this will make everything even more legitimate. The capital will probably compare it with the tax reports the Count submitted. With everything done, the protagonist says he needs to hurry and put everything back in order. Suddenly, someone asks if the Count is there. The person enters and sees the protagonist. Ian looks at him and starts releasing his aura. Only the furious screams of Count Derga were heard. He shouted, asking how that man dared to mess with his studies. He screamed about what the hell that man was doing when he lost his mind. The man who saw the protagonist in the Count's room was lying on the floor. Another man who was with the Count says he agrees with everything and didn't know why that man was like that. Derga orders him to throw that man out. The young man next to him asks what he said. The Count shouts again, ordering him to throw that man out and confiscate all his possessions. Outside, some maids and servants were running. The protagonist says the property is quite noisy. Barrick asks if that incident with the aide was resolved. The protagonist says it could have been dangerous, but he resolved it. Barrick shouts that he almost died because of a certain someone. He asks if the Count discovered that it was the aide who messed with his studies. The protagonist says nobody cares about that. The important thing is that Derga thinks it was the aide. Ian thinks it was because he messed with the secret drawer. The part that is a bit different is that he suspects the unconscious aide did it. Even though Barrick lost the aide who went to the office, the result was still very good. The protagonist thinks the only problem is, the tutor hands him the maps and says he drew the map and predicted the weather for the district he requested. He advises caution, as there is a chance of a sandstorm when passing through there. Finally, he hands over the contents of the memo. The protagonist wonders who will be the successor of the matriarch. This matter is so important that it was placed in the safe. It seems to be a letter written to someone, and they are talking about what is happening with the Celestial Warriors clan. Suddenly, Barrick says he understands. The black part is ink, and the white part is paper. The protagonist says that's not bad at all. Ian says they should stop with the small talk, and asks if Barrick remembers what they discussed earlier. Barrick responds yes. Secretly burn the key that the protagonist gave him, deliver the paper to Lord Molan, and get the gold. Finally, on the return trip, send a message to Philia. The protagonist asks what the message to his mother is. Barrick says she should leave immediately and hide, and also gather and save the gula seeds. The protagonist says that's perfect and Barrick really is a good guard. Barrick says it's nothing. When Ian looks out the window, he sees a horse and a man beside it. He asks where Barrick was sent out today. Barrick responds that he went through the front door. The protagonist tells him to leave through the back today. In front, there were several people with their horses and some eagles. Ian says the front door would be too noisy. As night falls, some people enter the mansion, greeting the protagonist. The man sitting down is Nursaran, the envoy of the Celestial Warriors, the younger brother of the clan chief Kakantir. The man introduces himself, saying his name is Balami Tin Nursaran. Ian says it's a pleasure to meet him, and also introduces himself as Ian Brock. Count Durga asks what urgent matter brings him here. Nursaran says that Vice Chief Winchen's health is critical, and therefore, he would like to advance the peace discussions. Nursaran asks them to understand that what is to be discussed today involves preparations for what is to come. In the Celestial Warriors clan, the Vice Chief's death is more significant than that of the clan chief. Unlike the clan chief, who won the fight to occupy that position, the Vice Chief is revered as the spiritual guide of the Celestial Warriors. Because of this, if the Vice Chief dies according to Celestial Warriors customs, the entire clan will mourn for at least a year. So before that happens, they wish for peace. The Count says the situation is bad, but asks why they need to listen to what he's saying. Nursaran says that Vice Chief Winchen is an important person. For a long time, he has led everyone with the eye of truth and has received unparalleled respect. If a person is a member of the clan, they must make eye contact, and young Ian must make eye contact and gain his recognition. Durga becomes irritated and asks what kind of recognition that is. Are they doubting Ian's lineage? Durga says he already mentioned that he would send the registration documents with the Emperor's decree. Nursaran asks if he's talking about that little piece of paper he barely saw. Nursaran emphasizes that the protagonist is the son of the late second wife, so the person placing his decree on the paper is not just anyone. He asks if Durga really thinks that document is sufficient proof. With Winchen's eye of truth, they can confirm if he is of Durga's lineage. Nursaran thinks he already knew this. For the central administration to put him in the Count's family register is strange. It's to avoid suspicion using the power of the central administration. The protagonist thinks that if Winchen dies now, he doesn't know what will happen to the peace treaty, and could hand over the family register, saying there were sudden changes. From Durga's point of view, it will be beneficial to cooperate. The protagonist looks at Durga and wonders why he is thinking so much. Suddenly the Count says he understands the situation. If things change, his son will need to prepare mentally. Therefore the Count asks them to rest today and talk tomorrow morning. Durga says the butler will take them to their rooms. Nursaran thanks him and says he hopes he makes the right decision for peace. Outside, the Count was shouting in anger, saying that they appeared there saying their situation was important. That's why they are barbarians. He prepares to get into the carriage and says, all this is because Nursaran is the brother of the clan chief, so he is suspicious. The Count tells the protagonist that he will now take care of the family registration documents, and that while he is away, the protagonist must treat them very well. Ian bows his head and says he understands everything. After this conversation, Durga rushes off in the carriage. The protagonist smiles, thinking that it seems he will hurry with those papers. Ian thinks he can't believe the opportunity the Count has given. Thanks to him, now the protagonist will be able to have a secret conversation with the Celestial Warriors. Ian returns inside his house and organizes a dinner. He says he knows how tired they must be from the journey, so they should eat. The protagonist emphasizes that he would like to ask a favor while they eat. Nursaran asks what favor that is. The protagonist says he wants someone to be his escort. Nursaran responds that the only person promised to them was the protagonist, and anyone else would be an additional burden. The protagonist asks if they really think it would be a burden, because he believes this person would be of great help to them. Meanwhile, Barak was happily singing with the bag of gold in his hands. The protagonist asks if he chooses to battle. Nursaran says he really knows how to make people laugh. The protagonist asks why. With a serious tone, Nursaran asks what the protagonist is talking about. He says the protagonist is no different from their warriors, and that he is asking them to take 2 people who are not immune to poison and cannot last long without water to the desert. He asks if, by chance, the protagonist is underestimating the desert. Ian asks what he is so worried about, knowing well the answer. He asserts that these people would be of great help. They are capable and not very smart, and the protagonist says he doesn't need to worry about them because they will do fine in the desert. Nursaran places his hand on the table and says he could consider it, but only if the protagonist could win a fight against one of them. They go outside, and the girl with them asks why it had to be her. She complains, saying it's a drag being the youngest, and that she would give the protagonist 5 minutes. This woman is named Sue, a celestial warrior. Beside the protagonist, Barak asks if he's really asking to fight against that brat. He turns and says they call it a fight, but there isn't a single person there to watch. The protagonist tells him not to let his guard down at all. He says if he loses because he let his guard down, he will regret it. Ian thinks they were practically saying it wasn't worth watching since the power difference is so great. Suddenly, a light turns on in the room. Barak asks if he is the representative or something. The protagonist says that is the god of death, Nursaran. Barak gets angry and asks if he's going to be arrogant enough to watch from up there. It's a bit too much to underestimate the great Lord Barak. The protagonist asks him to calm down and says all he needs to do is win this fight. Ian uses a bit of his power and calls Barak. The protagonist's eyes start to turn golden again, and he asks Barak to listen carefully. He says he will teach him a way to win this. The two stand face to face, and Sue asks if Barak is ready. She takes out a watch and says he will have 5 minutes. If he can knock her down within that time, she will acknowledge him. Barak starts fixing his hair and says 5 minutes is enough. He tells her that she shouldn't cry after getting beaten. He jumps and advances, preparing to punch. She starts moving and appears behind him, asking if he's the one who's going to cry. He turns, but she's already close. He manages to counterattack, but she dodges again, asking what he's trying to hit. She appears next to him, saying she's right there. She places her hand on the ground and kicks him in the face, but he doesn't fall. He wipes his face and says those moves are very annoying. Sue smiles and asks if he plans to get beaten for 5 minutes. He asks who's going to get beaten there, as there's still plenty of time. They continue fighting, and the protagonist thinks this is expected since Barak is losing. Sue keeps attacking non-stop, and all Barak does is defend. While he feels pressured, she is laughing and advancing. She prepares to strike a powerful blow. The protagonist notices this and starts releasing his magic. He tells Barak that this is the moment. Barak looks at her seriously and grabs her kick with his hand, saying he got her, leaving her bewildered. He starts dragging her and says now it's his turn. He throws her to the ground forcefully and pins her down. She screams for him to let go. She tries to break free, but Barak is on top of her, squeezing her cheeks and saying the protagonist told him all he had to do was hold her down. Barak says that if this fight were real, she would already be dead. Ian says she doesn't need to feel bad about it. Nursaran sent the youngest so they wouldn't have to see blood. He emphasizes that he will give her something to remove the marks when she reports their victory. He smiles and says those marks aren't so bad. She could live like that, as she would be unique in the world. She gets angry and shouts that she understands, so he should get this elephant off her. Barak gets irritated and asks who the elephant is. The protagonist looks at the window where Nursaran is and tells Barak he can get off now because they have to finish negotiating. They return to the room where they had been conversing. Sue was very annoyed about losing in such a manner. Nursaran says he is sure he mentioned wanting a sparring session, but those antics were almost an insult. The protagonist apologizes if Nursaran feels that way, but says it's better than leaving a Brock with facial injuries. Nursaran asks if the protagonist is mocking him. Ian looks at him and asks if that's what he thinks. The protagonist asks Nursaran to look at Sue's face, pointing out all the paint on her face, and imagines if that had been a real blow. Nursaran looks at Ian and starts laughing, saying Ian had guts. He accepts defeat and says he will take Barak with them. Ian thanks him for this. As soon as the agreement is made, Sue yells at Barak, telling him to find something for her to clean up with, emphasizing that she will make his life a real hell in the desert. Barak mocks her. The next day, Derga joins Nursaran and says he has heard all their requests, and that the peace ceremony will be in a week. The Count emphasizes that they did not expect this, so preparations would be minimal. Nursaran says that, on behalf of the Celestial Warriors, he appreciates the understanding. They shake hands. Derga wishes their chief well, and Nursaran thanks him again. A week passes, and finally the day of the peace ceremony arrives. Ian is in his room, embraced by Hina. She asks him to return alive. With tears in her eyes, she says Alan is waiting to make something delicious for his birthday, so Ian needs to come back alive. She begs him to be careful. The protagonist asks her to listen to what he has to say. He tells her that he wants her to stop working there while he's away. She asks what he is talking about. Ian says it will be difficult now, but it will be great in the future. He asks her to leave the mansion without drawing attention to herself. He holds her shoulders and thanks her for everything she has done so far. The protagonist says he's really tired of this place, so they should leave and find the Celestial Warriors. A few hours later, several people are arriving at the base where the warriors are. As soon as they get there, Kakantir welcomes them and introduces himself as the chief of the Celestial Warriors clan. Durga also introduces himself, saying he is Count Durga Brock of the Burial Empire. Kakantir looks around and says it seems all the important people are already there. They can talk and reach an agreement. The peace treaty is presented. Durga reads and agrees. He takes out a vial, saying it is a homogeneity potion. The Brocks will use it to prove their lineage. The protagonist and Durga put their blood inside, and the potion turns blue. Nursaran says a few things to Kakantir. Kakantir says they need the Vice Chief Winchin to prove the lineage, so they will continue later. Durga says that's fine with him, but he thinks these barbarians trust a shaman more than the homogeneity potion. Kakantir cuts his hand with a knife. He turns his hand over the agreement and signs it with his finger and blood. He says that with this, the agreement is in effect. Durga shakes his hand and wishes glory to the Brock family and the Celestial Warriors. Before leaving, Durga hugs the protagonist and asks him to be careful, calling him son. The protagonist thanks his father. Durga tells him to remember why he is alive until now. The protagonist says he will certainly remember. He says it's for the glory and honor of Brock. With that, his father gets into the carriage and returns home, leaving the protagonist and Barrick there. The day in the desert was hot, even in the shade. Barrick was drinking water like crazy. They travel non-stop during the day and night until they finally reach their destination. People shout, saying that Chief Kakantir has just arrived. The people run to them and say they must be tired and ask everyone to prepare water and food. The people ask which one is Ian. Some people say it's probably the blonde one, as the redhead looks troublesome. Kakantir asks how the vice chief is. A resident says he is much better. Kakantir says that's very good and asks Ian to follow them. The protagonist gets off his horse and goes to the vice chief's house. As soon as they enter, Winchin is lying in his bed. Kakantir tells Winchin that the boy is Ian and that he will be staying with them as per the peace agreement. Winchin starts to sit up and speak. Kakantir says that Winchin is very tired and uses the language of the Celestial Warriors, so he will translate everything for the protagonist to understand. Winchin says he will trust if Ian is truly worthy and asks him to come closer. The protagonist begins to approach. As he gets closer, Winchin grabs his arm and asks if the protagonist is there by the will of God. Seeing the Emperor, the protagonist says yes, he is there by the will of God. Winchin asks if he is the one who carries the blood of Durga Brock. The protagonist confirms. Winchin asks if his presence signifies peace. Ian swears that peace is the only reason he is alive. Winchin releases the protagonist and says a few things to Kakantir. They bid farewell. Barrick watches them leave the house. The clan chief asks for rooms to be arranged for Ian and his entire group. Kakantir looks at the protagonist and says there will be a welcome celebration tonight, so he must not be late. The chief starts to leave, and Barrick comes running, asking what Kakantir said. The protagonist says there will be a celebration tonight and he must not be late. Barrick is excited about this. Night falls, and people are celebrating and smiling. Ian and Barrick were standing a bit away from the others until the chief calls them over. Kakantir asks if he was able to rest well. Ian says yes, and thanks him for his kindness. Kakantir says he is glad and asks the protagonist to sit with him. The chief says the map of the Great Desert that the protagonist provided is excellent. Kakantir emphasizes that everything the protagonist offers is the same as what Brock would give to the Celestial Warriors. He asks if it's okay to use the map to their advantage. Ian says there are no problems. They can use it as they wish. Kakantir says at least the Count did a good job raising a son like Ian. The protagonist looks at what Kakantir is smoking and thinks it's a gurut leaf. From what he's heard, that leaf is a powerful stimulant for the Celestial Warriors, even more effective for common soldiers. He thinks Durga used tricks to get that leaf. He remembers that the Count gave him a package with a letter inside. He thinks it was already strange enough for a mother to write a letter to an illiterate son. The letter read, "I heard that the Celestial Warriors smoke something called gurut leaves instead of cigarettes. Could you get some for me in secret?" The protagonist thought the writing was indeed too neat to be from a commoner. Durga wants the protagonist to get the gurut leaf in secret, and if something goes wrong, he will use the protagonist's mother as an excuse. Suddenly, Cockatier calls the protagonist and says he will warn him only once. If he wants to stay there safely, he must not show any interest in the Gurut leaf. It is reserved only for true celestial warriors going into battle. As long as there is no way to stop the smoke, he will not allow any interest or questions about it. Ian smiles and says he understands. He thinks the chief is really sharp. The protagonist thinks that if he makes proper use of the smuggled Gurut leaves, he might be able to break the treaty between Derga and the celestial warriors. Suddenly, the protagonist notices someone near him. As he looks to the side, he sees a young man. He asks Sue who that person is. She says his name is Burmart. He is a member of Nursarin's family. If she is not mistaken, he is the cousin of Nursarin's second stepmother or something like that. Anyway, Burmart is responsible for food management. The protagonist wonders why that man keeps staring at him like that. It's disturbing. A person approaches them and calls the chief, asking for some attention and saying a few things. Cockatier gets up seriously and starts to follow the man. Ian watches them until Sue says that it looks like the clan's vice leader had another attack. She lowers her head and says the person who just left with Cockatier is the doctor. They don't know when the vice leader might actually die. The protagonist says that it seems Winkin's condition is indeed severe and asks if there is no other way to treat him. Sue says there is still a way, but she isn't sure if it's really possible. She explains that they say they only need a flower called Silisk, but the existence of this flower is somewhat doubtful. A flower that blooms forever. How could something like that exist? The protagonist remembers the flowers he and his mother used to tend to. The next day, Winchen's condition is still bad since the previous night. He is unconscious. People start shouting that they need to hurry and find the flower. However, those who went earlier still haven't returned. Cockatier gets nervous in the midst of everyone there. He looks ahead angrily and asks Nursarin why he brought Ian there. Nursarin says that the protagonist claims to have an idea about the Silask. People look at him and talk among themselves. Nervous, Cockatier asks if he really might have an idea. He bangs on the table and says this isn't his palace for him to intervene. Cockatier turns angrily and sends Ian back to his room. The protagonist starts to explain that the flower that doesn't wither after blooming is apparently called Silisk. He asks if the flower is red. Cockatier stops walking and asks if the protagonist has ever seen that flower. Ian says it's just a guess, but he believes he saw a similar flower in Brock territory. However, before sharing any information about it, he has a few requests to make. The protagonist says that Brock is part of the Great Burial. The Imperial Palace is aware of the Brock alliance, and his presence there is also in accordance with the royal will. Considering this, the protagonist demands guaranteed safety and respect, not just as a guest of Brock, but as a guest of the Burial Empire. The protagonist wants his safety and respect ensured. Cockatier smiles and asks if Ian wants to exchange his life for Madame Winkin's life. He starts to approach the protagonist and grabs him by the neck, saying that if it's really as he said, the palace would send the army there if he died right now. Ian says he doesn't know what would really happen, but he's sure it would become a problem since the soul of the Imperial Palace, passed down for a long time, lives within him. Although he received his flesh from Derga Brock, his soul belongs to the palace. Cockatier begins to shout and mock him. He says it's because of people like the protagonist that God brought Madame Winchen to them. Suddenly, a strong wind blows through, and Winchen gets up from the bed. Cockatier immediately looks at her and says the protagonist claimed to have information about the Silask, and that the soul of the Imperial Palace lives within him. Cockatier asks her if this is true. She looks at the protagonist and tries to stretch out her hand to touch him. She bends her arm and places her hand on her chest, lowering her head. Cockatier observes this and is left speechless. Ian is surprised. The chief calls her name, but she begins to breathe heavily and falls to the side. People start shouting for her. The protagonist says the flower is in his room. Cockatier orders the guards to run to his room to get the flower. The protagonist leaves the room, and Barrack asks what is happening. Seeing all the guards agitated, he asks if they should run away. Ian says it's fine since this is the first gift he is giving to the warriors as the imperial guest of burial. After all this, the protagonist and Cockatier meet in a room. Cockatier calls the protagonist Lord Ian, showing respect. He bows his head and says that as the representative of the warrior clan, he would like to express sincere gratitude for the help the protagonist provided. Ian says that from what he heard, it's not enough. They will need a few more roots to make medicine. Cockatier says that even so, he helped them. He asks if the protagonist can obtain more Silask. Ian says he can't guarantee it. The flower pot is really his, but it has been a long time since he started cultivating it, and his memories of when and how it began are uncertain. However, he knows someone who might know a lot about it, but he could only contact this person a month after the full moon. Cockatier asks why it would take so long, as the protagonist could be in Brock territory in 3 or 4 days. Ian says that if Cockatier wants to know more about it, he has to promise something. Cockatier asks what he wants. The protagonist says that from now on, he should be the priority, not his father, when it comes to negotiations. Cockatier looks at him and says it seems he wants to exclude his father. Ian says the strongest becomes the chief. This is the same principle the warrior clan uses. Cockatier smiles and apologizes, saying that giving negotiation rights to the protagonist is very difficult, since he doesn't command the soldiers nor control the grain they receive from Brock. Ian looks at him and says he will give important information. Soon the Imperial Palace will send its inquisition to Brock. The crime accused will be treason due to tax evasion. It's possible that the name Brock will disappear completely within a month. Cockatier is surprised and asks if it's true. The protagonist swears to the heavens that he is telling the truth. Cockatier asks how the protagonist knew such important information. He says he heard from some government agents who came to his house before the peace treaty to assess if Ian was worthy of serving in the peace agreement. Cockatier says that if the Brock family really falls, as the protagonist is saying, he, who carries the Brock surname, would also not be safe. The protagonist smiles and says Cockatier is right, and this is a very important point. Although he is Derga's son by blood, he is not legally a son, as he has not yet officially entered the family. Thus, his name is not Ian Brock, but just Ian. Therefore, the Empire has no legal way to accuse him of treason. With all this, the protagonist says he could end up becoming the new Lord of Brock. Cockatier gets angry and says he never imagined Derga would really send a son who is not yet part of the family. This is treason. The protagonist tells Cockatier to calm down because he really is Count Derga's son. Ian tells Cockatier that he is the chief of the Celestial Warrior clan and that he will make the right choice. Cockatier asks if the protagonist has anything else to say. Ian stands up and says he has realized that Cockatier does not trust him, so he will say exactly what will happen. He says that once his father dies and the territory loses its leader, it will be the right time to act. The protagonist asks Cockatier to take his warriors and invade Brock with him. Ian assures Cockatier that he need not worry about facing the Emperor or his soldiers. In fact, they will try to avoid any conflict with the Celestial Warriors, as they will not want to fight against the Great Desert Warriors. And even if a violent situation occurs, they could return to the desert if they don't want to fight. The Celestial Warrior clan only needs to stand behind the protagonist. The protagonist says that if Cockatier could say, from the point of view of having been allies of Brock for a long time, we support Ian, who has become one of us, it would be of great help. Cockatier says he understands that this would not bring death to them, but he asks what benefits they would have in helping an illegitimate son take Brock. Ian says that if he becomes the lord of those lands, he will turn them into the most prosperous territory of Burial. And for the Celestial Warrior clan that helped make this happen, he will show the true strength of a sincere alliance, one they have never seen before. The protagonist looks intently at Cockatier and says there is no longer any need for differences, no longer a trade relationship bound by numbers and letters, but two leaders who support each other, walking towards an era of true peace. Nursaran says there is still a big problem. If Derga asks for help against the Imperial Palace, they would have no reason to refuse, since it was with them that they signed a peace treaty. Ian says he is already prepared for this. He has a justification they can use to break the contract. He says there is something his father discreetly ordered him to do there. Ian explains that next year, when he returns for his birthday, he should bring Gurut leaves with him. Ordering someone sent as a symbol of peace to steal a product upon their return to their country, where the Gurut leaf is banned, isn't that a great reason to break the peace treaty? Cockatier shouts angrily that it's more than enough reason. In fact, just breaking the peace treaty isn't enough for him. Cockatier asks if the protagonist has any proof of this. Ian says unfortunately he has no physical proof, but he could verify it with Winchin. Cockatier says that what the protagonist just said is something he will need to swear to God. Ian responds that if he wants, he can do that. It's no problem. Cockatier laughs and says it's fine. He looks at the protagonist and thinks that for a long time, he thought all of Derga's children were idiots, but the protagonist is quite impressive for his age. Cockatier asks if a declaration that the Celestial Warrior clan supports him is all he wants. Ian says yes, that's all he needs. The rest he will handle himself. Cockatier, curious, asks why he is doing this. The protagonist explains that if he goes to the royal capital, more precisely to the palace, the territory of Brock that he himself expanded will be the only thing supporting him, as he comes from a remote region. Cockatier bangs on the table and says he wants to make one thing clear. He doesn't intend to shed a drop of blood because of the protagonist. Ian says that's not his plan either. Cockatier asks if he doesn't fear death. Ian says no because he has already died once. Cockatier smiles and seals the deal with the protagonist. saying he likes all this determination. With everything settled, the protagonist begins to leave the room, but as he starts to leave, Kakantir calls him, asking if his trip to the capital has anything to do with the current mental state of the emperor. Ian just looks at him and smiles. As he leaves the room, people shout that he's not dead. The protagonist looks to the side and sees Sue. He calls her, startling her. He asks if she could help him if she has some time. Sue asks with what. He says he wants her to train Barrack. As soon as she hears this, her eyes light up with happiness. Soon after, the two go to train. She curses him as an idiot and lazy while they fight. He tells her to shut up and tries to land a hit, but she ducks, saying he's too slow. The two continue training while the protagonist watches them. The protagonist asks if Barrack is okay, and he angrily tells the protagonist not to talk to him. Ian looks at them and thinks they are in true peace. As he watches the two, he thinks his plan was to work slowly to bring the celestial warriors to his side. However, everything was resolved very quickly because of the Silask flower. He thinks it's been a long time since he could rest like this. However, thinking about what happened in the past, he doesn't feel very well. He remembers being called to Winchen's room. He says she was much better than the last time, and that made him happy. Winchen says she called him there to continue their last conversation. Ian says that's fine with him. He states that everything he told Kakantir was true, and that he could even swear to the heavens that it was all true. He says there are a few more things he didn't mention, but those things aren't related to the warrior clan. Winchen interrupts and says that God said to change everything about him. The protagonist doesn't understand very well and asks what that means. Winchen says that even if it's his entire existence, it must be changed. Ian thinks it must have been a divine message. The Celestial Warrior clan doesn't receive oracles through a temple, as in the Empire, but through a shaman. Winchen joins her hands and says once again to the protagonist, "Change everything about you." He closes his eyes and thinks unexpected things always happen when he is in the desert. Suddenly, a woman arrives and calls him, offering fruits. She asks him to try them. He thanks her for her kindness. She smiles and says it was nothing. She says that thanks to him, Miss Winchen was able to improve and regain her consciousness, and everyone there is very grateful to him for that. They are even preparing a big banquet to welcome him. He has become their savior. Ian smiles and thanks her again. The woman says she has one more thing to say. She says that as soon as the protagonist is rested, Lady Winchen and Chief Kakantir want to see him once more to settle the negotiation rights. He says that he will meet them soon. The protagonist sees that Barrack and Sue are almost done. Barrack takes a punch to the face and yells that he's not done yet. Sue keeps calling him slow and sluggish. The woman says she will go notify the two. She starts to leave but remembers something. She comes back and says she found something in the flower pot while replanting. As she shows it, the protagonist's eyes widen. The woman asks if that necklace is his. The protagonist takes the necklace in his hand and wonders what it could be. He thinks that, even as a prince, it's the first time he's seen such a jewel. How could a child from the suburbs, like he was, have that? He begins to question why a child from a brothel was cultivating a Silask, and why the necklace was hidden there. Did the old Ian not know about this necklace? If he knew about the necklace's existence, he would have sold it to help with his household expenses. Moreover, the fact that it was buried in the pot means that the person tending to it was the one who buried it there. They were asked to take good care of someone's flower. He didn't have much information, and his sources were few. He simply couldn't figure all this out. He looks closely at the necklace and hopes it doesn't interfere with his future plans. Suddenly, Barrack appears and asks what the protagonist is doing. Ian says he wasn't doing anything special and asks if Barrack is done getting beaten by Sue. Barrack shouts that he wasn't beaten. It was a tough match between them. The protagonist puts the necklace around his neck and says they need to leave now. Ian thinks he should ask Barrack everything about the great warriors of the desert later, as he wants to be the strongest in the world. However, he is still far from his goal, but fortunately, everything is going according to plan. This way, the protagonist can focus on what he really needs to do. Suddenly, one of Derga's servants enters his office shouting that they have a big problem. The Count shouts back, asking him to calm down, as he had already warned them to speak quietly when he was working on his papers. Derga asks what the reason for all the shouting is. The man apologizes for this and says that the Count needs to flee right now because people from the capital, the royal investigators, are there. The Count shouts, not expecting this. Inside the mansion, there were already several people from the palace. One of them was Erica, the captain of the royal investigators. She looks ahead and sees the Count appearing there, very worried. She asks if he is Count Durga Brock. He says yes. She presents an investigation permit and introduces herself, saying she is the captain of the investigators and her name is Erica. She was sent there by the palace to investigate treason due to tax evasion. She vows to investigate this matter with zeal and sincerity. Durga shouts that this is absurd, as he has protected that place for a long time from those barbarians for burial, and what he got in return was an accusation of treason due to tax evasion. Erica, calm and composed, takes a document and shows the seal to the Count. Durga looks at the document and is speechless. She asks if that is not the Brock seal. The letter said, "I am reporting the tax evasion of the Brock family. I ask that the Emperor investigate this matter thoroughly." The Count, not knowing what to say, asks what this is. Erica starts walking and says that this is a legal place and that they will take control while the investigation is ongoing. She looks at him and says that he and everyone working in the house should follow their orders. She begins to climb the stairs and asks for the searches to start from the top floor, as the main office is there. A guard grabs one of the women working in the house and tells her to stay calm and follow him. She screams, asking him to wait a moment, and asks for help from her master Durga. While all this is happening, Durga stands still, thinking that it's the first time the officials are there, and they already know exactly where the office is. This means they had information beforehand. At the same time, he thinks of Moline, but still doesn't know how that old bastard got his hands on the family seal. This means there is a traitor among them. The Count starts to question who it could be. His assistant was still unconscious, so it couldn't have been him, which leaves only one person. He thinks of his son and screams Ian's name so loudly that it can be heard from far away. The next day, a knight arrives at the Celestial Warriors saying he has a message from the Brocks. Kakantir asks if the Brocks are really asking for their help. The messenger says yes, explaining that it's a misunderstanding with the capital. The Count is being accused of treason, and they need the strength of the Celestial Warriors. Kakantir asks if they plan to fight physically, and if they have any proof that the accusation is false, because if it's true and they interfere, the Celestial Warriors would be picking a fight with the royal soldiers. The knight says that the Count's innocence will be proven by the words, "I will prove my innocence through the death of my beloved son," spoken by the Count himself. Kakantir starts laughing at this and apologizes, saying he understands and that they will get in touch soon. The knight thanks him and says that now they should discuss how to deal with the protagonist. Kakantir begins to stand and says they can do whatever they want. Even though Ian is just a symbol of peace, he still doesn't want the blood of a warrior who lived with them on their hands. The knight grips his sword tightly and says he remembered that the Count gave orders for him to take action in this case. The clan chief says that's great. The protagonist arrives, saying he received a message that the clan chief was calling for him. Kakantir confirms, calling the protagonist Lord Ian and emphasizing that the person there is to kill him. Ian says he expected this. The knight hears this and asks Kakantir what he meant by Lord Ian and what is happening there. Kakantir smiles and says everything is ready. Since the knight wants to kill the protagonist, there is a place for that. The knight starts to think something is wrong. The protagonist's calmness after hearing he will be killed, the clan chief seemingly knowing the knight would come for help, and moreover, why is the chief of the Celestial Warriors calling the protagonist Lord Ian? Something must have happened between the two. The knight begins to draw his sword and says that whatever their plan is, he only needs to kill the protagonist to complete his mission. However, as he charges at the protagonist, Beric appears with a fierce look in his eyes, protecting him, startling the knight. The protagonist says that he will have to face Beric first if he wants to complete his mission. Ian smiles and says he will be waiting. They move to another place surrounded by people. There is a limit to how much one can train alone. It isn't a real fight without the intent to kill. So, if someone fought with hatred, giving their all against a skilled opponent like these two, they would definitely be able to grow. Kakantir and Ian sit watching the fight. People shout to Beric, asking if he is really okay and warning that he might die today. However, he tells everyone to shut up. The crowd says that since he is already talking trash, he must be fine. They also shout at the knight, telling him to do his best. The knight gets irritated, thinking the barbarians are treating him like a cheap gladiator. Beric smiles and asks the knight to take it easy on him, but that he will give his all in this fight. The knight says Beric is being very arrogant. Suddenly, Beric disappears, shouting that those were his words. The two clash swords, and the knight asks why Beric is attacking like a mad dog. He asks if that was a compliment and continues attacking. The knight dodges and sees an opening. He lands a blow on Beric, causing him great pain and making him spit blood. Beric falls to the ground, suffering. People comment that it looks like the knight got Beric good. Others, however, shout for him to get up. The knight attacks again to finish the fight, but at the last second, Beric gets angry and throws some dirt into the knight's eyes, blinding him. Beric takes advantage of the situation and attacks mercilessly, landing a punch square in the knight's face, who screams that it hurts too much. The knight looks at Beric, thinking he's becoming a nuisance. He grips his sword tightly and resumes fighting. The knight thinks that in a situation where every second counts, there's no time to waste dealing with this trash. The fight continues, and the knight thinks this bastard is very persistent. Beric shouts, holding his sword, and keeps advancing on the knight, who also moves forward. Blood is spilled, and drops of blood begin to fall to the ground. Beric has been struck on his side. The knight says he's very skilled, but this is his end. Beric looks at the wound, feeling great pain, and screams. People get angry with the knight, saying he could have delivered a clean blow. This wasn't a duel, but a mockery. Despite the pain, Beric grabs the knight's sword, cutting his hands and trembling. However, he reaches his limit and starts to fall to the ground. The knight looks at Beric's body on the ground, with the sword embedded in him. The knight takes his dagger, calls Ian, and says there's no more time. He needs to prove the Count's innocence with Beric's death. The protagonist watches the knight, and just as he raises his dagger, the red-haired demon appears flying behind him. However, the knight notices this, and at the last second, manages to dodge. Beric's attack is so strong it breaks the ground where it hits. The knight can't believe what he's seeing. He looks at the red-haired demon, with the sword still stuck in his body, fighting bravely. The knight wonders how this is possible. Beric starts to remove the sword stuck in his body, saying it's not over yet. With rage in his eyes, he scares the knight, who comments that Beric is a persistent demon. But the red-haired demon was so angry, he couldn't take his eyes off his prey. A warrior lives each day preparing for death. A battle requires a point of ignition. To rise to another level, you need to burn everything you have, even if it includes your life. After the final blow, Beric, already exhausted, drops his sword, breathing heavily and without energy. He starts to deplete all his energy and falls, saying he's very tired. People start to smile and celebrate the victory, saying he's a true warrior who doesn't fear death. Kakantir tells Ian that now he can see why he brought Beric, because he has the marks of a warrior. He has what it takes. The protagonist smiles hearing this and says there's no one else in the world who can match his bad-tempered personality. Ian looks at Beric and says he did a great job. Night falls, and at the Brock mansion, the guards were surrounding the house all over. Inside were the protagonist's stepmother, Count Derga, and his brother Chell. Derga was going crazy, waiting for his knight to arrive. Suddenly, he hears a noise. It was Sue, who had entered through the window. She looks at Derga and says he seems very anxious about all this. Derga recognizes her and says she's the subordinate who came with Nursarin last time. The Count asks where his knight is. Sue hands a bag to the Count, saying that was Kakantir's response. She turns to leave the house, and Derga shouts for her to wait, asking what her clan leader had said and if they had killed Ian. However, Sue ignores all this and leaps out the window, leaving the Count talking to himself. He holds that gift in his hand, not knowing what it is. He takes the letter that came with the package. In the letter, it was written, "Therefore, we have verified that the Brock family broke their given word and sent an unregistered bastard child as a symbol of friendship. Due to the attempt to smuggle Gurut leaves through the child, we hereby annul the alliance with the Brock family." While reading this letter, the Count trembled with rage. His wife opened the box sent as a gift. As soon as she saw what was inside, she was horrified and screamed. Derga looked to see what it was. The box fell to the floor, and the head of the knight they had sent rolled out. The Count became enraged by this and started shouting that their entire clan were cursed traitors and that they would die for this. Derga looked at everything and thought that if they wanted to fight, then he only had one option now. Since he was accused of treason, it was all or nothing from now on. He tore the curtain, thinking he didn't need anyone's help. He would expel the investigation team and the capital's army by himself. Derga rolled up the curtain, thinking that this way he would gain independence from burial. He threw the rolled-up curtain to serve as a rope and told his wife to escape with their son and hide in the secret room in the warehouse. He told them not to leave there until he personally came to get them. She asked what he was going to do and begged him to flee with them. Chell agreed with his mother, saying his father should flee with them. Derga shouted at them both, ordering them to be quiet and do as he said, as time was very short. They listened to the Count and climbed down the curtain. He turned and said he needed to deal with the investigation team before the capital's army arrived. With a lantern, he started a fire in his own house. One of the investigation members came running, shouting for their captain. Erica looked at him in shock, asking what it was. He shouted that Count Derga had set the mansion on fire and was fleeing. Erica became furious and said that by doing so, he was only shortening his own life. She shouted for Philip to report the situation to the reinforcements from the capital and said she would handle the rest herself. He responded that he would do so immediately. Everyone started running while the captain yelled at them to search everywhere. She told them to do everything to prevent him from leaving the territory, and if necessary, they were free to kill him. While everyone searched, Erica didn't waste time either, and started running with hatred in her heart, for that mansion would be hers when it was all over. How did that trash count dare burn it? The fire spread quickly. The guards tried to contain the flames, but it was too late. As the mansion burned, cries for help were heard, as the people working in the house were still there. In a panic, they ran to a window, shouting that they would do anything, just wanting to be saved. Philip said they had used all the sand they had to try to contain the fire. They looked at the people, and he asked the captain what they should do. She lowered her head and said they would die with Derga anyway. She ordered them to try to put out the fire and assign more people to find Derga instead of rescuing them. Philip shouted that the priority was to find the Count. Only a few people should stay at the mansion, and the rest should go searching. Erica turned her back on the burning mansion as the cries of the trapped people echoed. In the middle of the forest, Derga was running as fast as he could with his horse. While running, he thought that just before the confinement, he had sent letters through the butler, one to the clan of celestial warriors and another to the first Prince Marev. He arrived at a nearby hideout and started shouting for Theo, but no one responded. He turned angrily, thinking that maybe he had already fled. Suddenly someone called out to him, and when he looked, he saw Theo with a few other people. Theo asked if the Count was all right, and if he had managed to contact the Celestial Warriors clan. The Count said it was all lost because the Celestial Warriors had betrayed them. He emphasized that they needed to buy time until they received a response from the first prince. They needed to retake the mansion before the capital's army arrived. The Count emphasizes that they have enough time for this, as they are far from the capital, which means they will only face the investigation team, making it an easier battle if they use the terrain to their advantage. He smiles, thinking that the Brock soldiers are the best, the elite forces trained to fight against the clan of celestial warriors. His soldiers kneel and say they are at his command. Theo thinks that if they win this battle, the command of the army would be entirely theirs. The Count raises his sword and shouts that the time has finally come. They shout that they are doing this to reclaim their lives and freedom. Above them, some eagles were flying. Sue was watching everything from a distance. Meanwhile, in the warriors' clan, Barrick was lying in bed, recovering from his wounds. The doctor says she will bring more medicine and asks Ian to keep an eye on Barrick. As soon as the doctor leaves the room, Cockatier, who was outside, calls her. He asks how long it will take for the redhead to be able to stand up normally. She lowers her head and says it would take 3 to 4 months. His wounds are so severe that they would have killed an ordinary man, but he is so full of life and energy that he is recovering reasonably well. Cockatier thinks that 3 to 4 months is not good news for the protagonist, since the redhead is his only soldier. Ian looks at them and thinks that it's not exactly like that. He touches Barrick's hand and says that where there's a will, there's a way. His energy starts to come into contact with Barrick. The amount of energy being used doesn't seem enough. The protagonist concentrates more, but he says this isn't good. If he infuses more magic... Suddenly, the doctor and Cockatier open the door. She sees that the protagonist is not doing well and runs to help him, asking if he is okay. Ian says he is fine, just a little dizzy. The doctor asks the protagonist to sit down so she can check on the redhead first. As soon as she looks at him, she is surprised. She turns to the protagonist and asks what the hell is happening with the redhead. The protagonist responds, Barrick. The doctor asks if he thinks she's asking for his name. She is impressed by all this and says that he is not in a condition to recover easily. But now she sees why he fought, and says he is too persistent. She says that maybe just that is not enough. Cockatier starts burning a different plant. He looks at Ian and says that if he had known he was in such bad shape, he would have brought more. The protagonist is surprised by this and asks if that is... However, the chief interrupts him and puts the leaf in his mouth, saying it is a gurut leaf. He emphasizes that this is how the celestial warriors avoid death. The protagonist asks if this would work well with Barrick too. Cockatier says it is hard to say, as they are the first foreigners to use the leaf. The protagonist smiles happily and thanks the leader for it. Ian can't believe Cockatier so readily shared the secret of the gurut leaf. He thinks this is a bit exciting. Cockatier says he received a message from Sue and that, as the protagonist had said, Derga was cornered and surrounded by soldiers. The protagonist asks about the Central Army, and the leader says there is no news about it yet. Ian thinks he needs to know the size of the Central Army and the investigation team. Only then can they approximately guess the battle's situation and devise countermeasures. Cockatier takes the leaf from the protagonist's mouth and starts burning it, saying they still have a few days, so he should rest well. Ian looks at him without saying anything and agrees. The doctor sees that the protagonist is a little sleepy, picks him up, and places him next to the redhead. A few hours pass, and the protagonist wakes up. He calls for Barrack, but he is still sleeping deeply. Suddenly he hears noises at the door and starts thinking he doesn't understand this very well. The celestial warriors were being so friendly that they even gave him some garrote leaf. Ian wonders why he is feeling such a murderous aura coming from the other side of the door. He grabs the dagger on the table, and suddenly the door bursts open. A person attacks the protagonist, but he defends himself, although his dagger flies away. The man grabs him by the neck and says he should have stayed in his damn place, with the rabble he is. How dare he come up with plans like this? The man asks the protagonist if he has any idea how much has been ruined because of him and his lackeys. The assassin says the protagonist is the scum of the empire, a bunch of useless people just like his father, Durga. The protagonist is confused by all this. The man prepares to kill him and tells him to die in silence. The protagonist gets irritated and grabs the man's hand, using a bit of his magic. A big explosion occurs. The clan members see this and shout, asking what happened. One of the guards says he doesn't know, but it came from Ian's room. Cockatier asks if the protagonist and the redhead were attacked. A woman says yes, and asks him to hurry. When he arrives at the protagonist's room, he sees everything destroyed and the man on the floor. He asks Ian what was happening there. The protagonist says he doesn't know either and reports that this man suddenly tried to kill him. Cockatier asks people to take care of the protagonist and find out who the aggressor was, as that man dared to harm a guest of the Celestial Warriors. Amidst all this, Cockatier looks at the protagonist and wonders how he managed to defeat that guy alone, and what caused the strong explosion they heard. One of the guards removes the assassin's mask and is surprised by what he sees. He turns to the leader and says that the man is Burmart. Cockatier asks them to take Burmart to prison, as he will be interrogated in the morning. The next day, they throw sand in Burmart's face, waking him up abruptly. Cockatier asks if he's fully awake. Burmart notices he's in front of everyone and screams, asking to be released. Cockatier asks if it is true that he attacked the protagonist before dawn. Burmart is frightened, realizing his leader is serious. Burmart says he won't make excuses and asks that if the leader still considers him family, not to ask more questions and just carry out the punishment of cutting off his arms. Burmart lowers his head and asks his leader to keep an eye on the protagonist because he has a strange and frightening power. Burmart explains that Ian's eyes turned golden, followed by an explosion caused by an unknown force, making him a suspicious person. The protagonist thinks Burmart is avoiding answering the question and is only talking about him. He thinks that even if Burmart invents a lie, Winchin will find out everything. Ian wonders if Burmart is trying to hide his true objective and survive to plan for the future. Ian looks at the leader and asks if he can say something. Cockatier says yes. The protagonist says that Burmart mentioned Count Durga's name, which makes Burmart a bit anxious. The protagonist continues, saying that Burmart referred to the proposal Ian made to Cockatier as a scheme and seemed determined to stop it. The protagonist says it is very likely that Burmart has some agreement or is involved with Durga. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers something. He recalls a letter among his father's things, asking who would succeed the clan's female leader. The protagonist talks about that letter and asks Burmart if he sent the letter to Durga. Burmart is surprised by this. The protagonist continues, saying that the phrase female clan leader, perhaps Burmart is that person. But in the middle of the protagonist's speech, Burmart sticks out his tongue and bites down hard. People start running towards him, shouting that he bit his tongue. They ask if it's true, but the soldiers tell them to stop talking and just put more cloths in his mouth. As Cockatier watches all this, the protagonist says that Burmart was in charge of the food. Ian emphasizes that he believes the food is related to Miss Winchin's worsening condition. It seems Burmart intended to take over the leadership position by removing Miss Winchin, and Durga supposedly would receive money in exchange. Cockatier listens to all this silently. After hearing everything, he stands up, walks over to Burmart, and asks the guards where Miss Winchin is. They say she is resting in her room. He lifts Burmart's head and looks him straight in the face. Cockatier says that until he gives another order, no one is allowed to enter Winchin's room. He drags Burmart across the floor, enters the house, and closes the door. Suddenly, they start hearing screams asking Cockatier to stop, but he doesn't. After some time, the screams cease. Cockatier opens the door with his face and clothes covered in blood. He throws Burmart's body to the ground and orders the guards to dispose of the corpse in the desert. After that, they should bring Burmart's entire family there. They start dragging the bloody body away. Cockatier goes to the protagonist and asks if the explosion that happened during Burmart's attack was really his doing. Ian says yes. Cockatier says he believes the Empire calls people capable of invoking miracles, mages. The protagonist says he doesn't wish to lie and will tell Cockatier the whole truth about his existence when the right time comes. Ian explains that it would be difficult for Cockatier to understand now due to the difference in environment and time in which he lives. Cockatier looks at him and says they need to change their plans. The protagonist asks how. Cockatier says the plan was to help the protagonist return to Brock safely and provide support until his position became stable. Suddenly, Cockatier's expression changes, and he begins speaking with hatred, saying that Derga underestimated the Celestial Warriors and tried to kill Miss Winchen under the pretense of forming an alliance with them. The Celestial Warriors will be the ones to take Derga Brock's head. Ian says he understands and mentions a small problem. The investigation team would not give them that privilege, as Derga's sins would be considered treason. However, if he could gain control over Brock's territory, he would help Cockatier achieve that goal. The leader says that in any case, they need to help the protagonist. Ian clarifies that he is asking for the direct help of the Celestial Warriors. Cockatier agrees with the protagonist, extends his hand and says, Demosha. Ian smiles and says, Demosha, shaking hands. After all this, the protagonist hears that Barrick has woken up. He goes to the room and asks if he is okay. The redhead starts vomiting and says he's not well, looking like he's dying. The protagonist says that he is indeed in bad shape, but they should be grateful he finally woke up. Barrick lifts his head and says he feels very nauseous, asking the doctor if she's sure she didn't mix alcohol with his medicine. She gets angry and shouts, asking why she would do that, cursing him and saying it's a miracle he woke up and is talking after that injury. Barrick continues to feel a lot of pain. The protagonist goes to him and thinks it's really strange because magical swordsmen have better combat and healing abilities than ordinary people. But the redhead was beyond that, healing very quickly. The protagonist asks if this is normal. Ian asks if he remembers his parents' faces. Barrick says yes, although both are already dead. The protagonist thinks it doesn't seem like Barrick is mixed with any non-human creature. So what could be the cause of this? The redhead asks the protagonist when he will return to Brock. The protagonist says soon, maybe tomorrow. Barrick celebrates, saying that's the best news he's heard in a long time. The protagonist calls Barrick and warns that he won't be able to return with him. The redhead looks at him and stands up, shouting why, but feels a lot of pain and can barely speak. The protagonist says he can't come along because he's too injured. Despite being badly hurt and in a lot of pain, Barrick says he's fine and can walk tomorrow. Ian says it's clear he's not fine, emphasizing that they will have to fight against the Count's soldiers, the investigation team, and the capital's army. In his current state, Barrick wouldn't be able to fight, so the protagonist asks him to focus on recovering until things in Brock are resolved. The redhead doesn't accept this and starts shouting that he will go along, asking if the protagonist will use him this way and leave him there, calling him a foolish traitor. He says that Ian is weak, that he can't even wring out a cloth properly, so how could he fight alone? The protagonist gets up to leave the room, but Barrick grabs his arm and says that Ian had promised to teach him how to use mana, and that was a promise. How can a teacher leave his student behind? Ian asks if that's how a student treats his teacher, emphasizing that he is just a weakling, so Barrick should be nice. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he forgot that during the fight, the redhead managed to use mana on his own. Barrick is shocked to think about it and asks if he really used it. Ian says yes. Suddenly, Nursarin appears, calling the protagonist. The two go outside and Cockatier says a letter from Brock has arrived, and the timing is perfect. According to the letter, Derga has surrounded the mansion with his soldiers, and it seems the investigation team is positioned inside the mansion. Apparently, they are waiting for reinforcements, but the problem is the citizens within the territory. They have gathered at the bank in the center of the territory. Ian says the bank is an inviolable territory called the Hyman Bank. They manage the infrastructure of burial, and there is at least one in each region. If the bank is damaged due to a revolt or some other internal conflict, the banks will refuse to associate with anyone involved. So, the investigation team and Derga won't do anything to them there. Cockatier asks if this place is like a sacred area. The protagonist says it's basically that. Ian says that even so, they need to hurry because the people who are not protected by the banks will end up joining Derga. Cockatier says they will leave as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the Brock mansion, the war is happening. Derga orders them to keep shooting fire arrows, hidden among the trees. The Count asks Theo where Mariloff is, since their lands are next to Brock's territory. Theo says they refused all messengers, and even closed their gates. Derga gets irritated by this. Theo says they are a merchant city. They don't have many soldiers or workers, so they should take everything from them when the time is right. Suddenly, a horn is heard from afar. Theo and Derga turn to look where the sound is coming from and see an army marching towards them. This scares the Count to death. He starts shouting for them to block the bridge between them. Meanwhile, in the street near the Hyman Bank, people are shouting to be let into the bank. The population starts arguing among themselves, taken by the fear of war. A man comes running, asking for help because the capital's army is killing everyone in the mansion, burning everyone alive. In an empty room, trembling with fear, Hana is clinging to her brother, trying to protect him and with tears in her eyes. Suddenly her brother sees something and asks her to look. He says it's a big bird. When she sees it, her eyes shine because she knows who is coming back to honor their words. The celestial warriors arrive at the territory, which is already taken by the destruction of war. People are desperate, fighting for food. Some children are alone, crying and looking for their parents. Kakantir looks at all this and says it's worse than he imagined. Ian says it is exactly as he expected. A person is lying on the ground and looks back, seeing Kakantir on his horse. He starts shouting that the barbarians are invading. Others shout, asking if it had to be at a time like this. They start shouting and running in fear of the celestial warriors. People shout that they are merciless and are taking advantage of the perfect opportunity. Mugurun starts getting irritated at being called a barbarian, but their leader asks him not to get distracted. A child is lying and crying when he sees Kakantir passing by. He stops crying and starts trembling with fear. The leader says there is a child in front of them and they need to be careful not to hit him. The child looks at them. The protagonist gets off his horse and extends his hand to the child. The protagonist says he needs to get up because the ground is very cold. The protagonist helps the boy up. The child's father arrives, shouting, asking if his son is okay. As soon as the man arrives, he looks at the protagonist and calls him by name. Ian asks if they know each other. The man says he is Jason from the stables and used to work for the Brock mansion. The protagonist smiles and says he remembers now. It has been a long time since they last saw each other. The man says it is good to know the protagonist is still alive and asks what is happening there. The protagonist starts talking to the man while other people watch. When the man returns, others run up to him, asking if he knows that boy. The man says yes and tells them that person is Ian. Another man is astonished, asking if it is the same Ian who was sold to the celestial warriors. He asks what the protagonist said. The man says that from what he understood, the celestial warriors are going to help everyone. After this, Kakantir and the protagonist arrive in front of the mansion. Tied to a horse is the redhead, almost dying but laughing. Sue asks how the protagonist had the courage to bring this man in such a state. Ian asks what he could do because if he left Ian behind, he would cause even more problems. Suddenly, someone points a sword at them and shouts, asking who those people are. A man shouts that they are barbarians and asks how they ended up there. Kakantir already gets irritated and grabs his sword, but the protagonist asks him to wait. He takes off his hood and says he is Ian, son of Count Brock, and the people with him are the great warriors of the desert, the Celestial Warriors clan. He says they are not there to fight, but to talk. Erica looks at them, and Ian looks back. He asks the man there to inform their master of his presence. With this in mind, they enter the mansion, and suddenly the captain enters the room, asking if he is Ian Brock. She says he is not recognized, so he should be called just Ian. She emphasizes that she has heard a lot about him through Moline. She smiles and introduces herself, saying she is Captain Erica of the Royal Investigators. She sits with them. The protagonist asks if she works for Moline, and she says in a way yes. He asks what is happening outside. Erica says that, from what he can see, they had a small problem, but will resolve things soon. She emphasizes that they managed to confirm all the tax evasion clues, but the Count's knights are very problematic, and dealing with them took longer than expected. She says that basically, that is all, and asks what he is doing there. She says she heard he has a certain grudge against Derga and asks if he came there to watch the execution. Ian smiles and says that to him, Brock is a precious hometown, and when he found out what was happening there, he couldn't even sleep. He says the Celestial Warriors clan allied with Brock feels the same, so they decided to accompany him there. Erica slams her foot on the table, saying this is absurd. She claims that everyone in the capital knows very well that the Celestial Warriors and Brock have been attacking each other for a long time. She asks if he is not the living proof of that, calling him an illegitimate son sold to the desert. He closes his eyes and smiles, leaving her confused. He lowers his head, apologizing, and says he understands how difficult it is for an outsider like her to understand the situation within Brock. Therefore, he apologizes. He looks at her and says the way she speaks is very grandiose. He asks if all the captains chosen these days are so humble. She gets irritated and shouts at him. Kakantir immediately stands up, saying he is the center of the great desert, and that she should be careful with the tone of voice she uses there. He says that if she has verified Derga's tax evasion, that means she already has everything she needs, so it is better for her to expedite the execution and leave as quickly as possible because from now on, Brack has a new owner. Erica slams her fist on the table, yelling and asking if Kakantir had lost his mind. She curses at him, questioning where he thought he was to speak like that. She asserts that she is the heir to the Empire, and that what he is doing is an insult against the Empire. Kakantir looks at her and tells her to be careful with her words, emphasizing that she should thank God that he is simply ignoring her behavior. Erica, frustrated, asks the protagonist if he wants her to slit his throat along with his father's, because everyone knew he had Durga blood, which meant that whoever killed him wouldn't be guilty of anything, and therefore, he shouldn't act arrogantly. Erica says he should know his place. Ian, irritated, responds that he knows his place very well. As she herself said, he has Durga blood, but he is not part of the Brock family, not to mention that he is the only member of the Empire who has interacted with the Celestial Warriors clan. The protagonist looks at her and says that her job is to investigate tax evasion and punish Durga. He asks if telling her to leave after completing her work is crossing the line. Erica, still annoyed, leaves the room, calling them arrogant hillbillies. The protagonist throws down a letter and says that it contained the perspective of all the Celestial Warriors' allies. Kakantir says that they have allied with the Brock family and want peace above all else. Erica looks at the letter and calls it shameless. Kakantir affirms that, according to their treaty, he needed to assist Durga with the strength of his clan, but Durga is now a criminal, and therefore they are no longer obligated to uphold this. Hence, they were trying to help her with that. He also says that the only thing linking the Empire to the Celestial Warriors is Ian, and that's why he wanted to ask her to let him govern Brock. She starts laughing and asks if she heard wrong, because it seemed like he just said he wanted the protagonist to be the new Lord of Brock. Ian smiles and confirms. She looks at the letter again and says they must be going crazy to say such a thing. Despite being furious about all of this, she thinks the worst part is that there are no flaws in Ian except for his bloodline connections. Currently, the people in her territory are on the brink of rebellion and protesting. But if Ian, who has Brock blood, presents himself, he could take control. Moreover, he has the support of the barbarians, who are vital for border security. Erica, still extremely irritated, says that even so, appointing a lord is the Emperor's responsibility. The protagonist responds that he knows that, and that until the Emperor appoints someone, no one has authority over the territory. She stares at him, and he says that although no one has authority, everyone has the opportunity. Reluctantly, she asserts that she can see what they want, but Durga, his wife Mary, and his son Chell are all still missing. Moreover, she has a duty to capture all the resistant soldiers and establish the Emperor's law there. Ian stands up and says he will help her capture Durga. They would also handle cleaning things up afterwards since the Inquisition and Imperial soldiers have angered the people. The protagonist affirms that they would take over to ensure everything goes smoothly. Erica, still irritated, tells him not to try anything stupid because if he attempts to support Durga, Ian interrupts her and says that it seems she doesn't know much about his relationship with Durga. He stares at her and tells her not to worry. He would drag Durga back there with his own hands, thus proving to her how sincere he is with his words. After this conversation, he says he'll return soon and leaves the room. Erica, infuriated by the protagonist's arrogance, thinks that she just needs to wait for the Imperial decree to arrive. Then, she would be the new Lord of Brock. When that happens, all those arrogant people would pay. She shouts for the carrier pigeons immediately. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Durga and some soldiers are walking. Durga asks how far down they would go. Theo says he heard that Mariloff closed the gates, so they need to pass through the kingdom of Hawan. Durga, frustrated with all of this, thinks that everything has turned into a mess. He will have to wait a bit before returning to Brock. An arrow flies through the sky, and suddenly the soldier beside the Count is killed. Theo steps in front of the Count, saying that this was an ambush and that they needed to protect Durga. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying, "It's been a long time, Durga." As they look up, they see the Celestial Warriors with their arrows aimed at them. Kakantir smiles and says that Durga is in a pathetic state. Theo panics, shouting that they are the Celestial Warriors and that they need to form a defensive formation immediately. As he speaks, a red-haired figure passes by. Barrack attacks them with fury, even trembling in pain from his wound. He looks at Theo and asks if he remembers him because, in the training field for several days, he was made a punching bag. Ian arrives and asks the redhead if he's okay. Barrack replies that he is, and asks the protagonist not to say anything and just stay behind him. Ian smiles, looking at his father, and says he's back. Durga sees this and yells in anger. The redhead wastes no time and starts attacking again, splitting Theo's shield in half. A few hours later, the protagonist returns to the mansion and throws his father onto the floor, all beaten up, saying he did what he promised. She looks and confirms that it is indeed Durga. Ian says he left the bodies of everyone, including Theo, in the front yard. He looks at her and asks if he is now a bit more worthy of her trust. She turns away and says that apparently he's not entirely useless. The protagonist asserts that now that she has Durga, she should start the trial as soon as possible and leave as quickly as possible. Erica responds that he's being very arrogant because she hasn't finished her duties yet. She was tasked with the destruction of Brock and still hasn't found Mary and Chell. Ian asks what the chances are that they escaped the territory. She says none because, since the day they disappeared, no woman has passed through the castle walls. She turns and tells Ian that if he has nothing else to do, he should look for her in the village, and it would be good if he stayed there already. She starts to leave the room and speaks to one of her members, saying they need to search everywhere because they need to find them, dead or alive. She asks if he knows what to do if they find them. The young man replies that yes, until the imperial decree arrives, they must keep the two hidden so that no one interferes. Inside the mansion, Nersarin tells the protagonist that it seems Erica is waiting for the appointment letter for the title. He responds that yes, he had the same impression. He asserts that the decision was probably made internally when she was appointed as the head of the investigation team. Cockatier comments that if that's the case, it's only a matter of time before she becomes the lady of the territory, and if that happens, the Celestial Warriors would lose much of their investment. Annoyed, he asks the protagonist if he has a plan. Ian says that he's right, that it's only a matter of time until Erica becomes the lady. However, on the other hand, this means that if they manage to buy enough time, they have a chance. He mentions that it would take at least 15 days to send a carrier pigeon and that the situation is favorable for them. Cockatier asks how that's favorable since the Countess and her son are missing, and Erica is staying in the mansion because of it. Cockatier reminds Ian that she said her mission isn't over yet because she needs to annihilate the Brock family, but she hasn't found them yet. The protagonist agrees that's what she said, but the reason they're there is because they're sure Mary and Chell are within the territory. However, if they happen to discover that they've left, Erica would be forced to pursue them. In other words, if they capture the two, they can use them as bait. Cockatier smiles, saying he now understands everything. He agrees with the plan and states that they just captured Derga and would continue to keep watch. Ian thanks him once again for all the help. The protagonist stands up, and they ask what he's going to do now. He responds that he still has some things to resolve, mentioning that Barrick was doing some work outside, and that they need to meet before leaving. Ian asks Cockatier to rest with the warriors before heading down, commenting that those two must be inside the mansion. After all, the darkest place is under the candle. Ian points out that the problem is that all the servants who might have had any clues are dead. He thinks that in moments like these, it's easier for him to handle things with his own hands. He heads to a slum to meet with Barrick. As soon as the redhead sees him, he starts shouting to get his attention. He says that he has finished his work, checked the entire forest, and everything is fine. He sighs, mentioning that the protagonist's mother, Philia, is doing well. Living alone is doing her a lot of good. She was in great shape. The protagonist warns him to be careful with his words. Barrick responds that no one heard, so it was fine. Barrick looks around and asks why they were in that slum. Ian says they were going to look for Hena and asks Barrick to lead the way. He agrees but asks why Ian wants him to do it. The protagonist asks if he prefers that he walks around showing his face. The redhead understands and starts asking everyone they meet along the way. With that, he gathers some information and tells Ian that Hena is staying in a house up those stairs. They start climbing and finally find the room where she was. The protagonist opens the door and sees Hena trying to calm her little brother, who was crying a lot. Ian calls out to her and she turns around, startled. As soon as she sees the protagonist, she runs towards him, shouting. He says he's very happy that she's safe. She shouts back, saying that she should be the one saying that he really came back. With tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, she asks if he returned for her. Hena also asks if it's safe for him to be there, given that he's also the Count's son. She says she heard that he had returned, but thought it was a lie, since he was with the Celestial Warriors. He's surprised by so many questions and tells her that he's fine. Ian says he has something to ask her. He asks if she's heard any rumors or ghost stories secretly circulating in the mansion. She seems a bit confused by this. He says it's something about a secret passage or something like that. She thinks for a moment and replies that she hasn't heard anything about that, especially nothing about secret passages or hidden spaces. The protagonist says that's pretty bad. It would have been good if the butler were still alive. She hears these words and is shocked, asking if the butler is really dead. Ian explains that he accidentally tried to cross the border and that they found his body on the Marilov side, handing it over to Brock. The protagonist notices that Hena becomes a bit tense and asks what's wrong. She says that, in fact, she feels a bit guilty about the butler's death. She explains that there's something that belonged to him that she secretly borrowed. Barrick and Ian think that she actually stole it. The protagonist says that if something went missing, everyone would suspect her since she had left recently. He asks if there was any trouble. She responds that she borrowed it, and besides, many people left at that time. Hena points out that suddenly the Countess freaked out and became terrible. hitting people almost every day. Ian is surprised by this and asks why. Hannah says she didn't serve the Countess directly, so she doesn't know the exact details, but she suspects it was due to a lot of stress. However, she had developed strange spots on her arms and legs. She thought that if she left with the crowd, no one would notice anything, so she borrowed that without asking. Hannah hands the redhead a wooden box and says that when she opened it, there were only letters and drawings. Because of that, she felt bad, thinking she had stolen memories. She asks if they could burn it with the rest of the butler's body at the funeral. While they're talking, Barrick opens the box. The protagonist looks at him and asks him not to open it like that. The redhead asks why he can't open it. Ian explains that if he drops everything, it would scatter and be hard to put back in order. But just as the protagonist says this, Barrick drops everything and apologizes. Ian notices something on the floor and bends down to pick it up. Barrick quickly gathers everything and asks the protagonist to hand it over so he can put it back in the box. Ian asks him to wait a moment and says that the blueprint of the mansion looks a bit strange. Hannah asks what's strange about it, as it seems the same as it is now to her. Barrick comments that it's a bit odd that there's nothing drawn in the garden. Ian explains that detailed blueprints like that usually omit the landscape. Drawing everything in detail would be endless, and it changes anyway. The redhead is shocked, and the protagonist points to a tree, saying that the tree is indeed there. He looks at it and wonders if that could be. Meanwhile, in the hideout, Mary is nervously pacing back and forth. Chell is sitting on a mattress. He tells his mother that he's hungry. She shouts at him to eat some of the dried meat while she cleans a ring. Chell asks if there's only dried meat there, and how much longer they have to stay like this. Mary asks him to hold on a bit longer, as they will soon have a chance to leave. She thinks that they might need to live in hiding forever because of the betrayal, but if they can reach the Fontrol family's house, they would help them. Mary thinks she needs to hold on a little longer until they can escape. Suddenly they hear someone approaching. Mary moves closer to her son and grabs a knife. The candles go out. She closes her eyes and wonders if this person could be her husband. Suddenly, they hear a voice calling her mother and Chell brother. They open their eyes, startled, and see Ian there, asking if they were inside. Sue appears with a torch, surprised, saying that they dug an entire tunnel underground. Durga was really prepared, she comments. Sue adds that she had heard that the Empire's nobles prepared this type of escape route because they are cowards and prefer to flee rather than fight. Mary starts trembling with anger upon hearing this and tries to attack them, but Sue easily restrains her, pushing the Countess against the wall. Mary screams that everything hurts and asks if Sue knows how rude she is, calling them inferior and savage beings. Ian watches the scene and thinks that he had heard that Mary had become more aggressive, but he didn't imagine it was like this. He asks Sue to release her and orders Shul to bring Chief Kakantir and Nursaran. As soon as Mary is released, she lowers her head and starts repeating that Ian should die, as it's all his fault. Ian begins to get irritated and tells her it's better to stop that, reminding her that the investigation team is still in the mansion, and if they happen to discover that place, he will have no choice but to turn the two of them in. Chell asks Ian if he is helping them and how Durga is doing. The protagonist responds that his brother doesn't seem to be doing well, and that as for Durga, he's already been captured, so they can't do anything. Ian starts walking toward them and tells them to prepare to leave with the Celestial Warriors at dawn. They would depart immediately, as they have no other place to hide except with their own families. He asks where they were headed, and Mary responds, Fontrol. Ian thinks that Fontrol is to the north from there, and by his calculations, it would take about 2 weeks if they detour through Mariloff. She asks why they should detour through Mariloff, emphasizing that they should stop there to pick up some clothes and food. The protagonist says that Mariloff has completely closed its gates, killed the butler, and isolated itself. Mary is shocked to hear this, starts to despair, and says that this can't be happening, that they couldn't do that to her. Mary runs to Ian, shouting, and grabs him by the shoulders, saying that she needs to stop by the mansion's room first, and then head to Mariloff. The protagonist gets irritated and asks if she's completely lost her mind. Mary says that if Durga is alive, they just need to wait until the palace responds because they won't be able to expel them, as the Empire wouldn't dare. She says she'll borrow money and get some help. Ian looks at her sternly and pushes her hand away, saying that if she doesn't shut up, he will shut her up. He starts to leave, thinking that she can't understand what's really happening. Mary stays in the corner of the wall, while Ian watches her, wondering what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Night falls, and Kakantir heads to the entrance. He helps the protagonist out and asks if they were really inside, praising Ian's work. The protagonist confirms and says that all of it is thanks to the Celestial Warriors. He emphasizes that they can send them off as soon as the sun rises. Kakantir agrees and tells Shuel and Naru to take charge of it. He approaches the two, and instructs them to do it as far away as possible, and once it's done, to bury them as deep as possible so no one can find them. They put on their armor, take their horses, and leave. Cockatier thinks to himself that now he wants to see how long the damned soldiers from the capital will keep lurking around. The next day, Philip opens the door to the room and shouts for his captain. He announces that Mary and Chell have been found. She is surprised and asks where. Philip opens the map and says at the northern gates. They passed through the soldiers at the gates and escaped. Philip notes that there were 4 of them, and that, apparently, they split into 2 groups as soon as they left the gates. She reflects for a moment and comments that Mariloff is in quarantine to avoid getting dragged into this mess, so they probably aren't heading there. She asks if the Count's wife was from Fontrol. Philip confirms, and she asks him to send a letter to them. Philip asks how many people they should send to pursue them. She considers that she needs to be smart about this, as it could be a trap, or they might have hidden forces. If she sends too many on the tracking team, the Celestial Warriors might take control of the mansion. After thinking for a while, she decides to send 20 people, emphasizing that they should do their best to keep the 2 alive. But if there's no other option, bringing their bodies or even just their heads would be sufficient. She smiles, thinking that the opportunity is before her. If she captures the 2, no one will be able to contest her rise as Lady of Brock. That way, she could easily defeat Ian and those damned savages. The soldiers begin searching the forest, but as soon as they reach a certain point, Cockatier and Ian's plan goes into action. Swift and ruthless, Naru and Shuel eliminate all 20 soldiers sent. This news spreads quickly, and Erica is shocked to learn that all the people she sent for the tracking mission were killed. A heavily injured soldier bows before her and says he was the only one who managed to escape. He reports that they killed the team captain in seconds, and after that, it was basically a massacre. They called themselves the Knights of Derga, and were extremely strong. Erica becomes even more enraged by all of this. She asks if he remembers where it happened, and if he saw Mary and Chell. The soldier says yes, he remembered, and was sure he saw the 2 of them. She decides to form a second team and dismisses him, and he thanks her for that. As soon as he leaves, Erica begins to feel furious. She slams the table, shouting and asking why the capital isn't responding. Her soldier suggests that it might be because they're taking the longer route, since an appointment certificate with the Emperor's seal comes with a designated person and a golden carriage. Erica comments that apparently they don't care about efficiency. She asks how Ian and the warriors are doing, and the soldier responds that they haven't noticed any suspicious activity from their side, and that at the moment, they are distracted with the reconstruction of the village. He notes that the people were responding well to him. Erica says that they gained the people's sympathy while she was distracted with the pursuit. Suddenly, she realizes something is wrong. She mentions that they hadn't seen Mary and Chell all this time, and suddenly they appear to escape on horseback. She wonders if those damned people have something to do with it. She shouts, ordering them to bring the person responsible for the stables immediately. She becomes desperate, thinking that the pursuit was the priority, but making such a mistake is unacceptable. She should have checked the Brock's horses too. Suddenly there's a knock on the door, and she tells them to come in. The protagonist opens the door smiling and calls her, asking if she's made any progress in the pursuit. Erica asks why he is interested in this matter. Ian responds that he's just curious, because if the 2 are alive, he might be in danger. However, he pauses and comments about the people who fled with them. The protagonist asks if she's sure those people were Brock Knights. He asks if she's really certain there aren't any traitors on her side. She starts to speak, but he interrupts, asking if those traitors hid Mary and Chell from her to make things more difficult, which would be quite terrible. The Royal Investigators' mission was to bring down Brock. To complete the mission, they needed to capture the mother and child, but if those 2 disappeared, they couldn't complete the mission until they were found. Even if it's just their corpses, they must report their life or death before they can conclude the mission. Erica begins to curse the protagonist, calling him a dirty, illegitimate bastard, and asks how he found the 2. Ian, confused, asks what she's talking about. She yells at him to stop pretending to be an idiot and asserts that those knights were the Celestial Warriors he brought. She asks if he's really joining forces with those barbarians against the Empire, and places her sword next to his neck. Ian remains calm, asking what she's talking about, and how she could blame an innocent person like that. He says that if she wants, she can personally check the Celestial Warriors who came with him. That way, she could verify if anyone is missing. She becomes even more irritated by all of this. He smiles and asks if she's not going to check because it seems that the Royal Investigators are quite lax when doing their job. Suddenly, Philip appears, calling her. He reports that, according to the stablemaster, 2 horses have disappeared. She is furious about this. Ian comments that they were indeed the family's horses and says he's sure this is the work of a traitor, urging her to investigate it as soon as possible. Trembling with anger, she shouts that she'll be the one to kill him for sure. He smiles and asks her not to be like that, as he's getting scared. In the corridor, she yells at Philip to gather the soldiers, leaving only a few there. She tells him to make sure all the soldiers go after them. Philip tries to say something, but she cuts him off and emphasizes that the knights who fled with the two are probably celestial warriors, so they must not let their guard down. She says they may deny it, but in the end, she will catch them all and expose everything to the Empire. She instructs Philip to keep an eye on Ian and the chief of the celestial warriors and to report immediately if he notices anything strange. Philip quickly starts gathering all the soldiers. Nursarin receives a letter saying that the royal investigators are on the move. He comments that he needs to send a message to Shuel and Naru to get rid of the two as quickly as possible, and asks if it's okay for him to send it. Kakantir agrees, but first suggests that Nursarin feed the falcon something sweet, because it's been acting strange lately. Nursarin comments that the two are probably in the mountains, and he's unsure how they'll manage since they're used to the sandy desert. Kakantir asks Nursarin if he doesn't trust his family. Nursarin responds that he does because they're warriors, but he's quite concerned. He emphasizes that they need to kill Derga and wrap things up when the Central Army leaves. Nursarin sends the message and comments that they can't leave their home empty for too long. Kakantir agrees but says that if Ian has to head to the palace as planned, he'll have to leave that territory behind, and questions who will be responsible for taking care of everyone there. Nursarin admits he's been wondering the same thing. The redhead would go to the capital with Ian, and even if he didn't, managing a territory would be a bit too much for him. The two stare at each other for a few seconds, and Nursarin quickly says he doesn't want to stay. Kakantir asks what he's talking about. Nursarin asks if Kakantir is suggesting that he stay there. Kakantir questions if that's what he understood. Nursarin takes a deep breath and says that it would probably be better for the celestial warriors if he stayed there, but he emphasizes that he's not sure if the protagonist would approve of it. Nursarin mentions that there's an extremely important reason that might prevent him from staying. He doesn't want to because it's too cold there. Kakantir agrees that this is indeed an important factor. Nursarin looks up at the sky and says that he hopes the appointment letter arrives before the cold intensifies, as it seems to be delayed. Kakantir agrees and wonders what the people at the palace were doing during the night in burial. In the central palace of the first prince, Marev, he was sitting at his desk when he heard a knock on the door. He asks the person to enter. A man opens the door and apologizes for arriving so late. Marev looks at the man and asks why he's there at that hour. The man hands Marev a letter and explains that it's a secret letter sent by Count Brock, and although it doesn't have a seal, it was accompanied by the family's treasure. The prince looks at the letter and begins to read. He smiles, asks the man to read it too, and then asks him which parts he thinks are true and which are false. The man responds that it's quite mixed and difficult to distinguish. Marev comments that the part saying Sir Malin and the second prince offered to join the Noble Alliance Union is probably true, as the meeting exists, and Malin is on Gale's side. However, the part that says, I refused out of consideration for the first prince, but I was hurt by being incriminated by Malin and Ian for tax evasion, is clearly a lie. Marev comments that Derga isn't close enough to him to refuse the second prince. The man agrees, saying that's exactly what he believes too, but the part about the refusal is likely true. Marev explains that it's probably because the tax evasion was real that Derga kept his distance, but since there was a report, the investigators were sent. Marev asks who the captain that was sent is. The man responds that it was Erica, known to be an ally of Malin. The man then asks the first prince if the rumors that the second Prince Gale is planning a coup are true. Marev says that he's also wondering about that. He asks the man to bring all the recent reports on Brock, especially those sent by Malin. Then, Marev reflects and comments that the tomorrow of the letter would be his today. He burns the letter and asks the man to inform everyone that he will be present at the meeting. He hopes that Gale doesn't do anything foolish. Marev says they can begin. The people present are surprised and start whispering among themselves, wondering why the first prince is there. His presence is overwhelming. They question whether they should bring the second Prince Gale as well. While they talk among themselves, Marev just watches. The meeting continues, and at the end they discuss the last item on the agenda, Count Brock's tax evasion. They mention that although they recovered some of his assets after confirming the truth of the matter, due to his resistance during the process, the royal investigators and the foot soldiers under Derga's command ended up in a fight. However, the investigators managed to obtain victory and capture Derga. His direct family, consisting of his wife and son, are being pursued at this very moment. They comment that it was bad enough to commit tax evasion, but resisting is unacceptable. Derga needs to be severely accused, and they plan to bring the case to the emperor immediately. Suddenly, Marev raises his hand and says he has a question. He asks if the only people to be executed will be the count, his wife, and his son, because he was reading the reports and, according to the information he received, Derga has an illegitimate son named Ian. The people respond that Ian has already been considered unfit to be registered as part of the family and should be enslaved rather than executed, according to the law. Moreover, he was able to make peace with the celestial warriors and made the borders safer. They ask the prince if he had something in mind. Marev replies that no, he was just curious. Marev begins to think that if Malin and the illegitimate son work together to expose Derga, it could mean that even he is on Gale's side. If that is indeed the case, it will be a significant problem. The people at the meeting ask how they will manage the territory after eliminating the Brock family. One of them suggests that they could send someone from the royal family there, as it would be extremely bad to allow a neighboring power to absorb that territory and become even more powerful. The faster they resolve this, the sooner they can collect the taxes that were evaded. Marev says he's a bit concerned about this situation. He points out that the citizens and investigators have already clashed once, and that they will be against someone from the capital governing the territory. He adds that this would affect the products produced in those lands, and with Brock being so close to the Celestial Warriors' territory, it would be a significant problem. He asks if there is anyone who speaks the Celestial Warriors' language. The people exchange glances and respond that there isn't. A woman named Wesley, the Minister of Magic, asks if the first prince has any ideas. He smiles and says they will delay the appointment of the Lord of the territory a bit. Wesley comments that it would be even worse if the Lord's position remains vacant. Marev responds that he just needs to dispatch a counselor to fill that position temporarily. He needs to observe how the counselor performs to ensure that the people are satisfied. Only after that will he appoint a lord. Wesley suggests that Captain Erica, who is already there, should be left as the lady of the territory. Marev asks if she is referring to the captain of the investigation team and states that Erica is seen as a killer by the civilians. Moreover, she is only after 3 people and still needs to discover the location of 2 of them. He emphasizes that this was an order from the emperor and that they need to take care of this quickly for the emperor's sake and the honor of burial. Another man comments that both opinions make sense, but he would like to hear the rest of the attendees. They continue discussing the matter, and after a while, they agree that everyone has shared their opinions and that they now need to conclude. A few days later, they learned through a falcon that Mary and Chell were dead and that Durga's execution was being prepared, along with the appointment of the Lord of Brock. Meanwhile, the people were shouting that the capital's army was leaving. The crowd commented that they were after Lady Brock and young Chell. Others said they heard rumors that they escaped some time ago, and apparently that was true. One of the men warned them to be careful about what they say, as they were traitors to the empire. As the soldiers passed by, the people shouted, saying they were glad to see them leaving and hoped they never returned. The civilians were furious with the army, as the conflict had brought many losses, both material and in lives. From a distance, Erica observed all of this and thought that everyone was happy. She only hoped they could bring the bodies back. She turns and heads back to the mansion, but is stopped at the door. Erica yells at the man standing there. The warrior says that they will be using the mansion from now on and emphasizes that, with the capital's army having left, since Erica and her soldiers were only 5 people, they could stay in the tents. She becomes furious and yells at him, asking if he was crazy and if he knew who he was talking to. The warrior tells her that if she has any complaints, she should take them up with Kakantir. She demands to be taken to Kakantir. As soon as she enters the mansion, she starts yelling, asking if they were joking with her. She says she won't allow them to use the mansion. Erica points out that the warriors are already used to living in tents. Kakantir responds that if she wants to use the mansion, there will have to be fewer warriors there. She asks what he means by that. Kakantir replies that if she wants, she can give them a room to use, as there is still a storage room at the end of the corridor. He looks at her angrily and says that if it's difficult for her to reduce the number of team members, he can help with that, as he needs to kill something before his sword rusts. She becomes furious and curses them, thinking that if she had the lordship appointment certificate, she could expel them right then. Suddenly, Philip bursts through the door, excitedly calling out to his captain. He says that it has finally arrived. She asks what has arrived, and he replies that it's the letter from the capital. Erica is overjoyed, begins shouting with happiness, and declares that finally, they will all be dead by her hands. Philip congratulates his captain, and she says she will go down immediately to receive it. Philip tells her there's no need to go down as he brought the letter to her. As soon as he says this, all the happiness drains from Erica. He shows her the letter and says it was delivered by a pigeon. Ian starts laughing while Erica is utterly disappointed. Kakantir doesn't understand what's happening. Philip calls out to his captain and asks if he said something wrong. She takes the letter, trembling. Kakantir comments that this isn't a letter appointing a new lord, questioning why something so important would be delivered by a pigeon. The protagonist is crying with laughter and remarks that he's sure it's not the appointment letter. The letter reads, "Therefore the palace will send temporary counselors to manage the reconstruction. The counselors will be Ramandro, Malin, Mac, and Dagor. Ramandro will be in charge of punishing Durga Brock. The Lord's appointment will take place after the territory has been stabilized." Upon reading this, Erica begins to tremble with rage. Kakantir approaches her and takes the letter from her hand. She yells at him to give the letter back. He says that this is a letter from the assembly and hands it to the protagonist, asking him to read it. Ian starts reading the entire letter and says that the Lord's appointment is being delayed, and instead, counselors will be sent to the territory to temporarily replace the Lord. Kakantir asks what the counselors will do there. The protagonist responds that, according to the letter, they will be responsible for the reconstruction of the territory. Basically, they will be the ones to evaluate the protagonist and the celestial warriors. Kakantir looks at Erica and mocks her, asking if this means that those people are more important than her. Erica realizes that in that letter, they said they would delay the appointment, which means she won't be the one responsible for sentencing Durga to death. She understands that, in the end, she'll just be like a dog chasing traitors and will be completely discarded from becoming the Lord. She wonders how things reached this point. While she's lost in thought, Ian surprises her by asking if she wants to talk a little. He says he doesn't know much, but he's willing to help her become the one responsible for executing Durga. She's surprised by this and asks how. The protagonist explains that those who read the letter just need to keep quiet. He mentions that there are still 2 weeks until Ramandro arrives, and they just need to kill Durga before then, preventing Ramandro and Durga from meeting. Ian says he only wants one thing in return. The actual execution must be carried out by the celestial warriors. He emphasizes that, in the end, it doesn't matter who kills him. With no other options, Erica lowers her head and says she will consider the proposal. She leaves the room, thinking that she has no more choices. As soon as Erica opens the door to leave, Sue appears there. Kakantir asks what she's doing there, and Sue, nervously stammering, tries to explain. She musters up the courage, shows a dead pigeon, and asks if that was also sent by the palace. Kakantir scolds her, saying that she can't help but cause trouble. Frightened, Sue apologizes, explaining that the pigeon kept pecking at the window non-stop, and she ended up getting annoyed. Ian takes the letter from the pigeon and starts reading. The letter says, "Erica, this is Malin. We have a problem. Durga must have written a letter to the first prince before all this. Thanks to that, the first prince suddenly attended the assembly and dismissed the chances of appointing a lord. I'll be heading to Brock to try to create an opportunity, so don't feel too bad." The protagonist reads the letter aloud and comments that he knew things were going too smoothly. Kakantir says that this is a power struggle and asks when Durga managed to send a letter. The protagonist replies that he doesn't know, but it was pointless since the first prince managed to complicate the situation for everyone. However, Ian says that things are actually in his favor. He mentions that he will have to treat Ramandro very well when he arrives, because the first prince is already assuming that the protagonist and Malin are working together, which could make him think that Ian is on the second prince's side. Kakantir comments that Malin sees them as a problem, especially Ian. The protagonist responds that this is precisely why they need to make their position clear, as they can't afford to create enemies on both sides. Kakantir asks Ian if he's planning to side with the first prince. The protagonist replies that Marav is the most qualified and also the legitimate heir. He emphasizes that the counselor was appointed to manage the reconstruction, so his opinion could determine when the celestial warriors will be allowed to return. Kakantir says he will bring this up and notes that their real goal will be achieved once Durga is dead. Therefore, he plans to send some warriors back before autumn arrives. Ian replies that he expected as much. Kakantir says that now everything depends on the protagonist playing the mind games well to succeed in becoming Lord. Ian agrees and tells Kakantir not to worry. The preparations for Durga's execution were almost complete in the prison. Someone was walking through the corridors. Durga was tied up and lying on the floor. Ian enters the cell with him and says that today is the day of the execution. He kneels down and mentions that he heard they endured for a while and delivered a stillborn. The protagonist asks if they even handed it over to the prince. Ian tells his father that he is grateful for all of this because, thanks to him, Erica didn't get the appointment as feudal lord, and that's why they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. He emphasizes that the execution was brought forward. Durga starts to panic. Ian says that Mary and Shell have also been killed. Among those bearing the name Brock, Durga is the last one alive. He stands up and steps on Durga's head, asking him not to be so resentful, with hatred in his heart. The protagonist says that Durga forcibly fathered a child with a woman from a brothel, separated the mother from the child to sell them, and mistreated them as he pleased. Moreover, he also tried to deceive the clan of celestial warriors out of greed, embezzled taxes, and was abandoned by both the imperial capital and the locals. Looking directly into Durga's eyes, Ian asks him if this isn't karma. Desperate, Durga begins to cry. Shuel appears in the cell and calls the protagonist, saying they need to leave. Before leaving, the protagonist takes one last look at Durga, who is still writhing on the ground. As they exit the prison, the warriors say a few things. Ian listens, but he is distracted. He looks toward the mansion's window, where Erica is watching him. She closes the curtains and starts to think that the situation has turned into chaos. She wonders why Malin hasn't contacted her yet. Erica gets irritated, thinking he should already know the council's decision, and a carrier pigeon should have already arrived for her. If things continue like this, after the execution, she won't be able to stay in Brock any longer. Suddenly, a soldier approaches her and says that the preparations for the execution were all ready. She looks at him and says she understands, grabs the letter from her desk, and asks him to show the way. Under a gray sky, everyone gathers. Erica orders them to bring the criminal, all beaten and trembling. Durga begins to climb the stairs slowly. As he ascends, one of the soldiers strikes his back with a whip. As soon as he reaches the top, people begin to comment that it is Count Brock. They are surprised, saying that he was skinned alive. The crowd wonders if they also captured Mary and Chell. Others explain that after the execution, the rest of the royal investigation team would join the pursuit. This means that all the outsiders were leaving, as the Celestial Warriors clan would depart before winter arrived. They celebrate, saying that life was finally returning to normal. Durga stands before everyone, prepared for his punishment. The trumpet sounds, and Erica begins to read the decree. She introduces herself, saying her name is Erica, and she is the head of the royal investigation team. From now on, in the name of His Majesty, the Emperor, she will declare the crimes of Durga Brock. She starts by saying that, first and foremost, there is the crime of tax evasion. The people ask what she is talking about, as it seems they were being deceived by the Count. Erica says that the place most affected by this was the MANHWA mine's production, which reached 60,000 tons. However, the capital's report was only half of that, so the difference amounted to an impressive 8,000 gold coins. As soon as the population hears this, they become furious and start cursing and throwing stones at the Count, asking what he did with their money, as they sold their houses and worked as slaves to pay the taxes. Even the children were in pain and injured from working so much. Erica continues reading and states that as a result, for those in the burial empire bearing the surname Brock, there will be nothing but eternal death. The Count's eyes are uncovered, and his last sight is utterly terrifying. In front of everyone, Erica declares that by the Emperor's order, she expels the Brock family. Everyone is filled with anger, shouting for him to die, as he was a demon who deceived everyone, bringing hunger and misery to many people. They shouted that because of him, many families lost their loved ones. Amidst all of them, Ian was serious and silent, looking at Durga's face. The gallows are activated, and the Count begins to be hanged. Erica says that if anyone has any complaints against him, they should throw a stone. The stones they throw will become the foundation of Burial's center, and will build a wall that will solidify the prestige of the imperial palace. The people shouted and threw stones at the Count, who only writhed in pain. Suddenly a scream is heard from among the crowd. Kakantir with the celestial warriors appears, calling the Count's name. Without hesitation, they grab their spears, prepare and throw them with hatred. Kakantir is the first to throw. With great force he hurls his spear, which pierces the Count's body. After Kakantir throws, two more are thrown, hitting the Count's body squarely. Durga was killed. Kakantir looks at his body along with his companions. Erica shouts that Durga Brock is dead. Kakantir keeps looking and asks Ian if he is okay. The protagonist is a little confused by this question. Kakantir says that he hadn't thrown anything at Durga and asks if it shouldn't have been the protagonist's hand that strangled Durga's neck instead of that rope. Ian says yes, but after he looked at Durga as he was dying, he felt a little strange, and it made him think about the things he didn't get to say. Kakantir asks what those things might be. The protagonist keeps looking and thinks, make sure to ask Ian the bastard for forgiveness not from him, but from the real Ian. He thinks that in this life, the story changed, but originally, just for inheriting the Count's blood, while still young, he would have been sold beyond the border and turned into a handful of sand. Kakantir asks the protagonist if he doesn't feel a good sense that it's all over. Ian says yes, but he looks up at the sky, saying that he knows this is just the beginning. The blood was spread across the ground. Erica asks if they had any response from the auxiliary troops from the capital. Philip says they arrived, but they reported that they lost any trace of Mary and Chell. She gets irritated and asks where they lost the trail. He responds that the tracks disappeared near a stream and that there are no signs of them entering the forest. The soldiers received a carrier pigeon telling them to return to the capital if the pursuit extended. She is surprised to hear this. Philip emphasizes that he heard that all the soldiers sent to the provinces were ordered to return. He says he doesn't know if it was a decision of the General Assembly or not. She lowers her head and thinks that even the auxiliary troops from the capital couldn't find them. This makes her question if she will really be able to find the two with her team. Philip asks if she received any news from Lord Mullen. She asks what he is talking about. He explains that he heard from the auxiliary troops that the order to follow the General Assembly's decision came from Mullen, and that he asked what her plans were, but he couldn't answer because he didn't know anything about it. All this information left Erica surprised. She asks if a carrier pigeon really arrived from Mullen. She thinks that carrier pigeons use mana stones, so it's impossible for them to get lost. It could only have been one thing. A hawk killed the pigeon. She runs to the mansion and opens the door, calling the protagonist. Ian asks what was so urgent. She looks at Nursaran and says that it seems she will need to open the stomachs of all the hawks and falcons there. Nursaran gets irritated and asks her to stop being ridiculous. He would kill all her soldiers before she even thought of doing that. He asks if she wants to be hanged with Durga. She yells at him, saying that this was a very serious matter. One of the hawks ate a carrier pigeon. Ian calls her. Erica asks if he knows anything about it. He says that to be more precise, it wasn't a hawk or a falcon. There was an accident. They buried the pigeon and removed the mana stone. He opens the drawer and shows the things inside. Erica yells at him, asking how he dared to take a carrier pigeon from the Imperial Palace. This is a serious offense. The protagonist says that it wasn't from the Imperial Palace, but rather a personal pigeon from Mullen. Erica starts to sweat upon hearing this, and thinks about what Mullen might have written to her privately. She considers that he's not so foolish, so he likely wouldn't have written anything about their plans, but it could still be used as evidence of conspiracy to delay everything. She asks Ian to return the letter. He stands up and says he will return it, but asks her to finish the investigation in a maximum of 4 days and leave. He smiles, saying it seemed like an urgent letter from Mullen. He extends his hand to her with the letter, saying he would be grateful if she confirmed she would leave immediately and not after 4 days. She starts trembling with rage, thinking that he is insinuating that he would only hand over the letter if she agreed to leave within 4 days. With no choice, Erica takes the letter and says that, as far as she's concerned, that's fine. She'll collect the corpse tomorrow and leave. Before leaving, she calls out to him and says she thinks it's better if he also departs before the counselor arrives, because he's sorely mistaken if he thinks he's safe, just because he's not on the Brock family registry. She emphasizes that the counselor was officially tasked with managing the territory, and warns him not to think that, as a child from the red light district, he can stand up to the counselor just because he has a tribe of barbarians. Ian and Nursaran look at her. Ian is irritated by hearing so many insults for so long. With a serious look, he asks her to take back what she said about the clan of celestial warriors, as it would be difficult to explain her death to the counselor. Erica begins to walk towards him and says that it seems he still doesn't understand his current situation. She threatens him, saying that she will return and that he will pay for everything. He smiles and says he doubts that will happen. Ian opens his eyes, releasing his power, and tells her that she shouldn't hope to return. He starts to accumulate a strong energy in his hand and tells her to find the bodies of Mary and Chell soon and run safely to the capital because, if she continues like this, she might end up dying in some foreign land. Seeing all this power, Erica becomes frightened, realizing that Ian is a magic user. Still looking at her, Ian smiles, stops his power, and asks her to leave immediately. If she really wants to return, he will be there waiting for her. After that, Erica leaves the room with her head down. Philip runs up to her and asks if she's okay and what Ian said. A bit shaken, she thinks she never imagined he was a magic user, and wonders if that's the reason for his confidence. She decides that it's better to forget about the enslavement. The people in the capital will fight to try to invite him there. She tells Philip to gather their things. He is confused, but she grabs the horse and says they are leaving that territory. Erica asks Philip to deliver Durga's body to the auxiliary troops, while they go after Mary and Chell. She thinks that if she's going to suffer, it might as well be quick and show her sincerity to the capital. With her entire team, she leaves the territory. Ian watches her and thinks that now that things are going as planned, he should visit her. Sometime later, the protagonist is walking through the forest with the redhead. He asks Beric if this is really the right path, and Beric replies that maybe it is. Ian asks what he means by maybe. Beric explains that there is a mark here, a black stone, and emphasizes that the protagonist had asked to hide it well, so most people wouldn't be able to find this place. After a few meters, the redhead says they've arrived. Ian is shocked. He looks at the house but doesn't see anyone. Beric looks around and asks if she went somewhere. Ian begins to observe the house. Everything is well arranged, but he doesn't see any Silask there. Suddenly, a basket of fruit falls to the ground. Philia is shocked to see Ian from behind. She calls out her son's name. He turns to her and, smiling, asks if she is okay. She runs towards him, shouting his name, and hugs him tightly, thanking him. She looks at him and asks what is going on and if he's been eating properly because he looks very thin. The redhead doesn't understand anything and asks if the protagonist really doesn't look well. Ian tells his mother that it will take a long time to explain everything, so they should sit down and talk more calmly. After some time, he explains everything to her. Philia asks if the entire Brock family was... He looks at her and says that's exactly why he needs to tell her something. She says he can tell her anything. Ian takes his mother's hand and says that although Derga is dead, there is still much to be done, not to mention that some people from the capital are coming, and he's planning to return with them to the capital. Philia remains silent for a moment. Ian emphasizes that he might not be able to stay with her in the future. Her eyes start to fill with tears. Lowering her head, the tears stream down her face. She looks at him and asks if she will be able to see him whenever she wants. Seeing his mother's sadness, Ian lowers his head and says yes. She holds his hand tightly, then hugs him tightly and says that if that's the case, then it's okay. That's enough for her. Philia says that, in truth, she doesn't want to go back to the city. Looking at nature, with her hair blowing in the wind, she states that this is much better than that basement in the slum. She likes waking up with the sun and a refreshing stream nearby. Moreover, she says that if the protagonist wants to keep living bravely, she would be happy and proud of the son she has. He smiles and holds her hand. Ian assures her that things will end quickly and that she should live freely and in peace. For that reason, he would find a great place for her. Philia says she's fine where she is. She closes her eyes and thinks that a war has reached the territory. Derga is dead. So many things have happened, but her son is fine, and she thanks God for that. The protagonist remembers something and asks if she recalls where she got those red flowers she gave him in the garden. She thinks for a moment and says it was his payment for doing something for the Marquis Guild. He asks what guild that is. She says she doesn't remember the name, but it was one of the big guilds. They needed so much labor that he helped the guild leader make a good amount of money and a pot of flowers. Ian asks if she remembers anything more specific. She says she heard there was a noble in the Marquis Guild. She tries to remember his name but can't, emphasizing that the protagonist had been very happy about it. He becomes thoughtful and reflects that he wasn't sure about this connection between Silask, the owner of the jewel, and this mysterious guild, but he believes that if this guild is so big, there must be someone in the city who remembers it. The protagonist stands up, and his mother asks if he's already leaving. Ian says he has some things to take care of, but will return soon. She remembers something and mentions that the protagonist had asked her to gather gullah seeds. Philia throws a full bag on the ground, impressing them both, but then she brings more bags with a smile on her face, saying that he had asked her to gather these seeds and that she still had 2 more bags. The protagonist says he didn't know she had a knack for horticulture. Philia says she gathered so many seeds because she was trying to keep busy since she had a lot of time. She asks what he's going to use them for. Ian explains that actually, gullah seeds aren't poisonous but edible. He takes one and pops it into his mouth, nearly giving his mother and the redhead a heart attack. Beric grabs his face, screaming and asking how he can go around eating strange things when no one's looking, and tells him to spit it out. The protagonist swallows the seed, making Beric even more nervous, cursing him. The redhead lets go of the protagonist, and Ian tells him he needs to work harder. Beric asks if it's to carry the protagonist's unconscious body. The protagonist replies no and smiles, telling him to carry all the gullah seeds from there and hide them in the mansion. Meanwhile, on the road, a carriage was passing by. A man was upset, sitting inside. He thinks that Prince Marav was very cruel. This man is Ramandro, a reconstruction advisor. Ramandro thinks he didn't even have time to return from the Great Temple earthquake and was immediately sent to Brock without even being able to refuse. He cries, saying he misses his wife. Suddenly, Malin calls him, asking how he thinks the situation in the former Brock territory will be. He says that based on Erica's report, things seem serious. He is unsure how things were resolved, so they would be lucky if they weren't stoned as soon as they arrived. Malin doesn't like what he hears, and thinks that even the simple plan of sending soldiers after Erica had organized everything and taken control of the territory failed, all because of that inferior trash. He says it would be great if nothing surprising or unexpected happened. As they arrive at the mansion, they see the celestial warriors in control of everything. Ramandro is terrified at the sight of them. Trembling, he shouts inside the carriage, asking if those are from the tribe of celestial warriors. He hadn't received any reports about this. Mullen thinks they probably didn't tell him because nothing good would have come from that information. Suddenly, someone knocks on the carriage door. Ramandro looks out the window. The protagonist asks if he is Ramandro, the advisor sent by the imperial court. Ian greets all of them, who then look at the protagonist. Mullen calls him Ian Brock. The protagonist looks at him and asks him to be a little more careful, as there was no one there by the name Brock. Ian says it was probably difficult for them to hear the news due to the distance, so he would explain everything in detail as they went inside. Once inside, the protagonist says he will introduce everyone there. He calls Kakantir and introduces him, saying that he is the chief of the Celestial Warriors clan, and behind him is his brother, Nursarin. The protagonist also introduces Ramandro to the two. Kakantir comments that Ramandro came from far away, trembling with fear. Ramandro responds that yes, and says it's a pleasure to meet them in person. Ian begins to explain to everyone there that Brock and the Celestial Warriors clan are allies who signed a peace agreement. He emphasizes that when he was in the Great Desert, he discovered that a major conflict was occurring there. The Celestial Warriors came to fulfill their side of the agreement when they discovered the great crimes of Durga Brock. A war between Durga and the royal investigators was inevitable. So, with the investigation team occupied with their work, the Celestial Warriors helped with the reconstruction. Ramandro comments that there was no mention of this in the reports and asks what happened to Captain Erica. The protagonist says she was after Durga's wife and son, who had escaped. Mullen doesn't like this and pulls a paper from his pocket, throwing it on the table and saying that it is the order to get rid of the protagonist. Mullen says that Ian has Durga's blood, and according to imperial law, he is a slave, and yet he behaves this way. As Ian reads the paper, Mullen asks what Captain Erica is doing because if she hasn't gone mad, it means the protagonist forced her to do this. Ian throws the paper on the table and says he is someone who went beyond the border. Although his heart is in burial, he is formally a resident of the Great Desert. If they really want to get rid of him, then he will return to the desert. Mullen shouts, asking who decided that. Suddenly, Kakantir speaks up, saying that he made the decision, emphasizing that the territory is stable again, and that's why they were planning to leave and keep only the minimum number of necessary people. The two stare at each other. Ramandro asks them to remain calm, as there is no need to rush into a decision. Ian smiles and says that if the advisor has spoken, then everything is settled. He adds that he was eager to meet him after hearing that the Imperial Court was sending a reconstruction specialist. Ramandro is pleased to hear this and says that on the way, he noticed that things were much better than he had imagined. He mentions that the first prince is giving special attention to the reconstruction. Suddenly, Mullen gets agitated and shouts at Ramandro, standing up and saying that this is not something that can be ignored. Just the fact that the protagonist allowed the tribe of celestial warriors to enter burial can be considered treason. He asks if Ramandro was really thinking of letting the fief be controlled by those savages. Ramandro responds that the lives of the people are at stake, so why should he care about that help? Mullen keeps shouting, saying that the law of burial must be followed in burial. He yells at the protagonist, saying that even if he returns to the Great Desert now, there is no choice but to enforce the law. Ramandro shouts back at Mullen. He thinks the situation is a mess, and to protect himself from Mullen, who is from the Second Prince's faction, and to rebuild the fief, he believes he needs this boy named Ian. The protagonist says that if he returns to the desert, things will become difficult for Mullen. Mullen thinks the protagonist is more extraordinary than he had imagined and realizes he needs to remove Ian from there as quickly as possible so that Erica can return. He calls Kakantir and says he will inform the Imperial Court about the assistance provided by the Celestial Warriors tribe. Mullen emphasizes that it will be better for everyone involved if the Celestial Warriors do not listen to those beneath them and retreat now, as the advisor himself said, since most of the reconstruction has been completed and there is no need for them to stay there. Suddenly, a massive energy begins to fill the place, causing all the papers to fly around. Ramandro is completely shocked by what he sees. Mullen becomes worried, and Kakantir merely observes the power of his ally. Ian, with a terrifying tone and a serious look, says that he has already made it clear that things will get ugly if he has to return to the Great Desert. Ramandro asks if Ian is really a magic user. He stands up and shouts, asking since when the protagonist has been using this power. Ian replies that he's not sure, as it's a power he has been using naturally for some time now. Ramandro becomes overjoyed, saying that life is full of surprises and that he never imagined finding a magic user outside of the Ministry of Magic. He thinks the protagonist is really mature for his age and that everything that has happened in Brock so far must be connected to him. Ramandro asks to shake the protagonist's hand, mentioning that there's a saying that meeting a magic user before he becomes a mage brings good luck. Ian smiles and says it would be an honor for him. Ramandro grabs the protagonist's hand, smiling, and says the honor is all his, as he feels things will improve greatly from now on. Malin sees this and becomes furious. Ramandro asks, please, for the situation to be resolved as quickly as possible so that he can return home and find his wife still in good health. Irritated, Malin thinks that apparently his vision hadn't failed the last time. He ignored what he saw because Ian changed the subject, but he should have confirmed if he was indeed a magic user. His relationship with Durga no longer matters. Malin looks at the protagonist and wonders if he really plans to become the next Lord of Brock. Taking advantage of the situation, Ian asks Ramandro if he is a candidate for Lord. Ramandro responds that he is not, explaining that his mission is to rebuild the county and recover the missing taxes from last year. He says that, at first, he thought it would be impossible, but things have changed. Now that he's there, he realizes that it's possible. Ramandro grabs the protagonist's hand again and smiles, saying that things are improving, especially now that he has met a magic user. Ian thinks that the first prince delayed the appointment of the next lord, and the second prince forced Malin to get involved. The protagonist asks Ramandro if he is following the will of the first prince. Ramandro is surprised and asks how Ian noticed that, emphasizing that Prince Marev is very interested in this place. Ian says he understands and that it is an honor to know that. He offers to help in any way he can. Ramandro starts laughing again and says that if that's the case, he cannot refuse. Malin watches this, seething with anger. The protagonist suggests that they discuss the details after dinner since they all came from afar and should rest a bit. Ramandro is very happy with this, as he was exhausted from spending the entire day in the carriage. As everyone leaves, Malin stays behind and calls the protagonist, saying he would like to talk with him for a bit. Cockatier looks at the protagonist, but Ian confirms that everything is fine. After everyone left and the two were alone in the room, Malin asked Ian what he was doing and why he was complicating things this way. The protagonist said he didn't understand why Malin was saying that. Ian emphasized that he handed over the criminal to Malin, and Malin granted him freedom. There was no agreement on what would happen afterward. Malin, growing very angry, reminded Ian that on that night, he had claimed to know nothing about magic users. Malin stressed that if Ian had been honest that day, things wouldn't have become so distorted. The protagonist asked if he had any obligation to say what Malin wanted to hear. Ian explained that he simply chose the best path for himself at the time. The protagonist pointed out that even if Malin tried to say something now, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Ian asked what Malin really wanted, saying that's what he was trying to figure out. He sat down and asked again, "What does Mr. Malin really desire?" Malin shouted, saying that he needed the next lord to be someone who would help them. If the protagonist didn't want to give up the position, maybe they could reach some sort of agreement. The protagonist asked how he could say such a thing, as the duty of a lord is to follow the emperor's will. Malin began to speak, but someone on the other side of the door shouted, calling for the protagonist and saying that a letter had arrived from Mariloff. Ian said he was on his way and bid farewell to Malin, mentioning that he needed to leave. He suggested that Malin get some rest, as he must be tired from the journey, and as a guest of the palace, Ian assured that everything would be prepared for him. After that, the protagonist opened the door and left, leaving Malin alone in the room. Later that night, in the study, Ramandro was working. While he was writing, someone knocked on the door saying they had brought his dinner. Ramandro asked the person to come in. The butler entered the room, and Ramandro asked if everyone in the mansion ate the same thing. The butler was surprised by the question and placed the food on the table, saying that all of Ramandro's subordinates received the same meal. The butler asked if he would like anything else. Ramandro said no, that he was just curious. He looked at the plate, noting that there were no fresh fruits or vegetables, only preserved food that was dehydrated or smoked. He reflected that apparently the food supply hadn't stabilized yet, but that was common, given that many people had died and the fields were destroyed in the revolt. Ramandro began eating, whistling, while thinking that he didn't mind, as eating at a table and sleeping in a warm place was priceless. After finishing his meal, the protagonist arrived and asked if the food was good. Ramandro invited Ian to come in and asked how Malin was doing. The protagonist replied that he was also having dinner in his room. Ian handed some notes to Ramandro, saying he had come to deliver a compilation of all the information about the reconstruction. Ramandro asked about the state of the food supplies. Ian replied that the Inquisition and the Imperial soldiers had placed a heavy burden on their supply. Now, they were using the mansion's stock, but that would soon run out as well. He handed over some documents and suggested that, for this reason, it would be better to charge only 30% of the normal tax that winter, since the resources reported by the citizens were half of what they were the previous year. He emphasized that they would need enough resources for the reconstruction and mentioned that if the palace waived up to 50% of the taxes for that year, it would be possible to pay. Ramandro was impressed and asked if Ian had calculated all of this. Ian confirmed that he had. Ramandro looked at him and thought he had heard that Ian was an inferior bastard, but the documents were so well detailed that they could be implemented immediately. Ramandro commented that his mission was to restore things to normal, and that he wasn't authorized to adjust these matters. Ian bowed his head and said they would have to proceed with the second best option. He handed over more documents and mentioned that he had received a letter from Mariloff earlier. The protagonist explained that he had asked the Count there to sell some provisions, and they responded that they would send a list with options and prices. Ramandro is delighted with what he is seeing, thinking that Ian did everything perfectly. While Ramandro analyzes the documents, the protagonist comments that the situation in Mariloff with rice and corn grains is also not good, so the price will likely be above normal. Ramandro thinks he has found an angel in his life. If Ian continues to act this way, he'll be able to return home before the first snow falls. The protagonist says they will have to negotiate with Mariloff, but although they don't have many funds, they should be able to secure a week's worth of food. Ramandro responds that Ian doesn't need to worry about that because he has funds for the reconstruction, so they will be able to buy food for 2 months. Ian bows his head in thanks and says he will inform Mariloff after resolving everything. Ian leaves the room silently and mentions that they have a problem. The redhead immediately stands up and walks over to the protagonist, asking what the problem is. Ian says that Ramandro mentioned that he couldn't adjust his objectives. Kakantir asks if Ian hadn't anticipated this. The protagonist responds that he didn't expect this to happen. It seems they will be forced to choose the second best option. Barrack asks if Ramandro mentioned whether he had funds for the reconstruction. Ian confirms that he did, and that the amount is around 3,000 gold coins. The redhead is pleased, saying that this is excellent. Ian comments that getting closer to Mariloff as soon as possible would be the best course of action, so they need to prepare. Kakantir agrees, and adds that Ramandro seemed quite friendly with them. Kakantir asks if the protagonist had the same impression. Ian responds that yes, Ramandro was sent by Prince Marev, so he is willing to oppose Mullen and Prince Gale. Ian comments that the fall of Derga was a conspiracy between him and Mullen, and that's why Ramandro must have thought that the protagonist would side with Prince Gale. However, after seeing Mullen being hostile like that, Ramandro understood that he should stand by the protagonist. Ian emphasizes that if they manage to convince Ramandro, everything will go according to plan. Kakantir admits he was quite surprised by all of this, because he never imagined the Empire would treat magic users so well. He highlights that it's no longer impossible for the protagonist to become a lord, and therefore they need to create an opening before autumn. He calls Nursarin and asks him to ensure that Mullen and his companions are closely watched. Ian then asks the redhead if he did what was requested. Barrack replies that he has already planted all the magic stones for espionage. Ian confirms that everything is ready, and now they can proceed with the plan. In the room, Mac asks Mullen what they should do, as he can't think of anything. Dragor asks him to calm down, but Mac shouts, asking how he could remain calm in such a situation, saying he can't be as relaxed as Dragor. He stresses that whether it's Erica or not, the new lord must be someone on their side, but Ian's attitude is opposed to that. Ian used his status as a magic user, along with the support of the Celestial Warriors clan. Moreover, he showed complete interest in Ramandro, and, not to mention that Ian is very perceptive, he instantly noticed that they were there to watch over Ramandro. Mac asks if it wouldn't be better to support someone other than Erica. Dragor calls him an idiot, and asks if he doesn't know Erica's personality. Dragor explains that she doesn't act out of loyalty to Prince Gale, but purely out of a desire for power. If they don't give her the position of lord, no one knows what she might do. Mullen listens to all this in silence, then turns and says that if the one blocking their path has no intention of moving, and going back is not an option, that leaves them with no choice. They need to remove this obstacle and move forward. Mullen emphasizes that if a magic user is against them, it's better to get rid of him before he becomes a full-fledged mage. Otherwise, it will be impossible. Mac agrees, saying that if Ian becomes a mage and grows faster than they could control, he will only hinder Prince Gale's plans. Mullen thinks that without the protagonist, the barbarians would have no reason to remain there, and Ramandro would have no support to use all his strength. He asserts that an inferior bastard daring to block Prince Gale's plans is unacceptable, and they cannot continue like this. Mullen emphasizes that there's always a solution, and they need to observe the situation over the coming days. Under the table, the magic stone the redhead had installed was active, and elsewhere, Haina was listening to the entire conversation. The Celestial Warriors clan and the Great Desert are to the east of Brock, and to the west, beyond the Mon Desert, lies the neighboring territory of Mariloff. Being next to the kingdom of Hana, Marilov is a territory with active trade, and as they were once close neighbors, the countesses often met. One of the guards asks a carriage to stop and inquires where it is coming from. The man points to the flag and says that the imperial advisor for the former territory of Brock has arrived. The guard orders the gates to be opened. Inside the carriage, Ramandro asks Ian if it's true that they haven't spoken much recently. The protagonist responds affirmatively and explains that after the incident in Brock, they shut their gates tightly, probably thinking it would be too much trouble for them to get involved. Ian reflects that even with all this, they still sent a letter to assess the situation. If a royal advisor hadn't shown up, they probably would have tried to conquer Brock during the chaos. As they arrive at the mansion, Count Carlos introduces himself. Ramandro greets him, stating his name and informing him that he is the advisor sent by the emperor. Carlos glances to the side and asks if that boy is Ian. The protagonist bows his head and says he salutes the Count of Marilov. Carlos comments that he doesn't resemble Derga at all. Ian smiles and thanks him for the compliment. After the greetings, the Count asks them to sit and inquires if they need some supplies. Ramandro says yes and explains that the situation is not good, with each meal being uncertain, so he was considering asking Marilov for help. Carlos says it doesn't seem like they have any other problems. Ramandro responds that the reconstruction is progressing very quickly, so if they can get supplies for 2 months, everything will be resolved, as the plan is to finish building everything before winter. Carlos comments that he thought a lot about the exchanged letters and says that he can't simply ignore the suffering of a neighbor, but he emphasizes that he cannot risk his own skin to save others. He hands some documents to Ramandro, saying it's a list of what they could purchase and the prices. Ramandro examines the list but isn't very satisfied. He asks the Count if he can have some time to discuss it with Ian. Carlos starts laughing and asks if Ramandro is referring to the protagonist. He notes that it seems the people of the capital have no prejudice. Carlos stands up and says he will prepare their meal while they discuss, because since they won't eat so well when they return, he won't let them go hungry while they are here. Ramandro is incredulous at Count Carlos's attitude, commenting that he still thinks he's noble by acting this way. Ian asks to take a look at the list. Ramandro hands it over, and the protagonist begins to read. After examining the list, Ian comments that there are no loads of corn or wheat, let alone potatoes, and everything else costs 5 times the normal price. Ramandro says that's exactly what he was talking about. He doesn't even have words to describe the situation because even if they claim the crisis has also caused them losses, that's still exaggerated. Ian places the list on the table and tells the advisor that if he trusts his choices, he can suggest a much more efficient way to use those funds instead of this. Ramandro asks what he's talking about. The protagonist asks him to come closer and, speaking very quietly into the advisor's ear, reveals his plan. Ramandro is shocked and shouts, asking if that's serious. Count Carlos asks if they were really going to leave. The butler confirms and emphasizes that they said they would act as if this had never happened. Carlos becomes pensive, saying that it seems they are full of confidence, but the tribe of celestial warriors who hate the cold will return soon, and the people are hungry now. They shouldn't have any other options. The butler asks if Carlos would accompany them to the exit, but the Count says no, just let them go home. As they walked away, the Count watched them from the window. Marilov is far from the capital, and has therefore been relatively free from the Emperor's influence. However, if someone from the palace becomes the Lord of Brock, there will certainly be more interference and surveillance from the capital, restricting Marilov, Carlos thinks, concluding that he needs to conquer Brock at all costs. The protagonist comments that this is exactly what Carlos is thinking now. Ramandro says that the Celestial Warriors are on Ian's side, so if they win, their losses won't be small. The protagonist says he must imagine that the great losses are worth it. Ian looks back and thinks that the butler is very late. It seems the Count won't come to them. He calls Ramandro to return quickly. As they were getting into the carriage, a woman approaches them, surprised. Ian looks at her and asks if she is the Count's wife. She smiles and says that indeed, he must be Ian. The protagonist takes her hand and says it's a pleasure to meet her. The woman smiles and says it's also a pleasure to meet him. The protagonist observes her and thinks that she must be the same age as Mary, as the two were very close, but she is much younger than he imagined. He continues to look at her and comments that instead of looking like a noble's wife, she looks more... The woman interrupts and asks if that gentleman there is the imperial advisor. She introduces herself, saying she is Rian Marilov, and it's also a pleasure to meet him. Ramandro introduces himself, confirming that he is indeed the imperial advisor. Rian comments that she just heard they arrived and were already leaving, and asks if they had eaten. Ramandro explains that they were offered a meal, but they were extremely busy, so they were leaving, but could eat together another time. She says it's truly a pity. Looking away, Rien calls the protagonist, saying she was curious about something. Ian replies that she can ask. She leans in and says she was wondering who is using Countess Mary's room now. The protagonist looks at her and asks why she wants to know. Rien explains that she lent something to Mary but hasn't gotten it back yet, so she wanted to know if anyone has been there. The protagonist remembers that in the hideout, Mary was yelling at him, saying she needed to return to her room before they left and then stop by Mariloff. He analyzes the facts and replies that no one has been going to that part of the house. He says she can visit whenever she wants. Rien smiles and asks if she really can, thanking him. The butler arrives, surprised to see Rien, and she comments that their guests were leaving, asking where the Count was. The butler explains that something urgent came up, and it would be difficult for the Count to leave the house at that moment. He also says that the Count asks for their understanding and mentions that as a neighboring territory, they can ask for help whenever they need it. Ramandro asks him to convey his thanks, as they were already about to leave. They get into the carriage and depart, with Rien watching them. Ian looks back at her. Ramandro asks if they are all like that, commenting that even the Count's wife is strange. The protagonist says he didn't imagine she would be so young. He thought she would be the same age as Countess Mary. Ramandro responds that, in any case, that wasn't the issue. He says he needs to hear more about the matter and asks if there really are plants that take less than a month to grow. He gets all excited, saying that this would be one of the greatest discoveries for the Empire. He asks where this plant comes from, what it's called, and how resistant it is. Ian smiles and says that Ramandro also knows this plant. When he discovers it's gula, he's disappointed, lies down and starts crying, saying he didn't expect Ian to say something like that. It seems they should have accepted the Count's offer. The protagonist insists that what he said is true. Gula seeds are great as food. He explains that they can be cooked in various ways, and the nutrition, satisfaction, and efficiency are all incredible. Later, they will be called blessings of the gods. Still crying, Ramandro asks the protagonist to say something that makes sense. Ian says that he has been eating it recently, and guarantees that Ramandro will like it too, emphasizing that the seeds take less than a month to grow, so winter wouldn't be a problem. The carriage driver announces that they've arrived at the city center. The protagonist says they will wait a bit because someone should arrive at any moment. Suddenly, Barrick opens the carriage door, all happy, and announces that the mission is complete. He sits next to the protagonist, drunk. Ian comments that maybe Barrick confused the mission and thought the goal was to get drunk. The redhead replies that no, he just had a little because the bar owner insisted, but he did what was asked. Barrick says he went to the most popular bar in the place and talked to dozens of people. Besides that, he also posted an announcement. Ramandro, not understanding anything, asks what announcement that is. Ian explains that he's going to buy labor from there, so he sent an announcement to Mariloff's central region. He says that for the next month, he's willing to pay 1 gold coin for 3 sacks of gula to anyone who brings them. Ramandro shouts, not believing it, and asks the protagonist if he's serious. The drunk redhead tilts his head and asks if Ian isn't being too generous. The protagonist responds that he needs to do this so that people will search the forests with enthusiasm. He explains that if he thinks about the prosperity generated by a sack of gula, it's well worth it. He says the most important thing is time. If he didn't set the deadline of 1 month, people would start planting gula, but he couldn't let that happen yet. He then asks Barrick how Mariloff's agricultural situation was that year. The redhead responds that apparently it's worse than last year. He explains that they usually don't have good harvests, and the river got even dirtier with the fighting in Brock, making everything even more difficult this year. Because of that, foreign merchants also raised their prices. Ian reflects that if they managed to harvest as much gula as possible, Mariloff could offer them a favorable deal. While the two were talking, Ramandro was sweating nervously, thinking that 1 gold coin for gula is a lot, but the protagonist must have a plan for this. Ramandro thinks that if he doesn't, even if Ian is a magic user, he would need to be slapped to wake up to reality. Later at the mansion, the chef delivers the food and says that he followed Ian's orders, preparing some dishes with gula seeds, gula butter stir-fry, gula cream soup, and gula covered in honey. Trembling with fear, the chef says he's just giving a precautionary warning because he followed Ian's orders. If anything happens, he asks Ramandro to punish only him and spare the other cooks and his daughter. He thinks he still can't relax, despite having a good expression before eating. Ramandro asks if the doctor is ready to attend to him. The protagonist says no, because it's late and the doctor is probably already at home. Ramandro shouts, irritated, saying that he had requested a doctor to be on standby. Ian smiles, saying he was joking and asking Ramandro not to worry so much and to eat already. He takes a bit and puts it in his mouth. Ramandro starts trembling and sweating, dropping the spoon from his hand. He is amazed by the taste. wondering why it's so delicious. The protagonist tells the cooks that they should try it too. They ask if he's serious, and Ian replies that he is, asking if they aren't curious to know the taste. Hannah asks if she could try the dish with honey, and the protagonist says yes, offering it to her with a smile. She thanks him for the food, and upon eating, she says it's really very good. The protagonist smiles and agrees, saying it's indeed good. Hina notes that the seasoning complements the dish well and praises the toasted flavor. The cooks begin to salivate and ask Hina if it's really that good and if they could try it. The protagonist replies that yes, everyone there should try it. The two take some and eat, commenting that it couldn't be gula because it's so good. Gradually, everyone starts saying they would like to try a bit. Ian observes this and thinks that his connection with the people of the territory is an important starting point for spreading gula. One person tries it, then two, and so it grows, until it's recognized throughout the land. Ramandro continues eating and praises the food, asking how Ian discovered it. The protagonist responds that it was just luck. He says they need to create an isolated storage facility to create an environment where gula can be preserved because it sprouts in any soil but is weak against the cold. This way they could rely on gula to get through the winter. The protagonist thinks that while they prepare for winter, they can monopolize all the gula in Brock and Marilov. Ramandro comments that if there are no side effects after a few days, he will write about it in the Imperial Report and asks if that's okay with the protagonist. Ian agrees and tells Ramandro that he should spread the news as much as possible, but he needs to explain how it was discovered. While eating, Ramandro mentions that he will cite Ian in the report and asks if he could have seconds. The protagonist replies that no, they don't have enough yet. He looks at the two cooks and Hina, who couldn't stop eating, and says they shouldn't tell anyone until they have collected enough seeds. Meanwhile, at the palace, Marev was in his father's room, asking if he had called. His father, the emperor, was in bed. He calls for Clay Vorochin, the current emperor of Burial. Clay comments that it seems his son must be quite busy lately, as they hadn't seen each other in a while. Marev agrees, saying that he is indeed very busy. He looks at his father and asks if something was bothering him. Clay asks Marev if there was anything going on between him and Gale. Marev replies no, and asks why his father is asking this. Clay explains that the night before, he dreamed of the mother of that child, that he saw Carolina. He emphasizes that someone he hadn't seen in a long time appeared and told him to call Gale. Marev tries to say something, but his father interrupts him, saying that if Marev says everything is fine, he will believe him. Clay comments that he has taken up too much of his time and that Marev can return to his duties. Without a word, Marev smiles and leaves the room. As soon as he leaves, he finds several people there. He calls a woman and asks if His Majesty's room is being properly attended to. She apologizes and says there hasn't been any problems so far. Marev asks why his father is having nightmares, leaving her shocked. Marev slaps her across the face and she falls to the ground, trembling and scared. He looks at her and says that if he hears anything strange from his father again, he will have everyone in that wing beheaded. The prince turns and starts to leave. Still on the ground, she apologizes for it. Marev asks his butler if there was anything else on his agenda. The butler replies that there wasn't, but mentions that Ramandro sent a report. The contents of the letter are so shocking that he thinks the prince should check it. Marev asks the butler to be quick, as he was tired. The butler approaches and begins to explain everything that was reported. Marev is surprised by what he hears. Durga's illegitimate son named Ian is a magic user. Not only that, but he has also joined the tribe of celestial warriors and taken Brock, and in the midst of all this, Erica was expelled. Marev comments that the situation is becoming a mess and says he will go to the office, asking the butler to follow him. The next morning, in Marilov, two people were talking. One of them asks if they would really give money to anyone who brought gula to Brock. The other says it can't be true, as it's a herb that's useless. The man responds that he doesn't know the reason either, but they said it would be only for a month. The forests and surrounding areas have already been cleared. If they want to gather more, they will have to search deeper. The man asks how much money they are offering. Upon hearing the amount, they scream in surprise. Is it true that it's 1 gold coin for 3 sacks? The people at a lumberyard ask if they were spending money out of boredom, and the other replies that he doesn't know the reason, but thinks life is pretty crazy, as he never imagined someone would give so much money for a weed. But since it's advantageous for them, they don't mind. In no time, several sacks begin to arrive. The protagonist asks how many sacks they got today, and a young man replies that there are 49. Ian comments that everything is happening faster than he had imagined. The people managing the plantation mention that the growth rate of gula is the same regardless of the amount of water used, so they will have to try using different soil. Hena asks if they could use the river soil. Suddenly, Hena starts shouting angrily, telling Ramandro to stop eating because they didn't have enough to plant, and if he ate it all, there wouldn't be any left. Ramandro apologizes and says he didn't know where his head was. While everyone was talking and working, Ian watched happily. Suddenly, the redhead comments that he would guess what Ian was thinking. Barrick says he's sure Ian was thinking about that old man because he's been quiet for some time. Ian confirms, saying that's exactly it. Malin hasn't left his room, but his subordinates are always wandering around, which suggests that his plans are not over yet. The protagonist comments that, besides that, he will also need to retrieve the magic stones soon. The protagonist asks the redhead to inform Ramandro that he should tell Malin they will all have dinner together. Barrick asks what they should do if Malin refuses. Ian replies that they should say it's an important meeting and that his presence is mandatory. As soon as they leave, the redhead should take the opportunity to recover the magic stones. As soon as everyone gathers at the table, Malin asks why they called a meeting all of a sudden. Ian smiles and says that it's been a long time since he had seen his guests and wanted to check if everyone was well and comfortable. Besides, he also had something to say. Dragor sighs and comments that the protagonist seems very busy lately, so he asks him to get straight to the point. Ian replies that it's nothing important. He just discovered a new grain that they could use to survive the winter. Malin asks if he was talking about gula. The protagonist says he expected Malin to know which grain he was referring to. With a serious look, Malin comments that it's impossible not to know because the rumor that the protagonist was paying to buy a useless weed has spread not only throughout Brock, but also across all of Mariloff. Malin asks the protagonist if he was aware of another rumor that claimed he was buying weeds to use the funds and sell the fief to the tribe of celestial warriors. Ian says that's a very interesting rumor, but if he were planning to do that, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble planning and working on the reconstruction, nor would he have left the knights there to deplete the food supplies. Dragor yells at him, asking what he means by deplete. This irritates the protagonist. He stares at them intently and says he doesn't know who started these rumors, but he would like to ask a favor of the three of them. If they find these people, they should tell them they will be severely punished for insulting him and an allied nation. Both Dragor and Mac are frightened by this. Malin changes the subject and asks the protagonist if he knows what kind of plant gullah is. Ian replies that he knows very well, and explains that, despite being a plant that should be uprooted immediately because it's poisonous and hardy, its seeds are delicious and full of nutrients, so it makes sense to call it a blessing from the gods. Ian says he remembers perfectly Malin's words. If it comes from nature and helps solve hunger, then we must be grateful. At the time, the second prince said the same thing. The protagonist asks if that's what Malin said, or if he was mistaken. Malin, with a serious expression, confirms that yes, he was correct, but he emphasizes that the people would not accept it. Malin points out that if Ian can't change public opinion about gullah being poisonous, no one will consider it, let alone use it as food. The protagonist responds that he already had an idea to resolve this and begins to explain his plan to everyone. Upon hearing it, Malin becomes furious and shouts that it's ridiculous, accusing the protagonist of belittling the imperial family because if something went wrong with that plan, it would tarnish the honor of the imperial family. Ian responds that they are already certain there's nothing wrong with those seeds, so there wouldn't be any problem. Ian comments that Malin goes around saying that the job of a government is to solve hunger. The protagonist says he didn't imagine that Malin would oppose this plan over something so ridiculous. Malin continues yelling and bangs on the table, asking if Ian thinks the pride of the imperial family is ridiculous. The protagonist starts shouting back, saying yes, it is ridiculous and insignificant. He becomes furious and keeps shouting, stating that everything is insignificant in the face of death. He asks if Malin really wants to talk about imperial honor while people are starving. Malin lowers his head, and Ian continues, saying that perhaps he wasn't clear enough. He wasn't asking for anyone's permission there, and if anyone thought of interfering with this plan, they would be immediately expelled from the fief. Ian asserts that he will instruct the knights to escort the three out if necessary. Everyone is shocked by this attitude. Mac shouts, saying that this was disrespectful. The protagonist asks why that would be disrespectful and urges the three of them to reflect on their positions. While he was looking for a way to save people, what were the three of them doing? Ian asks if, besides opposing the plans he created in the name of being sent by the imperial palace, they were doing something else that he didn't know about. The three become even more frightened. Ramandro realizes that Ian wasn't going to stop and tries to intervene, asking everyone to calm down. He emphasizes that when he tasted the gula, he found it delicious, easy to prepare, and versatile. While he was talking, the protagonist glances to the side and sees the redhead giving him a thumbs up. The protagonist stands up and says that he has explained his entire plan and that it's something important. If anyone interferes, He will not forgive them. He starts to leave the room and asks them to enjoy the food, noting that he would leave the rest of the discussion to Ramandro. Mac shouts, asking how Ian can be so rude. As soon as he leaves the room, the redhead says that Ian was incredible. The protagonist replies that it was nothing special and asks if Barrick managed to retrieve what he needed. Barrick smiles, saying yes, and informs him that the mana stone he had placed in the room is now in their possession. Ian praises Barrick's work and says that now they'll take a good look at it. Inside the office, the protagonist throws the mana stone into the water, and words begin to appear. No chance. Their loyalty to Prince Gale is not complete. No one knows how she will react. The one blocking the way, if they don't want to move, there's no other choice but to remove the obstacle in the way. There's always a way. As Barrick starts to hear this, he is surprised and asks the protagonist if they were talking about killing him. Ian replies that it would be a good strategy for them. Instead of losing Brock, which they worked so hard for, it would be better if they could get rid of him. The redhead, irritated, asks what they're going to do and requests to be the first to attack. Ian says no, that first they need to wait. They need to catch them in the act. Ian reflects that they seem to be just making plans since the protagonist is almost never alone during work, and his sleep hours are regular. If they're lucky, they might even send an assassin tonight. The protagonist comments that this brings back memories of his old life. Ian asks Barrick to be even more vigilant from now on. Barrick, confused, says that he's always alert, but the protagonist responds that he'll need to be even more watchful from here on out. Additionally, he asks Barrick to arrange for someone to inspect Mullen's group. Later that day, Ramandro was coordinating the people working, telling them to take the wood to the village entrance for a new bridge. Several people were calling him at all times. He takes one of the seeds and eats it in front of everyone, commenting that he barely has time to eat. The workers watch as he eats, beginning to comment that Ramandro took something out of his pocket to eat again, but he never says what it is when someone asks. Another young man arrives and says those are gula seeds, but the others don't believe him, asking why the royal advisor would eat something like that. The man speaks in a low voice, saying that actually a friend of his told him, this is Ian's true strategy, to use people's curiosity, the importance of a royal advisor, and create rumors so that people would also want the seeds. The rumor is that the imperial palace was researching alternative grains and discovered that gula seeds are delicious and nutritious. Lord Ramandro, from the imperial palace, used this fact as a basis to collect gula. Ramandro asks if this wouldn't cause problems, and Ian responds by asking if it really matters. After all, they on the frontier only receive news from the capital through people like Ramandro. The protagonist comments that it might even be better to leak some of the research results. He begins to explain as he returns to the work area. The young man was saying that eating gula seeds is good for the skin and cleanses the blood, and that in the capital, no one can eat them, even if they want to. They comment that maybe that's why the royal advisor is paying to collect them there. They continue talking about it, finding it strange that they're spending so much money to get gula, and wonder if they should also eat some. Ian and the redhead observe this from a distance. Barrick asks what the protagonist thinks of it all, since the rumors are spreading well. He mentions that in the bars there are rumors that the emperor is eating the seeds to stay young forever. Ian smiles and says that's really great to hear. He concludes that now they need to prepare for the next step. During the night, some people were walking among the gula plantations. One of them comments that he was sure he saw something, while another says he didn't imagine they were cultivating so much gula in the greenhouses. They pick some and comment that it seems to be a really valuable grain in the imperial palace. They decide they need to grab some before they're discovered, if they could sell just one sack of it in the capital. Suddenly, a guard arrives, shouting at them. The guard says he just caught one and now has another. The two scream, begging the guard not to hurt them. The guard orders that the two be taken away. Ian, observing the situation, comments that everyone is working hard. The guards notice the protagonist there and ask what he's doing at this hour of the night and where his guards are. Ian replies that the redhead is more than enough to ensure his safety. The protagonist's eyes begin to glow, and he asks if those people are thieves. The two start trembling with fear, falling to their knees, crying out and begging for forgiveness, saying that supplies have been scarce recently, and it's very hard to survive. The protagonist comments that they should have waited. Ian asks the guards to take them to the underground prison. The guards say they will do so immediately, and ask the protagonist to be careful. The redhead asks if the plan was to reduce supplies and relax patrols to slowly provoke the people, but he notes that the guards are quite strict. The protagonist responds that this might work in other fiefs or the capital, but here, it's an empty fief with no one in command. He explains that if they let these thieves go free, public order could deteriorate, so they will use an appropriate method to deal with the situation. Barrick doesn't understand any of it but follows the protagonist. They go to a house in the village and knock on the door. A man, awakened by his child, asks who is at his door at this hour. The protagonist removes his hood and introduces himself. The man is startled to see Ian there. Ian asks the man to stop shouting, concerned about not waking the children. The man asks why the protagonist is there and if he has done something wrong. Ian puts his hand inside his bag and takes out a smaller pouch, asking the man to accept it. It's gula. The protagonist explains that it's not as miraculous as the rumors say, but it's true that the advisor likes it, and it's delicious as well as nutritious. The man takes it, unable to believe what he has received. Ian says that gula seeds are being strictly controlled at the mansion, but he has been constantly proposing to the advisor that they be distributed freely to everyone in the fief. The protagonist comments that he heard the man is raising 5 children alone, so he's giving him a bit more. The man starts crying, calling the protagonist Lord Ian. The protagonist says they have other houses to visit, so he can't stay any longer. He instructs the man to eat some seeds and plant the rest, explaining that 1 seed can produce 10 gula. He asks the man to share the seeds if the neighbors ask. The man thanks him and promises to help others whenever necessary. After thanking him once more, the protagonist and the redhead leave. The redhead comments that he really doesn't understand the protagonist, but Ian says he understands the redhead perfectly. He asks Barrack if he wants to sleep now, to which the redhead replies that he does. The protagonist explains that while the advisors from the capital are monopolizing and cultivating gula, supplies are dwindling, leaving everyone worried about the harsh winter. Ian then asks the redhead, if he distributes the gula in this way, what will people think of him? The redhead replies that the protagonist is a meticulous bastard. Ian corrects him, saying that people will think he is generous and kind. He concludes that now they need to hurry and move on to another place with children. In another house, a woman is surprised when Ian hands her the seeds. With tears in her eyes, she accepts them. He asks her to keep it a secret. This scene repeats itself over and over as the protagonist distributes the seeds. The redhead notices something but says nothing, as he is always alert. Hidden, Dragor spies on them. After seeing what they are doing, he runs back. Upon entering the room, Mac asks how it went. Dragor reports that Ian went out during the night and distributed gula brazenly. Mac comments that Ian is truly unbelievable. Moline says that Ramandro is very inflexible and wants both to be praised by the imperial palace and to gain the support of the people, which is why he will report the discovery of gula in the protagonist's name. However, if Dragor and Mac go out alone at this hour of the night, it will be the perfect time to kill them. Inside the office, Ramandro comments that it seems the reconstruction of the village of Gilsum is nearing completion. He asks about the gula harvest. Ian replies that they can start harvesting now since the seeds are quickly spreading among the people who harvested earlier. Ramandro asks if the protagonist is still going out at night. Ian confirms and says he plans to continue doing so for another 4 days. Ramandro comments that Ian is working day and night, and he's heard that magic users have great potential in certain areas compared to others. He suggests that this might be the source of the protagonist's energy. Ian then says that they have already set the conditions for the supplies, so they will conclude the meeting. But before ending, he asks if anyone else has any questions. Nurserin raises his hand and calls out to Ian, informing him that he has received news from the Great Desert, and it seems that Lady Winchen's condition has worsened. Ian becomes serious upon hearing this. Nursarin explains that the situation is urgent, so they have decided to stop trying to cultivate more silask and use the remaining roots. Ramandro asks them to explain what's happening and who Vice Chief Winchen is and what silask is. They proceed to explain the whole situation. Ramandro pauses to think and says that it seems the spiritual leader of Chenryo is in critical condition, and it has been decided that silask, a precious flower Ian gave them, will no longer be cultivated and will be used. Kakantir adds that the reason for this decision is the current situation in Brock. He mentions that Ian must be aware of their funeral customs, to which Ian replies that he is. When the chief or a vice chief dies, the entire Chenryo tribe goes into seclusion for over a year. Therefore, they will no longer be able to stay in Brock. Considering Winchen's age and condition, there really isn't much time left. The protagonist asks Ramandro if he has received any response to the report he sent. Ramandro says no. Ian clarifies that he's asking about the first prince's response. Ramandro replies that he received only one, but it wasn't of great importance. The prince just asked Ramandro to detail the situation of the fief and closely verify whether Ian is really a magic user. Ian asks if the first prince doesn't want another Margrave of Brock to ally with Mullen's group, or the second prince. Ramandro responds that the higher-ups have their own circumstances. Ian comments that he's already noticed that Ramandro knows he doesn't get along with Mullen's group. Looking directly at Ramandro, Ian asks him to recommend him as the new Margrave. Ramandro is shocked by this request. The protagonist explains that if he doesn't become the Margrave, he'll have to return to the Great Desert, and the new Margrave won't leave someone with the same blood as the former lord in peace. Ian asserts that the Imperial Palace will also try to monopolize his talents under the identity of a slave, so making him the newest Margrave or Vratz is the only way to protect him. The protagonist also emphasizes that Ramandro wants a new Margrave to be chosen as quickly as possible so that he can return to the capital, and even if he considers public opinion, there's no one better for the position than him. Ramandro reflects that all of this is true, since Ian was at the forefront of the reconstruction, and moreover, he was the one who discovered Gula. Even though the position of lord in a small borderland like that doesn't matter much, Ramandro places his hand on the table and says that now they will speak seriously. He explains that Prince Marav doesn't understand the protagonist's relationship with Malin, since Ian denounced Derga through Malin, giving him an opportunity to place someone he trusts as the new lord. And because the protagonist is a magic user, it's believed that Ian will join the Ministry of Magic and become a significant force for the second prince, who is aligned with the department. The protagonist says that if that's the reason, then he will explain. Ramandro asks how. Ian replies that he will tell all the details to the first prince when they meet, emphasizing that no matter how much he tries to explain, it would be impossible for Ramandro to put all of this into writing. The protagonist asserts that proving he and Malin are enemies is very easy, and with a serious look, says that he will prove it with death. Ramandro is startled, while Nursarin and Kakantir simply agree. Ramandro comments that he will inform Marav of all this and that. For now, they will conclude the discussion. Ian thanks him and asks if he can request another favor, if there is a merchant guild that trades in Sealesk. Ramandro says he will look into it, but admits that it's the first time he's heard of this flower, so he's not sure if he can find it. The protagonist thanks him again. Ian reflects that it will be very difficult to find this flower, as not even the royal advisor knows much about it, and much less he, who used to be the emperor in his past life. As Ramandro leaves the room, he asks Ian to work less and rest a bit. The protagonist agrees, saying they will return earlier today. The redhead comments that it's fine since the nights have been tiring. As soon as the protagonist starts walking through the town, people begin to cheer, saying that Lord Ian has arrived. He is surprised to see that everyone is awake. Smiling, he comments that he wasn't able to prepare much for that night. A woman's husband scolds her, asking her to stop shouting so much, as it could put Ian in trouble since he's helping while hiding from the capital's people. The protagonist says it's all right, and that he'll try to bring more the next day. As he hands out things, people ask if when he returns tomorrow, he could give them some first. Ian agrees. After finishing, the protagonist comments that it's time to head back, but the redhead notices something. The protagonist asks what he's observing, and the redhead responds that there are 3 people coming after them. Ian says he understands, but it's late, and they need to be quick. As they walk, people watch them. One of them puts their hand in their pocket. As soon as they enter an alley, the 3 surround the protagonist and ask if he is Ian. The protagonist turns and confirms. 2 of them quickly advance to attack, but the redhead intercepts the attack without difficulty. The fight between them begins to get serious. The protagonist shouts to the redhead that an attack is coming from above. The redhead looks up and dodges the attack with anger, charging at the 3 of them at once. He begins to strike, but they manage to dodge. The protagonist observes and realizes that the way the 3 use their swords and maintain distance indicates they've received formal training. Ian also notices that these people are already familiar with the redhead's abilities, which suggests a strong possibility they are allied with Malin. Ian shouts to the redhead to leave one of them alive. Barrack asks if he can at least injure him, if not kill him. The protagonist says yes, but then stops talking and starts thinking that something is strange. He reflects that if these people know the redhead's abilities, they probably also know his. The protagonist wonders why no one is attacking him. Suddenly, some people appear behind him. The protagonist turns and comments that it's about time, saying they all seem to have worked hard tonight. One of them, holding a stick, tells him to shut up and asks if he's Ian. The protagonist starts laughing and, releasing his magic, responds that yes, he is Ian. The protagonist realizes that's why they were taking so long. They were gathering as many people as possible. Ian asks why they are doing this, questioning if they don't value their own lives. The same man from before tells the protagonist to shut up and die already, asking if Ian knows how much his head is worth. The man yells for him to die and tries to attack, but the protagonist easily dodges. With immense energy in his hand, Ian strikes the man's face, and a bright light fills the area. The man, bleeding, starts coughing and falls to the ground, terrified. Another one tries to attack him, But Ian dodges again, grabbing the attacker's hand and delivering another blow, making the man bleed and fall unconscious. The protagonist looks at the others and comments that they seem like commoners, asking if they are from Brock. They respond that Ian doesn't need to know that. The protagonist then says that it seems he can't control his strength very well and suggests they try their luck if they have the courage. Some people start trembling with fear, while others say there's no need to fear, as Ian is still just a child. They shout that they need to focus and attack together, as they have the advantage in that alley. However, they didn't expect a bloodthirsty red-haired demon, irritated from wanting to sleep, to appear there at an alarming speed, covered in blood. Barrack charges at all of them at once, fighting while shouting, "Who the hell makes others exercise at this hour of the night?" Seconds later, all the men had been defeated by the redhead. Ian asks if he left anyone alive. Barrack replies that if the protagonist was talking about the three he was fighting earlier, they were still breathing. Ian pats the redhead on the shoulder and says he did a great job, but notices that Barrack was not himself, with a strong aura emanating from his body. Ian approaches, and out of concern, asks the redhead to control himself and leave at least one of them alive. Barrack starts laughing and comments that if this is how he feels when he's tired, then it's great. The protagonist asks if he needed to speak like that, and if he was hearing everything that was said. The redhead then leaps to kill the man in front of him, shouting that yes, he heard, while warning the men in front of him that they are now dead. Overcome by the sensation he was feeling, Barrack begins cutting down all the men. Some shout for everyone to try and flee as Barrack had gone mad. The redhead continues to slaughter them all without hesitation, while others scream that the red-haired demon is out of control. Barrack continues to take their lives without a second thought. Ian watches it all and sighs, realizing that Barrack wasn't actually angry. He was smiling with happiness. At that moment, the redhead had been completely overtaken by his fighting instinct. After defeating all his opponents, Barrack stops fighting, laughing and shouting that he feels great. His body is covered in blood, and he exclaims that it was exciting, refreshing, and exhilarating. The bodies were scattered on the ground, but one of them was still conscious. Ian begins to walk among the bodies on the ground and asks Barrack if he managed to leave any of them alive. Ian kneels down and looks at the face of one of the fallen men, commenting that he has the impression he's seen that man before. The redhead asks to take a look. The protagonist asks him to look carefully and try to remember if he has seen that man before. Barrack says he's not sure, but that the man is very ugly. The man places his hand on his face, and the redhead comments that he's hiding his face after being called ugly. Suddenly, the ring on the man's hand begins to glow, and Ian notices something different, a strange aura emanating from it. The man screams in pain, and Barrack comments that his face was completely destroyed, making him unrecognizable. The protagonist observes and says that the man's face has melted away entirely, apparently due to a poison used by assassins to avoid being identified. Ian asks the redhead to find another person who's still alive, as they need to take them to the mansion. Suddenly, a young man makes a noise, and the protagonist comments that the guards will become agitated. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the mansion, Mac is anxious and asks if those people manage to get rid of Ian, but also expresses concern in case something goes wrong. Draegor comments that the attackers were official members of the Imperial Guard, along with several others, so it would be impossible for something to go wrong. Draegor says that Mac worries too much, to which Mac stands up, irritated, shouting that Draegor is too optimistic and that they need a plan in case Patreus fails. Malin interrupts, saying that Mac is too loud and that the servants will end up hearing everything. Malin emphasizes that Patreus is extremely skilled, despite being old, and used to be the deputy captain of the Majesty's Guards. Moreover, he is someone extremely loyal. As they converse, someone approaches. Malin continues saying that Patreus attacked along with 10 other men in a narrow alley, so it would be difficult for 2 brats to escape unscathed. At that moment, the redhead was already approaching the door. Malin tells everyone to wait calmly, but they feel a terrifying and murderous aura getting closer. Someone knocks on the door, and they all look at each other. Mac asks if it was Patreus. The door begins to open slowly, revealing only part of Barrack's blood-covered body. He starts to smile and asks if Patreus is the name of the person they were expecting. The 3 are terrified. With great calm, the redhead asks them all to follow him. Draegor stands up, shouting that this is disrespectful. Immediately, Barrack approaches him with a sword pressed against his neck and calmly says it would be better if they do what he says while he's still being polite. The redhead warns that Ian has given him permission to cut them down if he wishes. Draegor shouts again, calling him an inferior animal and saying that they are from the palace. Barrack presses the sword even closer to his neck and responds that he knows that, but reminds them that they are on the frontier, and Ian has made it clear that the frontier doesn't care about such things. The next day, at the spot where the two had fought, a group of people stood staring at the blood splattered everywhere, wondering what had happened. Others were saying that Lord Ian had been ambushed while returning to the mansion. A woman, frightened by the news, asked how it had happened. A young man replied that no one knew for sure, and that it seemed they were investigating it now. The crowd began murmuring that he had only been trying to distribute aid. Inside the prison, the protagonist was asking the imprisoned man if Petraeus was his name. The redhead, who was tending to the man's wounds, remarked that it was likely that name, as it was what people were saying. The man screamed in pain, and Barrick, irritated, yelled back, telling him to stop crying and stay quiet since he was trying to clean the wounds. The redhead asked why he didn't just say what they wanted to know. Ian looked at him and thought that when he examined the man earlier, all the tattoos that could identify him had already been erased. The protagonist looked at the man and asked if he realized how bad his situation was. He said the doctor who came before had stated that, in the man's current condition, it would be difficult for him to survive more than 4 days. The protagonist told him that if things continued this way, he would die, but if he revealed his affiliation, they would call a doctor. With a face full of despair, the man looked at the protagonist with tears in his eyes. They stared at each other. Ian turned away and said he didn't want to torture someone who was already close to death. Before leaving, the protagonist mentioned that the desert warriors would not forget their vengeance. Ian called him Petraeus, saying he hoped he had no loved ones, as anyone with his bloodline would end up dead. The protagonist left and ordered the redhead to continue watching the prisoner. He resumed cleaning the man's face, who screamed in pain. As the protagonist walked through the corridors, someone came shouting his name. Ramandro ran up to him. Ian remarked that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Ramandro, concerned, began examining the protagonist, shouting and asking if he was all right, as he had heard Ian had been ambushed. Ramandro asked if he was injured, and if the redhead was all right, noting that rumors said more than 15 men had been killed. The protagonist said that both he and Barrick were fine. Ramandro sighed in relief, commenting that magic users truly are amazing. Ian mentioned that he had captured 2 of them and was interrogating them. The protagonist noted that everything pointed to Molin being behind the attack, which was why they were trying to make the captives confess. Ian then pulled out a ring he had been keeping and asked if Ramandro recognized the poison on it, explaining that one of the men's faces had started melting as soon as it came into contact. Ramandro examined it and, judging by the shape of the ring and the description of the poison, said it was likely Tevarpin. He explained that this poison was used by human traffickers or assassins who needed to hide their faces. Ian, surprised, asked if something like that really existed. Ramandro inquired about Molin's group. The protagonist said they kept denying everything, so he hadn't made much progress. Ramandro asked if the protagonist planned to kill them. Ian replied that he did not, as doing so might prompt the palace to send another investigation team. Besides, he added that the choice was not his to make. Ramandro was a bit confused, but the protagonist smiled and said he was about to prove something. He asked Ramandro to send a message to the first prince, Marev, on his behalf, saying that he would follow his wishes. Shortly after, one of the cells was opened, and a bowl of food was thrown, but the protagonist dodged it. Ian looked at the 3 prisoners and asked if they had slept well. Mac began shouting, telling the protagonist to learn his place, calling him inferior. Dragor emphasized that they were there under imperial orders and that their treatment was an insult to the emperor. He continues, saying that the tribe of celestial warriors should wake up because the protagonist was now affiliated with the Great Desert. He asks what would happen if everyone found out how he was treating imperial officers. Annoyed, Ian looks seriously at them and says that's precisely why they are still alive. He adds that if it weren't for the imperial flag, they would all be with Petraeus by now. The 3 prisoners become frightened, and Mac asks who Petraeus is. Ian grabs a magic stone and places it in a bit of water. The stone begins to display a recording. If there's someone in our way and no way to turn back, we need to remove the obstacle. The 3 prisoners are even more terrified. The audio continues, "This is a job for Petraeus." Molin is at a loss for words. Dragor shouts, accusing the protagonist of espionage, emphasizing that the recording couldn't be used as evidence. He insists that they need an official trial. Ian starts laughing and asks if Dragor really thinks that's going to happen, reminding him that they are at the border, not in the capital. The protagonist picks up the bowl from the floor and says it's true what they said earlier. He really is a member of the great celestial warriors. Ian stresses that they take revenge very seriously. He leaves the cell, stating that the recording leads him to a natural conclusion and that he doesn't plan to forgive them. He adds that they should appreciate the food they receive, because now they have no right to complain. The 3 prisoners glare at him with anger as he walks down the corridor. Suddenly he hears someone calling him. When he looks, he sees it's Hina, who comes running, shouting that there's a crowd of people outside wanting to see the protagonist. Ian, confused, asks why. They start running outside, and as they run, Ian wonders if the people were asking for more distribution of gula, or if Molin had another card up his sleeve. He also considers that there could have been a problem with the reconstruction or a conflict with the Celestial Warriors. Upon leaving the prison, he sees all the people from the territory gathered, bringing baskets of fruit and flowers, calling out to Lord Ian. As soon as they see him, they start shouting, relieved to know he was okay. Angry, they ask who spread the rumors that he had been injured. Calling him Lord, they beg him to accept everything, saying it wasn't much, but it came from their hearts. A man comments that they were very worried because they heard he had been ambushed by a group of the great warriors, and there was so much blood in the alley that they feared the worst. A woman asks if he was safe, as all he wanted was to help everyone there. Seeing this, Ian's eyes shine. At that moment, he remembered why he had managed to bear the heavy burden of the throne for 3 years. The protagonist begins to smile and says he is happy they came. He asks if they could gather everyone in the square. The woman, confused, asks why. Ian then says that Ramandro had finally allowed the distribution and cultivation of gula. Quickly, everyone gathered in the square. A large quantity of gula was ready to be distributed. They began announcing that anyone who wanted to receive gula should come forward. They explained that they would distribute gula seeds and sprouts based on the size of the fields they were renting and the number of people in the family. Ian states that although they are giving it away for free now, next year they would tax 10% of the harvest. He also emphasizes the importance of sharing cultivation methods and recipes among themselves. The protagonist says that the exchange of gula with outsiders could only be done through the mansion and makes it clear that if any rule is broken, they would be fined 50 gold coins. The informant would also receive a reward. A citizen asks about the buying and selling of gula among themselves. The protagonist replies that it didn't matter as long as the only prohibition was not to trade gula seeds or roots with outsiders. He adds that if anyone hasn't received gula yet, they don't need to worry because there will be more to distribute. Suddenly, the redhead arrives and says that the protagonist should return to the mansion for a while because the other assassin had woken up. Wasting no time, they rush to the prison. One of the guards comments that they have finally arrived. Ian asks if the other man had woken up and how Patreus was doing. The guard responds that nothing had changed. Patreus would last at most until the next day and still hadn't said a word. The protagonist asks if the other prisoner had said anything. As soon as they reach the cell, the man rushes forward and kneels, shouting for help. The guard says that he had been fine until then. Ian asks what his name is. Crying, the young man responds that his name is Colin and that he is only 20 years old. He mentions that he has 2 older brothers and 3 younger ones. The protagonist puts his hand on his head, saying he doesn't want to know such things. Barrick yells, demanding the boy quickly tell them his MBTI and zodiac sign. Frightened, Colin replies that he's an ENFJ and an Aries. The protagonist asks where he's from. Colin says he's from Mariloff. He explains that the guards at the betting house said someone was paying a lot of money for a job, which is why he accepted, not knowing it would be something so dangerous. The protagonist, already suspecting this, thinks that if they wanted to gather people nearby, that would be the only place. Ian asks who was recruiting people. Trembling, Colin says he didn't know. The redhead releases his aura, threatening Colin, who, terrified, screams that he was telling the truth. He only took the money from the guards and never saw them again. The protagonist reflects on Mariloff and, turning to Barrick, orders him to keep the man alive and locked up. Colin screams, begging for help and saying he would do anything they wanted. Ian responds that he's already ensured he'll stay alive. The protagonist asks if there's anyone outside, as he wants to send a message to Mariloff. He also requests that they prepare a horse. In the office, Ramandro was reviewing some papers when someone knocked on the door. He invites them in. Upon seeing the protagonist, Ramandro asks if Patreus had already died. Ian replies that no, he was still breathing, but the other young man said he was from Mariloff, so most of them should be from there as well. Ian says he'd like to send a message to Mariloff and asks if Ramandro could help with that. Ramandro questions if the reason the protagonist was asking for help was to create a justification. Ian smiles and confirms. Ramandro also smiles and says the protagonist came at the right time. He then hands him a document, saying it was the recommendation to appoint a new lord to the fief, which he planned to send to Prince Marev, and asks if Ian liked it. Ian smiles, saying he hopes both the prince and his majesty will like the letter. The protagonist, as a precaution, asks if they should include that when sending it. Ramandro agrees, saying it would be better to do it that way. He then asks what the protagonist wanted to write in the letter. The protagonist instructs, Ian, who has been recommended as the next Margrave of the fief, was attacked by the citizens of Mariloff. One of the assailants confessed. That being said, a detailed investigation will be necessary. We ask for Mariloff's cooperation in identifying the bodies and handing over the criminals. While writing, Ramandro comments that the ink is flowing perfectly and that it's great. He sighs, saying that this is just to give them an excuse and hopes they don't respond. Ian, smiling, asks if even then they wouldn't want Gula in the winter since they were probably interested in that too. Ramandro, pleased, says it's true and that they would sell it at a much higher price than the one listed before, noting he'd love to see the look on that idiot's face when he saw the new values. The protagonist thanks Ramandro for all the help he's been providing and comments that things are going very well, adding that he hopes the prince can help too. Ramandro, for his part, thinks that when it comes to the prince's help, he can't guarantee anything. Meanwhile, in a camp, the prince was hunting. He shoots an arrow but misses, and the deer runs off. The two people with him laugh and say it's a shame, commenting that the wind blew at the wrong time. They mention that Lord Dorencio is in the lead and will probably win this hunt as well. They prepare to shoot again, commenting that they still haven't seen Prince Gale. Marv asks if they think that's a shame. One of the men replies that yes, a little, because when the two were younger, they were so cheerful and noisy that sometimes they lost their prey due to the commotion. Marv fires another arrow, scaring the game, and asks if that was the kind of noise they were talking about. The man is a bit startled. Marv remarks that he too thought it was a shame and wonders what the hell Gale was doing, since the minister wasn't satisfied with his hunting skills. The minister, alarmed, responds that he didn't mean it that way. Marv begins to walk away, telling the two to continue, as he's going to rest. Inside one of the tents, Marv throws his bow beside the sofa and sits down. Another man enters, asking if the prince is all right. Marv replies that he isn't, that he's tired, and asks what the man wants. The young man says they've received a message from the border, and it could be a nice gift for the prince. Marv quickly grabs the document and begins reading. Surprised, Marv comments that it's absurd. They want to solve the food problem for winter with Gula. The messenger responds that, after testing the taste and nutrition, Gula was more than sufficient. He adds that the cultivation period is about a month. It's not sensitive to soil or water quality, and it's easy to grow. Marv considers that it doesn't seem impossible, but he questions how they intend to eat such a hideous weed. He tosses the letter aside and asks if that's all, commenting that it wasn't such a great gift. The messenger then mentions that, in addition to that, there's a document recommending Ian as the next Margrave, and an envelope containing Lord Moline's ring. Marv becomes more interested. The man places the ring on the table and explains that, according to the report, Moline attempted to kill Ian. His subordinate, named Petreus, led an attack but failed, and is now in custody. The messenger adds that Moline's fate is left in the prince's hands. Marv picks up the ring, surprised, and reflects that he had already sensed something when he heard that the protagonist took the lead, using the tribe of celestial warriors. He thinks that Ian is very useful, and wonders if this is an appeal for him to be declared Margrave, as it has nothing to do with Gale's side. The prince stands and orders the messenger to write a letter. Marv begins to smile, saying that even if a magic user becomes Margrave, he will have to visit the capital. The prince wonders what on earth Ian is planning, and with a grin, thinks this is great since the protagonist will be very useful in the magic department. He exits the tent and asks the men if they've managed to hit anything. They laugh, saying the deer are destined to live another day. They invite Marv to join them. The prince smiles. Suddenly an arrow whizzes past Marv's head and strikes the neck of a deer. The two men look shocked, and Marv, irritated by a slight cut on his face, looks at the shooter and says that he's still as careless as ever. A man on horseback says it was the wind's fault, smiling and apologizes, calling Marv brother. He notes that he was in a hurry, but managed to take down the target. This young man is Gale Voroshin, the second prince of the Burial Empire. Gale dismounts, saying it was safe atop the prey. The two men comment that it's no problem, and note that it's been a while since they've seen Gale. They ask how he's been. Marv, somewhat serious, looks at them. The two, unsure of what to do, suggest some tea. The other agrees, and they both run off, leaving only the princes. Marv looks at his brother and says he should be grateful to Gale for finding time for the two of them to meet, despite being so busy. Gale smiles and says he's sure he's not as busy as Marv, who must be buried in work. Even so, Gale points out that he managed to find time to participate in hunts as insignificant as this one. The two stare at each other, and Gale comments that he didn't imagine Marv cared so much about the border. He thinks to himself that he stopped receiving reports from Moline but was still getting them from Ramandro. In his thoughts, Gale had already suspected something when his brother interrupted the General Assembly. He wonders if Marv had really noticed what they were doing. Marv says he's surprised to see his brother, even so busy with other matters, showing concern about this situation. He then tells Gale that no matter what he's planning, he must take his hands off the territory of Brock. He emphasizes that a recommendation letter for the new lord has arrived, and the person recommended is a magic user allied with the tribe of celestial warriors, actively involved in the reconstruction of the area. Marv shoots an arrow into the deer and smiles, telling Gale that there's no reason to deny the talent of someone like the protagonist, noting that he intends to hasten the appointment of the new lord. A new assembly was formed, and people were commenting that the two princes were participating again. They wonder if it's because of the rumors. The meeting begins, and the topic is the matter of the Brock territory. The two brothers exchange looks while discussing the recommendation letter for the next lord, who is Ian, the illegitimate son of Durga. People begin to question the logic of eliminating that family, and at the same time, appointing the son as lord. Some say he should have become a slave, but others note that it was Ian who denounced Durga, showing that he has no ties to the family. They point out that Ian was never registered as a Brock, so, officially, he is not part of the family. Marv says that according to the advisor, Ian has all the qualities to be the new lord and could even bring an alliance with the Great Desert, in addition to being a magic user supported by the people. The first prince agrees with the advisor, and Marv suggests that despite the title for the territory being Count, given the special situation, a Viscount title would be more appropriate. People begin to agree that there's no reason to oppose this choice, especially since both Ramandro and Marv are in agreement. The debate continues, and Gale watches in silence. Some ask what would happen to Ian's estate if he were named lord, as a magic user should serve the palace. They question whether it would be right for him to leave the estate for a long time, considering he's busy with reconstruction. Others say it's too early to discuss this, and that the most important thing is to know if Ian is fit to be the new lord. When they mention taxes, Gale snaps his fingers and starts laughing, saying it's good they brought up that topic. He asserts that Ian is a bastard, whose destiny should be slavery. Gale suggests it would be more advantageous to enslave him in the palace, given that he's a magic user, and asks Wesley if she doesn't agree with him. She says yes, because new mages receive more than 100 gold coins, so they would be saving a lot of money. Marv asks if she's serious about enslaving someone who is closer to divinity. He emphasizes that, even as the Minister of Magic, she should know that's not normal. Wesley responds that she was only discussing Ian's value, not suggesting they demote him to a slave. Gale slams the table, saying that, regardless, that's his opinion. After calculating the taxes that Durga stole and the funds needed to rebuild the estate, Marv simply watches as Gale comments that, adding up the potential money Ian could bring, it would total 10,000 gold coins per year. He asks if, should the protagonist be able to provide that much to the palace, it wouldn't be satisfactory. With a serious look, Gale states that if Ian can't meet these conditions, then it would be fair to reduce him to slavery. That would be an appropriate solution for someone connected to a criminal like Durga. Marv looks at his brother, thinking he must have reflected deeply on the matter. He considers that 10,000 gold coins per year would only be possible if they saved every bit of money without spending a single coin. And if Ian cannot pay the taxes, the property will be auctioned off. That way, Wesley would buy it. And even if the protagonist managed to pay the taxes, he would be in debt, giving Wesley another chance to take over the property. A council member agrees with this idea, stating that Ian must pay a lot to be recognized by others and to avoid angering the nobles with the decision. Others begin to agree as well, commenting that, although Ian is a magic user, they cannot ignore that he is the son of a traitor. Marv observes all of this and says it's fine, but they must name him first. Wesley says something to Gale, who is just thinking that this was unexpected, as he had expected his brother to be more active in protecting Ian. Wesley continues speaking, but Gale only wonders what Marv is planning. Marv looks at his brother and thinks that he doesn't care if Ian ends up in debt. What truly matters is that Gale doesn't gain control over the territory. Marv smiles, saying that he's sure the protagonist will be able to pay the taxes perfectly. Sometime later, in a carriage in the territory of Brock, Ramandro comes running, shouting for Ian. He tells the protagonist to run outside the palace because a royal carriage has arrived. Ian asks if it's because of Moline's imprisonment. Ramandro, smiling, says it's a golden carriage, which means it contains the Emperor's order, the appointment of a new lord. The people look at the carriage, wondering if it's from the royal capital. However, they are nervous, thinking it might be the investigation team returning. Some people notice the flag is different, and the carriage seems more luxurious. The population is confused about what's happening. A woman steps out of the carriage holding a scroll. This is Chilonia, an imperial administrative officer. She introduces herself, saying her name is Chelonia and she is an administrative officer of the Empire. Then she orders everyone to bow in respect, as she is there to deliver an order from His Majesty. Chelonia begins to read the message, informing them that the recommendation made by the first prince, Marev, and advisor Ramandro was approved by the General Assembly. Recognizing his efforts in the reconstruction and protection of the fief, Ian is hereby appointed as the new Viscount of the Vrat's fief. The butler and Hena are overjoyed, and the population also hears and cheers, saying this is wonderful. However, Chelonia says there are some conditions. She begins reading the letter. As it is also a fact that you are the illegitimate son of the criminal Durga, there is a condition you must fulfill within 1 year of your appointment. You must donate 10,000 gold coins to the imperial court as payment for the taxes Durga had evaded and for the cost of your status change. If successful, the honor of your new house will continue for your descendants. The protagonist realizes this means he is a temporary lord. If he manages to pay the debt within the deadline, he will truly become the new lord. Otherwise, he will be nothing more than a slave with the blood of a traitor. Chelonia closes the scroll and calls out to the protagonist, saying he has the right to refuse. He smirks and replies that he will not refuse, stating that, with infinite glory, he will honor the will of His Imperial Majesty. Chelonia says there is one more thing. She asks if Moline is well. Ian replies that he is. Chelonia then says she has another order to announce, but this one is not from the Emperor. It is from the second prince, Gale. The protagonist is a little surprised by this. She says she is to protect Moline, Mac, and Dragor, and safely escort them to the capital. Ian becomes serious, and with a firm tone, asks who she thinks she is, emphasizing that His Imperial Majesty is akin to the sun. Just as there is only one sun in the sky, it is ancient imperial etiquette that the golden carriage may only transmit the Emperor's orders. Both Chelonia and Ramandro are shocked. The protagonist adds that there's no way an administrative officer wouldn't know this. Chelonia, frightened, thinks that many nobles don't know this rule, and she wonders how an illegitimate child from the borders knows it. Ian then says that she was being quite disrespectful to His Imperial Majesty, and adds that he would allow her to see the prisoners, but nothing more, as asking for more would be overstepping. The protagonist wonders if the Ministry of Magic and the Administrative Office were on Gale's side, or if it was just Chelonia and Moline. Either way, he couldn't simply hand the 3 prisoners over. Trembling with rage and at a loss for words, Chelonia agrees to only see them, emphasizing that she would report this to the imperial court. Ian says she can do that without issue, and invites her to follow him, as he will show her the way. When they arrive at the cell, Chelonia is shocked by what she sees. She screams, calling out to the prisoners, and the 3 are also startled. Mac asks what she's doing there and starts shouting, begging her to get them out, saying that this bastard. As soon as he sees the scroll in Cheolonia's hands, he stops talking. Furious, Mac says it can't be possible that that bastard Ian was named Lord of the Fief. The protagonist replies that it is indeed true, and that his correct title now is Viscount Ian. He demands that from now on, they address him by his proper title to show respect. Chelonia asks if she can speak to Moline privately. Ian begins walking toward her and says that those 3 are suspected of organizing an attack to kill him. He emphasizes that, as Lord of the land, he has the authority to manage security as he sees fit, both for himself and for the territory. He reaches out to her, asserting that she has already confirmed their safety and that any unnecessary communication beyond that will not be allowed. The protagonist looks at the 4 of them, smiling, and asks if he should head back upstairs. After this event, a grand celebration was held in front of the mansion. Everyone was celebrating, shouting that Ian would be the new lord, drinking and singing about him becoming a viscount. Even the tribe of celestial warriors was celebrating, saying that from now on, they should call him Viscount Ian. When the protagonist arrives at the party, everyone congratulates him. Suddenly, someone calls his name, and as he turns, Kakantir shakes his hand, congratulating him. Ian thanks him, saying that it was all thanks to the help of the allies from the tribe of celestial warriors. Kakantir remarks that things really worked out, but says that they are planning to return to the tribe in 2 days. Ian feels a bit sad, saying that 2 days is a bit sudden. Kakantir explains that, although slowly, the weather is getting colder, and the warriors are losing the Great Desert. He also mentions that he plans to leave Nursaran and a few warriors behind, even though he is returning. Smiling, Kakantir states that trusting the protagonist was the best decision he could have made, since now the tribe of celestial warriors is no longer treated as barbaric beyond the border, but as an allied force, which is a great achievement. As they talk, Ramandro, completely drunk, stands beside them. He starts questioning why they made a viscount for a fief at the border, then answers himself, saying it makes sense because they thought a barony was too little and a county was too much. Annoyed, he shouts that 10,000 gold coins aren't fair, that they're trying to screw Ian over, and downs the rest of his drink. Ramandro yells that if they had at least looked at Vratz's tax reports, they would see that this number is impossible. Ian thinks to himself that's not quite the case, that it's obvious they did this consciously and decided on a number difficult to pay. Gale was probably the one behind it. Ramandro keeps complaining, saying that His Majesty is too indifferent, because the ones who end up suffering from this kind of problem are the local residents, who are still recovering from the civil unrest. Ramandro questions how they couldn't know that the people need to prepare before such conflicts. He looks at the protagonist and asks how he should address Ian now that he's been named Viscount. The protagonist smiles, saying that Ramandro can call him whatever he wants, as it's not official yet. Ramandro, pleased, asks if he really can. He notices that Ian has been looking at the appointment document for a while and asks if there's a problem. Ian replies that it's nothing major, just something that's been bothering him. The emperor of that period is Clay Varosian. He thinks that nothing in particular comes to mind since Clay was one of many emperors who lived during an era of chaos. However, the seal on the appointment is different from what he remembers. Ian is certain of this because it was the seal he used every day. There's no way he could be mistaken. He wonders if the seal had changed at some point. The emperor of that time would have known. Ian questions whether the seal, which has existed for over 1,000 years since the founding of the empire, has indeed changed, and if it has, what the reason behind it might be.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.
Seeing the seal, Ian thinks it can only mean one thing. The Emperor's seal was swapped during that event. He's not sure what really happened. However, for something as serious as this, he, as Emperor, had no knowledge of it. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name. He turns to Ramandro and asks if he was the one calling him. Ramandro says the protagonist would burn the paper if he kept staring at it so intensely. He asks what was on the protagonist's mind. Ian says it's nothing and asks if something is wrong. Ramandro says he didn't see anything wrong, but points out that the protagonist received the Emperor's appointment letter and suggests they should celebrate with the locals. Ian smiles and says yes. The next day, Carlos receives a letter. After reading it, he asks if that bastard was really receiving a title. He throws the letter in anger, saying he never thought a child from a brothel would dare imitate a noble. The butler asks what they should write in the congratulatory letter, emphasizing that they should also respond to all the letters they received during the recent attack. Carlos looks at him with disdain and says it's a waste of paper and ink. Just have one of the servants spread the word. The butler says he understands. Carlos looks intently at the butler and asks if Brock hadn't mentioned anything else about the supplies. The butler responds that they still haven't received any letters about that. Carlos thinks this is strange, as they should be in a terrible state due to poor harvests. He wonders what a child like Ian is trying to do with Brock, completely devastated. Angry, Carlos thinks the protagonist will have to deal with rotting bodies and weeds growing in the fields. Carlos tells the butler to forget about it and leave. The butler leaves the room and hears someone calling him. He turns and asks Rienne if something happened. She says she heard there was a letter from Brock. The butler confirms, adding that Ian was appointed Viscount. She is surprised by this. Rienne asks what Count Carlos said in response. The butler hesitates. Seeing his reaction, she says she understands, but they should congratulate him since it's a neighboring territory. She asks the butler if he could write a letter on their behalf, emphasizing that if the Count tries to reprimand him, she could say it was a direct order from her. The butler agrees. She adds that, besides that, she thinks it appropriate to send a gift as well. She asks him to open their treasury and to get the Count's permission immediately. The butler, shocked, says there's no need to do something like that. She coldly stares at him and says he's wrong because there is indeed a need for all of this. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Ramandro is at the table with the protagonist and asks if he slept well. Ian says yes, thanking him for everything he has done so far. He looks at Hannah and asks her to bring some warm water. She says she'll fetch it right away. Smiling, Ian starts to think he still can't believe it, because with this title, he's one step closer. He sits at the table, and Ramandro talks about the subsidy they received from the royal palace. The protagonist asks if it's not normal to use the remaining funds for important tasks. Ramandro agrees but says the final decision is his alone. He has the freedom to choose what to do with it. Ramandro says he thought a lot about it, and asks if the protagonist would like to make the decision on how to use the funds under his name. Ian looks at Ramandro and says that if he allows him to make that choice, he will be grateful. Ramandro says the more he thinks about it, the more he feels it's the right thing to do. He emphasizes that if Ian hadn't found a way to use gluttony, they would have lost all 3,000 gold coins. Confident, he looks at the protagonist and says he knows he will be able to use the remaining money for something important and useful. The protagonist smiles and thanks him, saying he will keep that in mind. Ramandro smiles and says he's the one who should be grateful for the protagonist allowing him to take a break during the winter. Ian asks if he's talking about the honeymoon. Ramandro starts laughing. Overjoyed, Ramandro begins shouting and smiling, saying he received good news and, apparently, he has a child. Ian smiles and congratulates him on becoming a new father. Suddenly, someone arrives calling the protagonist, saying a message from Mariloff had arrived. They ask if they should tell them to wait until they finished eating. Ian says no and asks them to come in right away. The messenger enters and greets everyone, saying he brings a message from the Count of Mariloff and his daughter, congratulating Ian on his appointment. The protagonist looks at him and says this is a bit strange, as they sent a complaint earlier. He asks if there's any news about that. The messenger is surprised and doesn't know how to respond. The protagonist says it's fine and takes the letter. With trembling hands, the messenger hands the letter to him and congratulates him once again. As soon as he hands over the letter, the messenger says that, in addition to the letter, there was also a gift from the Countess. Ian is a bit surprised and looks at the box. The messenger opens it and says it's a machine from foreign lands. Ramandro asks what this foreign lands machine is for. The messenger says, actually they haven't figured out what it does yet. He says it's called... Looking down, the protagonist interrupts, saying the name of it is a drip machine. Ramandro is impressed and asks if Ian knew what it was. The messenger says he already knew. He was sure the protagonist would know what it was. Ian asks if the Countess really sent that. The butler replies yes. Smiling, the butler says the Countess mentioned she was certain it would be useful to the protagonist. He adds that she also said, even though it's valuable, Ian shouldn't feel burdened by it. The protagonist is confused, wondering if she wasn't actually trying to send something useless to him. He's pensive, thinking there's something odd about her reaction. The protagonist thinks maybe that's not it, and she's just trying to mock the Count. Ramandro gets irritated, thinking she sent rubbish like that. He thinks she's always been strange. Ramandro believes the Mariloffs will soon start complaining about gluttony, so he didn't imagine they'd provoke them this way. He watches the protagonist, wondering how he will react to this. With a serious face, Ian stands up and asks the messenger to wait, as he will send a response to the Countess. Ian stands up and starts leaving the room. Ramandro asks what he's trying to say. The protagonist says he's just going to say they're grateful for the gift and that they will make good use of it. He looks at them and says he'd also like to meet them in person if the opportunity arises. The drip machine is an automatic recording machine. When you turn the lever, the machine starts punching holes in a sheet of paper. Although it's bulky and seems useless, it's an invention that will become the cornerstone of future automation. Automation is considered an important future technology and was the last large-scale business Ian pursued before he died. In his thoughts, he says he doesn't know if the Countess was trying to provoke him or if she's truly aware of the drip machine's value. He thinks he needs to confirm that for himself. After all this, Ian meets with Kakantir and asks if he's ready to return to the desert. Kakantir says yes and mentions that Nursarin is finishing up a few things. He asks the protagonist if he has anything urgent to say before they leave. The protagonist says he'd like to ask for their help in a secret operation in Mariloff. Ian explains that Mariloff relies on the trading companies that come from Hawan in the winter for food supplies, so if they handle things through them, it will be much easier. Kakantir says it's possible, but the winter mountain range is geographically disadvantageous for them. The protagonist says there won't be any combat if they discover that Tianli is involved. Mariloff will find a way to fight with them. Kakantir asks if Ian had another idea. The protagonist just smiles and says yes. Outside, everyone was saying their goodbyes and asking when they would see each other again. Some mentioned that they had packed dried meat and asked them to be careful on their way back. The warriors were saying goodbye to their girlfriends, promising to return. With a sad look, one of them asks her partner to be careful on the way. Seeing all this, the protagonist comments that it seems he made more connections than he had imagined. Ramandro says it's natural to form bonds, even in fleeting moments. He asks if the people of Tianli didn't follow only the seasons. Ian thinks that it's not a bad idea. As to strengthen an alliance or participate in cultural exchange, there's nothing better than marriage. He smiles. Remembering his past life, someone was shouting his name, saying his choices would change someone's life. The person asked him to listen to the voice behind the words, as it wasn't enough to just check the problems that were arising. The person emphasized that he needed to feel the lives and the people within them with his heart. Ian becomes thoughtful and starts walking, thinking that this was a very political judgment, as marriage isn't a political tool but a personal choice. The redhead arrives, saying everything is ready. The protagonist says they can leave then. Before departing, Kakantir looks at Nursaran and says he trusts him to handle all the problems there. Nursaran says everything is fine and asks his leader to be careful on the way back. They shout for the gates to be opened as they were heading back to the Great Desert. Everyone starts smiling and saying goodbye, promising to return soon. The local villagers say they don't know what they would have done without the help of the celestial warriors. While Kakantir was on his horse, someone calls him. As he looks down, he sees a father holding his son, carrying some beautiful flowers. The little boy thanks him for everything he did. Kakantir smiles, takes the flowers the boy was handing him with a big smile on his face, and says, Demosha. Sometime later in the desert, Kakantir says they will stay together until there, pointing out that the secret operation in Marilof they had mentioned earlier will begin as soon as they return to Tianli. Ian agrees and thanks him once again. With a smile on his face, Kakantir wishes the protagonist success in the central area. He says that the gods don't give problems without solutions, and that the protagonist will find new opportunities there. Ian smiles and says he thinks the same, adding that he will do his best. He takes out a chest and a small pouch, saying that inside was their gluttony and payment. He takes the gluttony and shows the flowers, saying that as one can see they were short-staffed. He starts to leave on horseback, saying they would return to Tianli. They leave shouting Demosha. Barrack shouts back to them, saying they would meet again soon. Ian says they also need to return, as they have much to do. The redhead agrees and asks where they should start. The protagonist says their tasks were already defined. It was the work of cultivating gluttony and undermining Marilof. As they walked, the protagonist wonders if the Countess received the response. Meanwhile, the warriors were riding, and one of them says that Kakantir seemed very happy. Kakantir asks if he really seemed happy. The young man replies that yes, he was happy to see his leader like that, but it also made him a little uncomfortable. He says no one would have thought that Kakantir would have a burial worthy of the leader's approval. Kakantir smiles, saying that's because the protagonist is a human unlike the fools of burial. Kakantir says he often wonders if the Empire's superstition about magic users being messengers of the gods is true, because thanks to Ian's wisdom, Tianli has benefited greatly. Information about the traitor, the allied border states. Plus, they also got a map of the Great Desert. Earlier, it was time to return to the Great Desert after the peace ceremony. One of the warriors raises a rod to the sky and asks Kakantir to stop for a moment. He looks back and asks why. The young man says that the direction of the wind has changed, and it looks like a sandstorm will arrive faster than they had anticipated. Kakantir asks from which direction it's coming. The person explains that the compass branch is slightly damaged and losing energy, but judging by the wind, it seems to be coming from the north. Kakantir says that if they continue like this, they'll arrive soon, but they'll need to take a long detour. After thinking for a moment, Kakantir decides they'll skirt around the storm. He shouts for everyone to turn east. The protagonist asks if Kakantir really said east, as it should be south. The warriors question what the protagonist is talking about, asking if he knows their destination is north. Another warrior says to leave him alone, remarking that this is typical of nobles, pointing out that the protagonist is a grand imperial noble. They begin to laugh, saying it's as if the protagonist has stepped on desert sand for the first time, and they accuse him of acting foolishly. The redhead is already starting to get irritated by this. They begin shouting, asking the protagonist to pay attention. They say that the Compass Master has passed down the wisdom about the desert from generation to generation and has protected the clan. They ask who the protagonist thinks he is to interrupt what he says. Kakantir looks at the protagonist and asks if that in his hand is a map. Ian says yes, noting that it was created by a researcher from the Great Desert of the Bariel Empire. He explains that, based on the information, the storm might be coming from the northeast. He says it's large, so if they head east, they might get caught by the storm, and they couldn't go back the way they came, so he believes south is the right choice. Kakantir takes the map from the protagonist's hand and remarks that it's written in the language of burial. He asks Nursaran to translate it for them. As Nursaran examines the map, he says it's very detailed, describing it as a comprehensive summary of precipitation, temperature, and humidity over the past 100 years. Kakantir is intrigued by this. They compare the two maps and think that they must have written it while walking alone, even marking the oasis they had recently discovered. He considers that this is the difference between technology and knowledge. Slightly irritated, Cockatier asks where the protagonist got that map. Ian says he got it from his former tutor. Cockatier says that's not something a tutor would know. The protagonist explains that the tutor was doing that job due to personal circumstances, but he had been studying the Great Desert for a long time. Cockatier ponders Burial's technology that created such a precise map, and how Ian, who analyzed it, is extremely capable. He realizes the protagonist isn't just a simpleton. He needs to observe him more closely. That day, Ian promptly handed over the map and the information. As a result, they managed to reach the village safely, avoiding the sandstorm. Those who were sent east separately encountered a strong sandstorm. So in the end, the protagonist's information and judgment helped them. Cockatier reflects that the protagonist has deep insight, calm judgment, and boldness. Back in the present, Cockatier smiles while thinking that Ian isn't someone who should be tied to the Brocs. Looking at the sky, he says he's eager to see what Ian will achieve in the capital. In a room, Gale asks Chelonia if she decided to leave Molin and the others in the underground dungeon. She says yes, emphasizing that she didn't touch them in any way, just left them there without taking any action, for now. Gale looks at her and asks if the protagonist was really well versed in Imperial Palace etiquette. Chelonia replies yes, saying that Ian's expression changed as soon as she said everything the second prince had asked her to. She adds that even Ramondro, who is a counselor, had no idea what she was talking about. Wesley interrupts and says she is sure that Ian has a clear connection with the first prince. Gale asks her not to jump to conclusions. Wesley is indignant about it and says it doesn't make sense unless it's true, because if Ian is really of low status, he should have only learned the basics, yet he was aware of royal palace etiquette. She emphasizes that this became very clear after the first prince appointed the protagonist as lord. She says Gale already knows the large number of people who tried to gain favor with Marev, and yet he dismissed everyone because of Ian. She points out that even though the protagonist is a magic user, he is still suspicious. Gale ponders this and says he'll think a bit more about it, asking to be left alone. Chelonia thanks him and says she will leave. As soon as she leaves, Gale and Wesley are left alone in the room. She begins to walk over to the prince and sits on his lap, asking why they can't just kill Ian. He asks how she would want to do that. Wesley says that at the New Year Lordship appointment ceremony, the protagonist will join the Ministry of Magic. With that, she would have many chances to do it. He looks at her and pushes her off, getting up. Wesley asks him where he's going. Gale says he's going to see his brother. He stops and looks back, asking Wesley if she knows why he's letting Molin live. She says that Molin is the Imperial Palace consultant, and if he returned to the investigation team, things would get complicated, as it hasn't been long since he met Captain Erica. Gale says he understands and kisses her. Wesley asks what's wrong. The prince says nothing. He just asked because he was curious. Looking into her eyes, he says that she really isn't fit to be the Minister of Magic. She's surprised, looking at him, wondering if he's saying that she's not fit to be the Minister of Magic, but rather to stay by his side. He leaves the room and she stays there alone, wondering if that's really what he meant. Gale opens his office door and starts to leave. While traveling on a train, he thinks that Wesley is perfect as a lover, but she's too hasty and aggressive for national matters. In his thoughts, he imagines that, although the investigation team is partially responsible for Ian letting Molin live, the real reason is Marev. Because if Molin were killed with the Celestial Warrior tribe involved, things would get more serious. Not only would the investigation team get involved, but also the army. And that's why the protagonist left the decision to the first Prince Marev. Gale thinks that Ian perfectly understands the power relationship between him and his brother, which is why the protagonist left that decision to Marev. Gale realizes that no one else has control over Molin's life except Marev. Gale imagines that Molin is one of the few people with whom he has connections in the executive branch. Moreover, experienced people like Molin are rare, so it would be a strategic loss if he ended up losing Molin. He starts rubbing his fingers on his arm, feeling a bit uneasy about all this. Suddenly, he asks the carriage driver to change the destination. The driver is a bit confused by this. Gale explains that they will no longer be meeting his brother. In fact, he needs to meet their father, the Emperor. Meanwhile, at the Mariloff estate, a butler knocks on the door asking if his master is awake. Carlos says yes and asks him to come in. The butler enters and brings him some letters. He takes the letters, confused, and asks what they were, questioning why they had received a response to a congratulatory message. Carlos asks the butler when they sent a congratulatory message to Brock. The butler, a bit unsettled, explains that it was an order from the lady to send the message. He says that the Lord already knows how persistent the lady can be. Carlos looks at the letters. He notices that one of them was addressed to Lady Rian in Ian's name. He picks up the letter, remarking that Ian had sent a response to Rian. The butler explains that the lady sent the letter on behalf of both of them, so that letter was addressed to both of them as well. Upon reading the letter, Carlos says that, apparently, Rian had sent a gift to Ian, and he was thanking her. The butler notes that he ensured the gift was something useless, pointing out that it was just a mechanical device in the corner of the room. Carlos ponders this and asks if the two had ever met. The butler says that although they met when they were saying goodbye the last time they were there, they didn't talk much to each other. Suddenly, someone grabs the letter from his hand and asks what he was doing. Rian starts reading the letter and asks why he was reading something addressed to her. Carlos looks at her and says hi. She starts laughing and says that the protagonist really liked the gift and asks if she should be angry or happy about that. Carlos looks at her, completely confused. She turns and asks the butler to prepare a meal for her, specifically requesting venison. He bows and says he will prepare it immediately. Rian remarks that he always says that but never actually does it. He apologizes, emphasizing that he will correct his mistakes. She looks ahead, thinking for a moment, and touches her husband's shoulder. She embraces him and says that in Brock, they've been eating only the gluttony they planted and harvested, and the taste is surprisingly good. Carlos says that Ian has spent so much time with the animals that he's become one, noting that he must be desperate with nothing else to eat but that. She says they might not care, but other people have different thoughts. Rian notes that Lord Ian wants to get to know them better and thank them in person. She asks why she couldn't visit Brock on their behalf. Carlos says there's no need, as they always say the same thing at this time of year. They never have anything to eat. He adds that since the trade group from the Kingdom of Hawan is arriving, they should just wait for their arrival. Rian thinks about this, realizing that thanks to that very trade group, the number of harvests they've made has decreased, with only the entertainment and hospitality industries growing. She looks at him, reflecting on the many problems they face, both internal and external. She gets up and asks when the trade group is supposed to arrive. Carlos says that, from what he's heard, that group will leave Hawan in a month. She starts walking, and says it will take them a month and a week or more to get there, as they'll have to pass through the mountains. She opens the door and says she's hoping they'll arrive soon. As she closes the door, she takes a deep breath and looks to the side. She calls a boy named Clark. He turns and asks what she wanted. She turns and begins to walk away, telling him to make the windows shine with cleanliness, as guests from Hawan will be arriving in the coming months. He bows and says he understands. He begins thinking about what she said, that the people will leave the Kingdom of Hawan in a month. Meanwhile, in the mansion, several letters lay on the table. He looks at them and says they are the words of Lady Mariloff, but he doesn't know where she's from. Ramandro asks if that means he doesn't know Rian's family. Ian says it's not just the family. He emphasizes that he doesn't even know if she's noble or not. He adds that it's been 3 years since she married Carlos. The wedding ceremony was simple at the time. The protagonist notes that many people were unaware of this. Ramandro says there indeed seems to be a significant difference in status, emphasizing that she could really be a commoner. Ian, still deep in thought, says he isn't sure of anything. He thinks it seems that Rian isn't from Mariloff, and if she knows Dripper, then she couldn't be of humble origin. Ian asks a young man nearby if he had found out anything about the caravan leaving the Kingdom of Hawan. He says yes, and begins to explain that the leader of the caravan is named Ilrak. He mentions that they travel every 5 years, and the caravan consists of a total of 100 people, including the leader. He adds that it's not a large caravan because they have a fixed route, and many people trust them. The young man says that with Ilrak as the leader, it's expected that large and small caravans will come at intervals of 15 days. Ramandro says it's important to catch them at the beginning. Nursaran comments that if they could gain their trust, it would be very convenient. He adds that if an emergency occurs, those who trust them would become a burden. Suddenly, someone says they need to act slowly. Everyone is surprised by this, and some noises begin to be heard. Everyone falls silent and looks toward where the noise is coming from. Nursaran says that she is being rude. Sue bursts through the door, running and screaming, asking who she was. She throws herself on the ground and starts rolling from side to side, shouting and asking why it had to be her. Why should she infiltrate the caravan from the Kingdom of Hawan? Nursaran asks her to stop, but she continues shouting, saying she didn't want to because it was cold, and she didn't know the mountain roads, yelling that she hated Nursaran. The redhead starts laughing and asks if she really doesn't know the mountain roads. He says she's lying. Sue yells at him to shut up, saying it should be him because she had recommended him. Ian keeps laughing, saying he wasn't going. The protagonist stands up, calling her. He walks toward her and says that Kakantir knows she is a responsible warrior. He holds her shoulders, saying it's indeed a cold and arduous task. Ian tells her she has great responsibility and strong perseverance. He says she really can do it. Looking her in the eye, he adds that besides that, she is the fastest among the Tenri. The protagonist says it's an individual operation. If there's any problem, she needs to flee immediately. Ian continues, saying that no matter how much he thinks about this matter, he can't think of anyone more suitable than her for the job. Sue looks at him, happy and blushing a bit. Cheerful. She turns and says that if it has to be this way, then fine. The protagonist smiles and says everything's fine. He adds that she has probably heard about this, but he will tell her the details. He begins to explain that what she needs to do is, in the middle of a forest, the leader shouts for them to stop there and rest for a while. He tells everyone to eat and sleep there. The people were complaining that their bodies were aching while they waited for their food. Ilrak was shouting for everyone to line up quickly to get their food. An old woman smiles and thanks Sue, saying she's been working hard and yet still helped with the food preparation. Wearing a beautiful dress and with a charming smile, she thanks her for the compliment and says she didn't do anything special. Suddenly a person arrives, shouting at them to give him more food because his head was foggy. Sue looks at him and remembers what Ian had asked. Her orders were to join the caravan heading to Hawan and put a small amount of gullah powder and yellow scorpion venom in the caravan's food. She dumps the pouch's contents into the food. Her task was to keep the caravan stuck in the ravine as long as possible. Meanwhile, in Marilof, things were becoming worrisome. The streets were empty, and children were beginning to go hungry. A little boy told his mother that he was very hungry. His mother, having nothing to offer, asked him to wait a little longer, assuring him they would eat soon. People were starting to feel the effects of the food shortage. A group of people was talking, and a man said they were doomed because it was the first time in his life that he had seen something like this. Another man said it was all the Brock's fault, as the river was polluted with blood because of them. They suggested that maybe they should demand compensation from Brock. Another man asked if they hadn't heard the news, that someone from Marilof had tried to kill the Lord of Brock, and that's why things had become tense between the two territories. They kept discussing the situation and emphasized that it was the first time they had seen such a bad harvest. What they had managed to save from the last harvest was already all gone. They mentioned that maybe they could ask the Count for help, but another man interrupted them, saying it was better not to do that, because if they bothered the Count, taxes could go up. The bearded man said that people from Brock had said gullah was really good. The other two began laughing, telling the bearded man to stop talking nonsense. The bearded man insisted, saying he was serious. He mentioned that even an imperial palace advisor eats gullah frequently. The bearded man said they live on the border, so information arrives more slowly. But in the center of the kingdom, it's said that even the royal family and nobles eat gullah. The two kept laughing, and the fat one asked if he really believed that. The mustached man told them to leave him alone, saying he was already delirious from hunger. He asked when the caravan would arrive. The fat one said he didn't know, but they should have been here by now. Meanwhile, in the forest, people were still at the camp. They were lying on the ground, saying their stomachs hurt a lot. The people in the caravan were sick and bedridden. They were wondering how that could be, as food poisoning was normal, and one or two people falling ill during the caravan's march wasn't uncommon. But this was the first time so many people had been affected. Some were talking, asking when the doctors would arrive. Another man said that Marilof had already sent them, so they should be arriving as soon as possible, and they had to hold on a little longer. Sue was watching them and asked the old woman if Marilof was closer, or the kingdom of Hawan. The old woman was surprised by the question and explained that it hadn't been long since they departed, so Hawan was closer, and the road to Marilof was always difficult, while most of the road to Hawan was flat, so the doctors from Hawan would arrive first. A young man who was sick began asking for water, wanting warm water. Sue smiled and said she would boil some and bring it to him shortly. The old woman looked at Sue as she left, saying that she was so beautiful and helpful, and she didn't even know how to properly thank her. Sue left, smiling, thinking that she just wanted everyone out of her way, because if she ever returned, she would never leave the desert again. While fetching water, she thought that, in any case, when the doctors arrived, she would stir things up and make them return from where they came. She sprinkled some powder into the water, but then she heard someone speaking to her, asking her to wait a moment. The man grabbed her hand and said he wanted to take a good look at her hand. Sue screams, asking what that pervert was doing. The man says her hands looked odd. He notes that her hand bones and the lower parts have calluses, typical of people who use wrist-breaking techniques. He looks at her and asks what kind of person she is, demanding she remove what she put in her pocket while he was still being nice. Sue smiles and asks if he didn't have anything better to do than watch her. The guy is confused. Sue notices his guard is down and lands a quick punch on his chest. The man falls to the ground, groaning in pain. Suddenly, other men hear the noise and rush over, asking what all the commotion was about as there were screaming sounds. Sue is shocked to see everyone there. She gets nervous, thinking she couldn't handle all those people alone. Suddenly, noises are heard in the bushes, and Erica appears, annoyed, asking where she was now. She is shocked to see those people there, asking what was going on again. Sue immediately screams in fear, pointing at them, saying there were thieves. The two men there get scared and yell for everyone to grab their weapons, as there were thieves. Erica is confused and yells at them to wait, trying to explain that she is an Imperial investigator. However, the caravan folk had already grabbed their torches and weapons. The fight between them begins, and Sue climbs a tree, watching the screams and the battle between the two groups. She thinks everything is too dark, which makes everyone fight indiscriminately. They can't distinguish friends from foes. Half are dead, and the other half are trying to escape. She thinks that before a doctor from Hawan or Morelloff arrives, everything will be clarified. Sue is very happy about this, thinking she can finally go back. After that, a small group was approaching. Carlos gets angry and says that all that arrived was an empty cart with just 3 people. The butler says that it seems thieves have appeared. Carlos slams the table, yelling and asking what kind of nonsense this is. The butler explains that according to the guide, most of them were injured or fainted. During the commotion, the guild leader was also seriously injured, so they returned to the kingdom of Hawan. Only those who sought refuge returned. Carlos is completely infuriated by this. He starts to scream and throw everything to the ground. He curses a lot and continues yelling while throwing papers away. A while later, he calms down a bit and asks the butler how much the price was on the Cheyron side. The butler says that from what he heard, just a sack of flour cost 6 silver coins. The count says there was no choice. He would send someone. He tells the butler to take registrations from those who need supplies. Then, he should select a group to form a trade caravan. The butler is a bit apprehensive about this and asks the count to wait a bit and asks why they don't ask Brock for help. The count looks at him angrily and asks why. The butler says that the Cheyron mountain range is colder than here, and so the snow arrives there earlier. For that reason, he says it would be difficult to transport supplies. Stewart points out that on the other hand, Brock was eating gullah for now. They could get some for a temporary solution. Carlos slams the table angrily, saying that this is absurd. He asks why they would buy weeds, if even pigs and dogs don't eat them. How could they eat those things? The butler bends down and says he apologizes for what was said. Carlos tells him to go out and find out the price on the Cheyron side right now. Stewart bows and says he would do that immediately. However, he still feels uncomfortable with this idea. He starts writing a letter, thinking he had no choice. Meanwhile, at Ian's mansion, he had received a letter. The redhead asks if it was from the Count. However, the protagonist says there was no seal. The letter read, "Greetings, Count Ian. The reason I am writing this letter is to ask if you would be willing to open up the trade of gula. This is a personal suggestion, not related to the Count. But if you allow it, I will strive to lead us to a mutually satisfying transaction." Ian says that the fact that the regent and not the Count sent this meant that the Count seems to be looking to secure food supplies elsewhere. Ramondro says it's probably Cheyron. He says snow arrives early there. Besides, it takes 10 days just to get there. The protagonist starts to think a little about this and gets up saying they would go to the dungeon. Ian looks at the redhead and asks for one of his snacks. However, Barrack is not very happy about it. With that, they go to the dungeon. The two arrive at the cell and call for Colin, who was scared in the corner of the cell. Ian starts to enter the cell and says he has been through a lot being locked in a place like that. He offers a biscuit to Colin and says that after he finished everything there, he could leave. Colin's mouth hangs open seeing that, as he was starving. Without hesitation, he begins to eat everything as fast as he can. The protagonist approaches him and says it's okay. He tells Colin that from now on, he should pay attention to the words being spoken, but he can't reveal them to anyone. Ian says he will send him back to Mariloff, and when he returns, he must join the Cheyron trade caravan. Colin is a bit confused by this. In a serious tone, the protagonist tells him that no matter what happens, he must interrupt the trade, emphasizing that it doesn't matter how he does it. It could be by breaking the cart, tying everyone up, or stealing all the money. The method doesn't matter. Ian says the important thing is that they stop for half a month. Colin starts to get scared, asking how he could do such a thing. The protagonist looks at him and says that if he dares to disobey, he will die. Ian begins to release his aura, and with his gaze, he tells Colin that if the plan goes wrong, he will unleash that energy without hesitation, and the poison from the candy Colin just ate will react immediately. Colin becomes desperate and collapses on the floor, feeling sick. The protagonist continues, saying that his blood would turn into poison, and his whole body would melt and seep into the ground. Colin is in despair, crying uncontrollably. Ian touches his shoulder and says that if things go well, he will lift the magic and grant him freedom. The protagonist looks at him and a colder aura starts to fill the air. In a chilling tone, Ian asks if Colin will be able to do it. At the Mariloff mansion, several people are gathering, as this was the trade group being sent to buy food. The steward asks everyone to sign their names on the list. If they can't write, they just need to leave a fingerprint. They begin signing the list. When it's Colin's turn, the butler says he isn't qualified for such a task because of his past. The steward says that even so, he decided to give Colin a chance to redeem himself. The butler tells him to work hard with the right mindset. Trembling with fear, Colin says he agrees and understands. From afar, two people are watching the scene. They comment that it seems Colin blended in well. They say he extended his lifeline, as if he hadn't done so, today would have been his last day. They continue talking, noting that the atmosphere is a bit different from the last time they were there, and it's because there's a rumor that the higher-ups wouldn't show up. Someone is watching them from a distance. In the corridors, Clark is walking. He goes to Rian's room and knocks on the door, calling her. He says there's a suspicious person mixed with the trade group. Rian says it's good to know, and asks Clark to take care of himself, as she believes he will do well. On the other side of the door, Clark feels a bit disheartened. He ends up agreeing with her and asks her not to worry. They set off, and night falls. Already in the snow, they find a cave where they can take shelter. Someone begins to walk there. Colin is looking at one of the carts. With tears in his eyes, he apologizes to everyone. But if he doesn't do this, he will die. Trembling, he begins to bring the torch closer to the cart. Suddenly, he's startled by someone shouting his name. A person approaches him, yelling and asking what he's doing there. Scared, he yells back, saying he didn't do anything. The person takes the torch from Colin's hand, shouting that this is unacceptable. Clark looks at him and asks if he started a fire and took all the gold. Colin is terrified and confused by this. Clark begins to set fire to the carriages, and everything starts to burn before them. Seeing this, Colin wonders what is happening. This person, whose name we may know, suddenly attacks Colin. He looks back and sees several people running. The people start shouting, asking what's going on. Clark says Colin set fire to the gold, so he had no choice but to deal with him immediately because he was resisting. They start yelling that Colin is crazy and they need to put out the fire quickly. Colin, lying on the ground nearly dying, listens to all of this. From a distance, a few people were watching the scene. They wondered who that person was, speaking as if following a script. He turns and thinks that he needed to report this to Lord Ian and Ramondro. Running through the mansion, Stewart bursts through the door calling his lord, saying they had a big problem. Carlos asks what he is talking about. Frightened, he says that the trade group sent a message. He says that all the carts were burned. This leaves Carlos in shock. He starts yelling in anger. The butler says that a man named Colin, who begged to join the trade group, set fire to the cart and tried to kill some people. Stewart explains that apparently Colin was targeting the gold the soldiers were carrying for travel expenses. It seems he died during the suppression. The butler says that due to the incident, the cart was completely burned. Not to mention that some people were injured. They said they would head to Shea Theory first, so it wasn't clear how long it would take. Carlos becomes furious. Trembling with rage, he thinks this winter has been the worst so far. The mansion's food storage is almost empty. He thinks that if they don't get food from Shea Theory or Hawan now, it's over. He slams the head of a young man standing next to him onto the table. The young man's blood splatters, and the Count asks why this was happening. The young man pleads for help. Carlos starts shouting, ordering Stewart to kill the arsonist and his entire family. The maids approach the butler. He tells them to step back, as they might get burned. They are frightened, and he asks if they really wanted to get involved in that. Rian arrives and orders the butler to open the door. The maids try to stop her. However, she is serious and tells them it's okay, ordering them to open the door. With tears in their eyes, they open the door, and Carlos is beating one of the employees. She calls out to him and tells him to let the boy go so they can have a little fun. She asks him not to be so angry. The butler helps the young man leave. She asks if it isn't a good idea yet to ask Brock for help. She smiles and says that if he's worried about appearances, she could talk to them. She mentions that they're almost the same age, noting that Brock is the food supplier, so it would be better if she went in his place. The Count looks at her with hatred. He touches her face and asks if it really had to be her. Rian smiles and says yes, asking him to leave it to her. Suddenly, he grabs her hair and asks if she was trying to run away. She looks at him and asks how he dared to say that. The next day, at Ian's mansion, the protagonist bows, showing respect and welcoming Rian, saying it must have been a long journey for her to get there. She smiles, saying it's been a while, and now he is Viscount Ian. The protagonist also smiles, thanking her for her kind words. He says he was surprised when he heard that she was coming in person. Rian says that when they heard he had been appointed to the title of Viscount, Both she and the Count were saddened that they couldn't celebrate the wonderful occasion. Ian tells her not to worry, as he is sure they were busy with work. He adds that besides, she even sent a gift. The protagonist says that the item is precious and asks if she is sure it's okay for him to keep it. She says she thought it was a bit much, but the Count insisted they send it to him, saying it could be useful to the protagonist. She asks what she should do when the Count is inappropriate about such matters. Ian looks at her, thinking that she says this is the reason, but he knows it was a way to mock him. In his thoughts, he says he doesn't know where she is from, but he knows she is from a noble family by the way she speaks. They begin to enter the mansion. She says that the reason she is there is because she wanted to see the Countess's room. This surprises the protagonist, making him question why she wasn't there to buy gula. She smiles, saying that she had mentioned before that she lent some clothes to the Countess, which she still hadn't gotten back. The protagonist tells her she can do as she pleases since he hasn't touched anything there, and if she took good care of the clothes, they should still be there. Ian asks her to follow him so he can show her where the room is. Rianne replies that she could search on her own if he just told her where the room was. He says it wouldn't be polite of him to leave her alone. She looks at him without saying anything. As soon as they enter the room, he asks what she's looking for. The protagonist suggests she tell him, and he'll have the servant search for it. She starts walking into the room and says it's fine, as this is something she needs to find on her own. Rianne asks if Ian could give her some privacy since it's a ladies' room. She says she'll let him know as soon as she finds what she's looking for. He turns and says he understands. As he leaves, he asks one of the servants to keep an eye on her. Rian begins pulling sheets off things. The young servant asks if there's anything he can help with. She asks if he didn't hear what she asked Ian. She orders him to open all the drawers, and then he could leave. Looking angrily into the mirror, she says she will search by herself. Things start getting thrown to the floor. Ramandro enters the room and says he heard that Lady Mariloff was there, and asks where she is. The protagonist says she's in the old Countess's room. He adds that apparently, she's looking for something she gave to the Countess in the past. Ramandro also seems confused, asking if she didn't come on behalf of the Count to negotiate gula. Ian says he's not sure, but it's already past lunchtime and she hasn't come back yet. Ramandro says that either way, he's certain she'll talk about gula. Ian agrees, saying there's no reason for her to visit just to retrieve some old items. Ramandro turns to the protagonist excited and says he imagines Ian has already decided how the negotiations will go. He asks for how much he intends to sell the gula. Ian says he will sell it at a price higher than the market, for each sack at least. Suddenly Rian appears, apologizing for taking so long. He stands up and asks if she found what she was looking for. She says no, emphasizing that it seems everything disappeared due to recent events. The protagonist says that's unfortunate, but they've prepared some tea and asks her to sit down. She thanks him for that. Ramandro greets her while Ian goes to speak with the young servant who was with the Countess. He asks the servant to bring tea, and also to go to the redhead and have him clean the Countess's room. After a few minutes, the tea is served. Rianne says that in fact, she wasn't there just to look for the items she had lent. She mentions that she heard about some contributions Ian needs to pay. Ian asks how she found out about that. While sipping her tea, she says she always keeps her ears open. She mentions that the amount is quite large and asks if he needs any help. The protagonist is surprised and asks if the help is really from Mariloff. She smiles and says yes, emphasizing that their offer is to lend him 5,000 gold coins without interest, and in return she wants some gullah seeds. She asks what he thinks. Ian smiles and says he will decline. This almost gives Ramandro a heart attack. The protagonist says he is extremely grateful for their generosity, but he plans to raise the funds on his own. He emphasizes that he has enough resources to do so, and also thinks it makes more sense. She is surprised by this, and asks if he really has enough resources, and if he's being serious. Ian responds that he is, and adds that the price of gullah is much higher than the interest he would owe on the 5,000 gold coins. Ian says that the gullah seeds are perfect for solving hunger problems during the winter. Rian remarks that gullah is still worthless. The protagonist says that was in the past. He looks at her and says that while she could make more gold in the future, she could never bring the dead back. She stares at him for a moment. Ian says he's willing to sell gullah to her if she wants. She asks how much he plans to sell them for. The protagonist smiles and says he wants 50 gold coins per sack of gullah. Ramandro spits out the tea he was drinking. He begins to think that he expected the protagonist to sell at a higher price, but he imagined it would be something around 10 gold coins. But instead, Ian is charging 50 gold coins per sack. Meanwhile, in the Madame's room, Haina walks in and opens the doors. She's surprised and asks Barrick what he's doing there. The redhead says he has orders from Ian, as the Madame was looking for something there recently, so he's checking the entire place. Haina asks what she was looking for. He says he doesn't know because she didn't say anything. He mentions that Ian is sure there's something in that room, but he hasn't been able to find it. Hannah stands there thinking for a bit. She points upward, asking if he's tried looking at the ceiling. He picks her up and climbs onto a stool. She manages to find an opening in the ceiling. Barak is surprised, as she's able to pick locks, is good with her hands, and is skilled at finding things. Hannah says that people from her area can do this. He starts to say something, but suddenly, Hannah shouts, interrupting him. She says she found something, mentioning that there's something there. The redhead is surprised and asks if she's serious. She says it's a makeup case. Barak asks why it was up there. She says she doesn't know, but it seems normal. The redhead opens it and takes a look. Suddenly, he starts to feel sick and dizzy, saying that the smell is strange. He begins to collapse, and Hannah is startled. The case falls to the floor, and something begins to leak out. Hannah starts shouting for him to wake up.
Meanwhile, in the welcome room, Rian is impressed by the 50 gold coins. She says she knows the amount is not low, but considers the fertility of the gluttony to be very good, and therefore worth even more. Ian informs her that a 2-month supply will be more than enough to feed everyone in Miralof. He says she is probably aware of the importance of preserving the population of her territory, which she confirms. As the conversation unfolds, the protagonist realizes that all her attention is focused on that borrowed item, and that she doesn't care at all about purchasing the gluttony. The young lord explains that he set the price of the gluttony based on how he was treated during the last transaction and asks Ramandro to inform the price of the grains they were going to buy in Miralof. He explains that not only were there no flour or corn on the list, but the other grains also cost twice the market price. Furthermore, a single box of potatoes cost half a gold coin. Milaide thinks for a moment and says that since the final decision is in her husband's hands, she believes her opinion is irrelevant to the conversation. However, she believes that 50 gold coins is a small price to pay to feed her people. Then, suddenly, Hannah arrives screaming, saying it's an emergency. Ian asks what the problem is, and she starts yelling that Barak found the item in the room and it was a mirror with white powder. She says the redhead inhaled the powder and passed out. Rian and the protagonist are shocked upon hearing this. Quickly, the woman starts running and Ian runs after her, asking her to wait. He grabs her arm, asking her to calm down, but she ends up falling to the ground. He is shocked to see some things, as her leg has several bruises. In the room where Barak was, he was still asleep. As for Rian, she was tied up. And the protagonist says they have a lot to talk about and asks her to explain everything from the beginning. She says those are just drugs, and there's no need for all of this to be happening. Hannah asserts that the drug is not an ordinary one, as most of them are yellowish or much thicker. Also, she has never heard of something that could make someone pass out with a single breath. Mileda asks who the girl is, and the protagonist says she is a sage, a member of the family. The woman looks at the protagonist with cold eyes, and the boy does the same, saying nothing. Then he asks Hannah to bring a damp cloth. She begins to leave and calls Ramandro to go with her. Now, with only the two of them in the room, the protagonist grabs a chair and tells Rian to start talking, as many suspicious things have happened recently. He says, first of all, she seemed to know about the dripper and probably also knew its value. Then he asks if she is from the Raza Mountains. Rian is surprised but doesn't say anything. The protagonist gets closer and says that more precisely, he is asking if she is a Dara. Rian relaxes, thinking it's ridiculous, and asks if she looks like a Dara, as she doesn't resemble those mole people at all. But, noticing that she knows what the Daras look like, he assumes she is from that region. Realizing the question was strategic, she is speechless and decides to explain. She was born and raised near the Raza Mountains and is familiar with the Dara tribe. Her mother was a dryad. Ian asks if she is from the dryad lineage. Dryads are fairies that share their life with trees. They also have a violent and malicious temperament. As proof of this, they devour the humans they love while alive to keep them forever. Rian says she couldn't understand her mother and, therefore, detached herself from the tree. She tells that she didn't have time to take care of her father's body and ran away. The protagonist asks if that was what brought her there, and the woman responds that, to be more precise, she was captured and sold to a merchant guild. Unfortunately for her, she bumped into a slave trader as soon as she left the forest. Rian confesses that she knows the dripper is valuable, but doesn't know how it's used. She asks how Ian knows about it, and he says he just heard rumors here and there. However, she says that he is too sure of it to be just that. The protagonist asks if the Grev C also knows she has dryad blood. Milade replies that no, and that she resembles her father more than her mother. Thinking for a moment, Ian asks if she is on his side. The woman explains that his action is quite peculiar since he should be grateful for her help. He says that gratitude will only depend on her intentions. At that moment, she lifts her dress and shows the bruises on her leg. She explains that her husband is very aggressive with her. She says she can't divorce him because of their inferior descendants. But that doesn't mean she wants to live decades like that. Rian thinks it's unfair to live that way after everything she's been through. so that's why she needs that powder. The protagonist becomes desperate and quickly asks if it's poison, but the woman says no, and that it's just a sleep-inducing hallucinogen that recently came from the Hawan kingdom. She says that, although it causes apnea with continuous use, she's never heard of anyone passing out just from inhaling the powder. Not even she nor Mary's law had that problem. Upon hearing this, Ian wonders if Mary also used it. The protagonist deduces that probably she wanted to use it on Durga first, but apparently decided it would be better to use it on herself. Rian says that's not true, and that it was all Ian's fault because of her husband's illegitimate child that was brought from outside. Knowing all this, the protagonist remembers that the way Mary acted in the basement should have been a symptom of withdrawal. Melaide reveals that she hates the name Mariloff and that she is no different from her mother now, as she is stuck in one place. The only thing she wants is the freedom to choose her destiny, and that's why she has a suggestion. She says the enemy of her enemy is the friend of her friend, and there's no reason not to cooperate. She then asks the protagonist to just pretend not to have seen anything, and in return, she will do her best to provide the compensation she needs to pay to the imperial court. The protagonist finds this strange, as the Count of Mariloff has a brother, and even if the Count dies, the brother would be the future lord of the territory instead of Melaide. However, that is not her plan. As long as she can choose her own destiny, she doesn't care which territory she belongs to. Ian asks how much support she can provide him, but at the moment, she can't provide accurate information. The protagonist thinks for a moment and reflects that it's already past the time she should have returned, so he wonders whether he should accept her offer. Suddenly, they begin to hear some screams. The protagonist goes out to see what's happening, and it turns out Clark was there. The boy was asking to see Melaide. The protagonist calls out and he looks back. While Ian says that Rian is a little busy, she starts to leave through the door behind him. Then, Clark notices that she's tied up, which makes him completely furious. He quickly charges at the protagonist, asking what he's doing. Even Melaide tells him to wait, but the boy moves forward and tries to attack the young master. But Ian just dodges and uses his magic on the boy's chest. He's pushed back, and upon seeing this, Melaide gets scared. Meanwhile, Barrack is still sleeping. The woman goes over to him, asking if he's okay, and at that moment, the servant arrives and informs the protagonist and Ramondro that this is the guy who snuck into the merchant group heading to Cheyron, killed Colin, and caused a fire. Irritated, Rian screams that she already told them she hates everything related to Mariloff. Ian asks if that's why she caused a ruckus with the merchants. She says Ian should thank her and asks what the hell he did to Clark. The protagonist says that he attacked first and asks her to stop screaming since the boy is still breathing. The young master asks if the Count knows about Colin, but Melaide explains that no, and that the old man has nothing to do with it, as she's sure the Count didn't even know someone named Colin worked for him. Ian thinks he should have expected this, and can't believe Carlos is so ignorant about the actions of his subordinates. He asks the servant to take Clark to one of the empty rooms. As they leave, Rian looks at them with a concerned expression, and the protagonist notices. He asks if that boy is her lover, but she says no. Even though he's suspicious, Ian says he understands and tells her that, in that case, they need to make sure they're on the same page. He unties her and says that what she wants is freedom, and what he wants is financial support. However, with the Count's brother alive and well, there's no guarantee she'll be able to provide the promised funds after the Count's death. And above all, if her plans are revealed, Ian will fall with her, as people will suspect that he was collaborating with her, regardless of the Count's death. So they need to find a way to secretly move the funds from Mariloff to Bratz. Rian smiles and says that she understands what Ian means. Meanwhile, at Count Carlos's house, he was standing in front of his home. Some maids were there, trembling, not understanding what was happening. Then, suddenly, a carriage arrives. It was Rian. She gets out of the carriage and apologizes for being late. Carlos says he has no idea what's going on right now and starts yelling, asking Rian to tell him what's happening. She shows a small sack of gluttony and says she exchanged Clark for a bit of that seed. She smiles and explains that Lord Ian didn't want to lower the prices, so she had to haggle, and that's why she was late. Then she becomes serious and suggests they go inside to try a little. Shortly after everything was ready, Carlos takes a seed of gluttony in his hand and asks why she exchanged Clark for that and if it's really worth 15 gold coins. She explains that originally Ian asked for 50 coins for a sack, but she refused the purchase. However, they decided to be more humane and gave her that sack to resolve the urgent situation first. He says he can't believe it and notes that the gluttony doesn't look bad on the outside, so he decides to try it. However, when he tastes it, he is surprised and says it's really good. Carlos admits that it is better than he thought. Melaide comments that what they say in the capital wasn't just rumors, and that each seed will bloom by next month, expressing excitement to see it. The Count asks what they talked about when she went to Bratz. She smiles and thinks it was a very valuable conversation. While there, the protagonist asked her to lead the conversation during the gluttony negotiations. He wanted her to convince the Count when the opportunity arose, as he preferred to make a profit this way first. Laughing, the protagonist said that Mariloff didn't know how to solve its own problems and noted that even the roads to the Hawan Kingdom and Cheiron were closed. Ryan understood that it wasn't such a bad offer, so she asked Ian to take care of Clark so she could come up with an excuse for the Count. She also asked for the makeup powder. Back in the present, Melida serves wine to her husband and explains that after they finished the negotiations, she went to Madame Mary's room. However, she thinks the item she was looking for was lost in the Civil War. Carlos asks what she was trying to do with a trader's item, and the woman replies that originally that item was hers. Suddenly, the butler arrives asking for permission, which irritates Carlos's dog. While he pays attention to the butler, Rian puts the powder in his drink. Carlos calls her and warns that this is her last chance, and that if she comes back after sunset again, he will break her ankles. However, she thinks there won't be a next time, as by then, he won't be alive. They argue, and she responds not to worry. Back at the protagonist's mansion, Clark was shouting, asking for the door to be opened and asking what they were going to do with Melida. The protagonist asks if his name is Clark, and noticing the voice, the boy asks if it's Lord Ian. He was already trembling and begged the protagonist to save them and not do anything against Madame Rien. Clark explains that she's been struggling to cover for their mistakes, and thanks to her, many were able to survive the Count's wrath. Ian asks if she really did that and informs that she has already returned to the property. He explains that the boy is only there to ensure the negotiations go smoothly and asks Clark to wait quietly until then. The boy looks down and says nothing. The protagonist outside begins to remember when Melida was leaving. He asked her to return safely. While she was getting in the carriage, the protagonist again noticed the bruises on her leg. When he was about to say something, she interrupted him, saying it was fine, as she had waited so long for a chance like that and could endure a few more days. With that, the carriage left. The protagonist was thoughtful but soon began walking through the corridors. Shortly after, a doctor was analyzing Barrick's condition. He explained that the redhead seemed to be just sleeping and that it was likely he hadn't woken up yet because of exhaustion. He said there was nothing dangerous and asked them not to worry, but pointed out that Barrick might still have some hallucinations, so they should keep an eye on him. The doctor explained that talking in sleep, inconsistencies in sleep habits, and even sleepwalking could occur due to this type of drug. After hearing this, Ramondro quickly hid behind the door and asked if they shouldn't tie Barrick up. Suddenly, the redhead woke up and asked why he was lying there. The protagonist explained that after he inhaled Madame Rien's makeup, he passed out and asked if he was injured anywhere. Barrick replied that he wasn't, but that he was seeing some strange things. Ian said that it must be the hallucinations caused by the drug, as it was hard to tell the difference between hallucination and reality. However, the redhead replied that he could differentiate, but he hated the feeling, as it felt like his family members were around him. He sat up a little and noticed Ramondro behind the door. Ramondro asked if he knew who he was, but suddenly, Barrick started laughing, which scared the assistant. Quickly, he ran up to the assistant, asking where he was going. Seeing this, the doctor realized that the redhead hadn't been physically affected by the drug. A week later, Ian received a letter from the Count of Mariloff, along with the news that he was interested in purchasing gluttony. The protagonist then decided to respond to the letter. In the letter, he wrote, "Dear Count of Mariloff, I would like to thank you for responding positively to our offer of exchange for gluttony. Our assistant considered the size and condition of your territory and reported that 100 sacks of gluttony would be more than sufficient. However, we will not sell for less than 50 gold coins per sack. In return, we ensure the delivery of the best quality gluttony to you. If you wish to negotiate the terms, feel free to contact us at any time." After reading the letter, Carlos became angry. Sometime later, the Count and Countess of Mariloff arrived in the Brat's territory. The protagonist noticed that they seemed to be in a hurry. Ramondro sighed and commented that it seemed like this would end today. Before they went to greet them, the assistant said that Ian had a request to make. Shortly after, they gathered in a room to discuss the deal. Carlos started the conversation by apologizing to the protagonist in case he was busy. Ian smiled and said he wasn't busy, assuming the reason for the visit was the gluttony exchange. Count Carlos emphasized that the protagonist had accurately calculated how much they needed and explained that, to solve their problems with the plantations and hunger, they needed 100 sacks. He emphasized that he was asking for a large quantity of gluttony and therefore would like to know personally why the price was so high. Ian began to explain that the reason he couldn't lower the price, even on a large-scale purchase, was because gluttony could be stored for a long time without the worry of rotting, and there was no rush to sell it. The gluttony he was offering wasn't wild, but rather cultivated by his people. Therefore, he needed to receive the appropriate value for their work. Moreover, even though gluttony can grow anywhere, it dies instantly when it touches snow. This deal would be the first and last of its kind, as after this, Miraloff would be able to produce and survive on its own. For this reason, Ian had to raise the price. He continued saying that surely the Count had heard that the weather had been strange recently, and the amount that could be cultivated was limited. Therefore, he had to build a greenhouse to compensate for this limitation, having no choice but to raise the prices. Thus, the prices could not be lower than 50 gold coins per sack. Ian concluded by explaining that he and his people had accepted the Empire's orders to rebuild the territory. Shortly after Ian left the room, Carlos commented that it was crazy for mere herbs to be worth 5,000 gold coins. Rienne explained to her husband that this year was a special case and they needed to save their people. She asked him to take advantage of Ian and the assistant's absence to decide what to do before they returned. The woman asked her husband how much he was willing to pay per sack. After thinking for a moment, he replied that he wouldn't want to pay any gold coins, but 35 coins was his limit. Ryan analyzed and said that perhaps Ian could agree to that. Milade took his hand and suggested they accept the terms and propose a price between 35 and 40 gold coins. She reminded him that Ian had mentioned that gluttony dies immediately when it touches snow, and if the snow falls, the prices may rise even more, making it harder to purchase in the future. Whispering in Carlos's ear, she suggested that, in exchange for this, they asked for two types of gluttony, half being smaller gluttony for planting and the other half, larger gluttony for consumption. Soon after the conversation, the door to the room opens, and the protagonist and the assistant enter, apologizing for making them wait. Carlos sighs and comments that the tea has gone cold. Immediately, the protagonist calls Hannah and asks her to bring more tea. While sitting down, the protagonist notices that Milida is fiddling with her earring. She makes a few gestures that Ian quickly understands. Realizing that the limit they are willing to pay is 35 coins. Ian thinks that asking for a higher price could work, but if the negotiations with the Count don't go well, he can still negotiate directly with the people of Miraloff. Ryan calls the protagonist and says that 50 coins per sack is simply too much, noting that he already has a monopoly on gluttony, and with that price, it seems he doesn't intend to do business. Ian sighs, says he understands, and proposes a condition. He explains that in exchange for selling the gluttony for 40 coins per sack, he wants a signed contract guaranteeing that no matter what economic conditions are adopted in Bratz, the Count and Countess will not be able to intervene. Upon hearing this, Carlos wonders if Ian is trying to do something with the border tribe. He smiles, thinking the protagonist is a fool because even if he doesn't interfere, it won't matter if he reports any suspicious actions to the central authority. With that, Carlos agrees, saying that in any case, it is up to the protagonist to make the economic decisions for his people. However, he would like the young master to also not interfere in Mariloff's economic affairs and proposes closing the deal at 30 gold coins per sack. Ian asks how many coins the Count is willing to pay, and he increases the offer to 31. The protagonist refuses. Then, Carlos offers 32, but Ian refuses again, frustrating the Count. Irritated, Carlos finally concedes and offers 35 coins per sack. Ian accepts the offer and states that the final price will be 3,500 gold coins. The assistant takes the contract and starts modifying some points, such as replacing the term fresh with received the previous week, and adding the condition for the Count to report any changes in the planning if something happens. The Count agrees and also suggests specifying the size of the gluttony in the contract. Shortly after, the protagonist asks Rian if she's tired. He warns that it will still take a while and asks if she would like to rest in one of the vacant rooms. She asks Carlos if it's okay for her to go, and he simply responds that she can do whatever she wants, as it won't bother him. Ian stands up and offers to guide her, saying he also needs some fresh air. Upon hearing this, the Count becomes alert, suspecting that the protagonist is trying to seduce his wife. At that moment, Ramondro draws Carlos's attention and asks if he's hearing him. He suggests they change Section 3 of Article 3 and Section 1 of Article 5. While they talk, the protagonist and Melita leave the room. After they exit, Ian thanks her, but Melita asks where Clark is. Ian responds that he is being treated as well as possible, eating and resting in one of the rooms. A bit thoughtful, Ian calls her and asks if she has seen the Count's younger brother. She replies that she has, but only met him twice. It seems he is living in an old mansion on the eastern side of Miraloff's territory and, like Carlos, has a disgusting attitude. The young master comments that if the Count dies, the only person who would raise suspicion is the brother, as without heirs there would be nothing for Millet to worry about. He continues, saying that if the Count died, probably no one would suspect her. However, she interrupts and says she is cursed. Rian remembers that her mother always said that dryads and other nature spirits exist between a promise and its fulfillment, and that if they make a promise, they must keep it. Otherwise, they must pay the price, especially if they kill the protector of the forest. She confesses that she betrayed the laws of nature and believes that's why she always lives with problems. This makes her think that if the Count's brother raises suspicions about her, she might end up being sold as a slave. She wonders if this is just a product of her imagination or if she is seeing the future. Ian says that he can't say anything for sure and asks if she made any promise to her mother. If she didn't, he doesn't know what kind of curse she might have. He explains that she might be thinking this because of the curse or because she broke the laws of nature, but it could also just be a concern she has taken on. He asks her to wait for the best outcome. These words leave Mileda surprised. Arriving at the room where Clark is, the protagonist asks Barrick to open the door. When they enter, she sees that Clark is fine and the boy looks at her with a different attitude. She calls his name but then turns and starts to leave. Ian asks if she's leaving without saying anything, to which Rian responds that yes, as there is no reason to stay. The only thing she says to Clark is that she came to do business with Ian and just stopped by to see if he was alive. The boy looks down when he hears that. Barrick, observing, asks what he is doing and tells them both to stop making a scene. Soon after, the protagonist and Mileda return to the room and he apologizes for the interruption, asking where they are in the negotiation. Ramondro comments that he arrived at a great time as they are almost finished. He hands over the paperwork after a long time spent drafting the contract. The protagonist thanks him and flips through the contract, saying he will sign it since he needs to obtain the official seal. Carlos responds that this won't be a problem because he had already thought of that and added that detail to the contract. He also informs that he will be picking up the gluttony today. Shamelessly, he says that he can pay 1,000 gold coins now and will send the rest through the Heyman Bank. With that, they finalize the deal, confirming that this is the beginning of a new relationship. The Count emphasizes that he will start by selecting the seeds and asks the protagonist to expedite the process at the bank in the meantime. While the servants work on collecting the gluttony, the protagonist calls Barrick over and asks him to have the other servants help move the gluttony. He also tells him that since the Count will do most of the selection, they won't have much work to do. As he leaves, Ian tells the redhead to prepare the carriage because once he checks the gold coins, he will head to the bank. Barrick asks which bank he plans to go to, and Ian replies that it will be the Hyman Bank in Burial. Sometime later, the protagonist arrives at the bank where he is greeted by a lady. She shows him a suitcase full of gold coins and says she has heard about the agreement between Lord Ian and the Count of Mariloff. She asks if all those coins are the initial payment, and Ian confirms that yes, they are 1,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, Barrick, impressed, couldn't stop drooling at the sight of all the coins. Ramondro quickly reprimands him for his lack of manners. Suddenly, a fully armored guard grabs the coin box. He asks the lady if he can move the money, and she confirms that he can. Barrick, curious, asks what that is, and Ramondro explains that it's an outfit made of magical stones. This armor not only gives the wearer power to crush enemies, but also protects against fire, physical attacks, and even low-level magic. However, just thinking about the cost of that armor sends chills down the assistant's spine. Seeing that, Barrick understands why common bandits don't approach the bank. The Hyman Bank is considered a sacred area in Burial, and even during the Civil War, the investors and the Count's private army left the place untouched. The woman opens the door and says she will prepare some snacks while they count the coins. Ian comments that they made a profit of 3,500 gold coins and that this should help cover some of the debts. They will probably have a better outcome than last year thanks to the taxes. However, Ramondro points out that the real problem will begin the following year with the increase in transportation fees and the cost of maintaining Barrick's dignity and diet. Joking, Barrick says that if it's okay with the protagonist, he could move to the capital with him. Ian thanks him for the offer, but explains that, at the moment, Ramondro is still in the honeymoon phase. Ramondro jokes, saying it's not like they'll share the same room, and asks what the problem is. Even so, the protagonist insists that everything will be fine and that there's nothing to worry about. Ramondro reminds him that the protagonist managed to prepare 40% of the required contribution before taking his position, but that doesn't mean he can let his guard down. He suggests that raising taxes would be an easy solution to solidify his position. Ian agrees but points out that taxes have already been raised because of the gluttony, and increasing them further would harm his people. Ramondro insists, asking why he doesn't consider raising the taxes a little more to get additional funds, pointing out that by implementing flexible terms, they could adjust it in the future. Then he asks if Ian really has no interest in raising taxes. Ian takes Ramondro's hand and explains that he will be away from the territory for a long time. The only reason the people accepted the changes was out of necessity for survival during the winter. When spring arrives, negative opinions will begin to emerge. He comments that he can already imagine what the people will think if the taxes are raised just to generate more profit. Ian says he understands that Ramondro is suggesting this out of concern, but he emphasizes that when he makes a decision, he is stubborn. He states that he already has a better plan to raise funds without needing to increase the taxes. Ramondro, curious, asks what he has in mind. Ian explains that he received advice from Hannah, who suggested exploiting the foreigner's interest in the gluttony trade. Some time ago, Hannah asked if he was concerned about the possibility of the Marilofts getting involved in the trade of raw gluttony. Therefore, she suggested that he only allow the trade of roasted gluttony. Ian agrees, saying that he can allow the Marilofts to trade gluttony, but they will need at least a month before their gluttony is ready, and during that time, they will negotiate the raw gluttony. Hearing this, the assistant is impressed and realizes that this is why the protagonist mentioned this issue in the contract. Suddenly, the lady returns to the room. She informs that she has checked all the coins and asks if he can sign now. While signing, Ian asks if there was any problem. She replies that it just took a little effort and informs him that the vault will be full until the collection arrives. After signing, Ian hands over the contract and says that the count should return with 2,500 gold coins, then suggests that she prepare the document in advance. The lady reflects for a moment, thinking that she heard that Lord Ian was from the outskirts, but she was impressed by his skills in handling the paperwork of a bank. She imagines that he must have been taught by someone experienced. Later, as they are leaving the bank, the protagonist calls Barrick. He mentions that the Count's brother must be living in an old mansion and asks Barrick to find out where it is. Ramondro comments that he needs to stop somewhere to buy gifts for his wife and daughter. But before he leaves, the protagonist calls him and asks if there have been any updates on what happened with Moline. The assistant reflects for a moment and responds that he went after information, but all he got was a response telling him to wait, which makes him think that they are worried about something else. He asks why the protagonist is so concerned with Moline, since he's locked in the catacombs and almost everyone has already forgotten about his existence. Ian thinks about Ramondro's comment about them being busy, but wonders if, in fact, something went wrong. In Marav's office, there were he and his brother Gale. A few weeks later at the Imperial Palace, Marav asks his brother what that is all about, saying it's not like he's lost or anything. Gale gives a faint smile and asks why he's reacting that way, since he just came to greet a good friend. The first prince, however, isn't in the mood for small talk and tells his brother to get to the point, as he's busy. Gale then asks if he's already decided how to deal with Lord Moline. Marav replies that it's an interesting topic but questions what that has to do with him. His brother insists he shouldn't pretend to be ignorant, since everyone knows he's backing the idiot at the border. The second prince comments that it would be better if that idiot came with Moline to the capital, because once Ian's inauguration ends, he'll be taken by the Ministry of Magic. With that, Gale says he's sure his brother knows what that means. Marav confirms and says it means Ian will fall under Wesley's jurisdiction, Gale's lover. Then he asks if his younger brother is trying to threaten him, suggesting it'll be easier for him to handle Ian. The first prince points out he's surprised, as he never imagined his brother would care so much about this matter. He goes on to say it wasn't always like that, but recently he's taken a certain interest in it. Marav says this while writing an order to kill Moline and his lackeys. Gale suggests his brother should restrict his interests, and Marav asks why. The second prince replies that he was coming back from the king's palace and that, while they were discussing the nomination of a new chancellor during the New Year's feast, it was Marav who tried to suggest Lord Hallett. Marav then asks what his brother is implying, and Gale, holding a potion, explains it's the new truth potion, developed by the Ministry of Magic, a substance that forces the user to speak only the truth. This shocks the first prince, and his brother continues by saying that when he asked their father if he could use the potion during the chancellor's speech as a test, the king agreed. Gale points out that since so many people lie blatantly, it will be interesting to see how they perform after reading the good faith oath. He then tells the first prince that if he wants Lord Hallett to be the new chancellor, he suggests Marav finds a way to get Moline and his subordinates to appear at the feast. Marav thinks the problem isn't in figuring out if someone is telling the truth or not, but in the fact that the potion was created by the Ministry of Magic itself. Whether people really tell the truth, or just what the potion's creator wants to hear, no one knows what actually happens when it's used. The first prince reflects that Gale is planning to use the Ministry of Magic to put the judicial branch that supports him in check. With that in mind, he asks his brother if he really thinks this will work. Gale replies that even if some ministers disagree, the truth potion is a necessary evil, like the fire that started human civilization. Though it might bring chaos at first, people will understand its value over time. And in this case, the source of the chaos will be Hallett himself. That's why Gale suggests his brother take some time to seriously think it over. Marav, irritated, tells the second prince to stop pretending he's giving him a choice, because whether Moline lives or dies, Gale has no intention of giving Hallett that suspicious potion during the speech. Faced with this, the first prince thinks that if that's the case, it's better to kill Moline and give up on Hallett since he still has time and needs to find a way around the situation. The second prince smiles and says that's why he doesn't like how Marav handles things, pointing out that even a man like Hallett, with a good reputation and many achievements, ends up discarded if Marav doesn't need him. Gale says maybe that happens because his brother was born with everything and for that reason doesn't understand the value of anything, whether people or objects. This completely enrages the first prince. He punches the table and yells at his brother to shut up, saying he knows nothing about his life. The second prince simply nods and says he's leaving, hoping his brother makes the right decision. Marav is left completely frustrated until someone approaches, a bit concerned, and asks if he's all right. Marav replies yes, but grows pensive as he stares at the paper he just wrote. Annoyed, he begins tearing it up and orders the butler to summon the General Assembly. Shortly after, he writes a new letter ordering Moline's execution to be postponed. Meanwhile, in the former territory of Bratz, the protagonist thinks that since Gale got involved, he's sure things will be delayed. Even so, it's all very interesting to Ian. He thinks the second prince will agree to help save Moline, which makes him wonder if Moline is really that important. Even if he's loyal, he's still just an old administrator. So either Gale genuinely cares about his subordinates, or Moline holds some very valuable information. That makes the protagonist question if there's something in Bratz and why, out of all territories, it had to be Bratz. After finishing his thoughts, the protagonist steps out and asks the Count if he's done with everything he needed. Carlos replies that not yet, since he's still in the process of moving things. While the Count is talking, the protagonist notices that Rienne's face is bruised and thinks the Count probably hit her again. Then Carlos asks the protagonist to take a look at something. He hands over a paper and says it's a notice from the Hyman Bank in Mariloff. The paper read, "Notice to the banks of the Eastern Territory of the Variel Empire. We have received reports of bandits on the loose in Karina, Rogan, and Zylkuf, causing delivery delays. Therefore, there may be a shortage of checks and other documents. Please be aware of this inconvenience." After reading it, the Count comments that, as expected, his bank also ran out of checks, which will likely delay the payment by a day. Ian says that will be troublesome for him too, since he just signed the contract. Carlos, given the situation, asks if Ian would like to go to his territory and move the rest of the gold by carriage. The protagonist replies that this is a clear violation of the contract, as it states that payments must be made by check. A bit awkwardly, the Count says that's why he's asking for Ian's consent. However, Ian says he doesn't want to agree to any deal that puts him at a loss. With no other option, Carlos asks his wife to hand over her jewelry as collateral, believing the earrings and the ring will be enough. She agrees and starts taking them off. But as she removes the ring, the protagonist is surprised. He recognizes that piece and remembers a red flower. Noticing his expression, Rian asks if something's wrong, but the protagonist only asks if she knows anything about the ring's jewel. She replies no, that it was just a gift from the Count. The Count thinks for a moment and says he doesn't really remember either, only that it was a gift he received from a group of merchants on the way to the capital. He notes that he's sure it was around the first spring after he married his wife, and that in any case, he recalls getting it from a merchant group that included an alchemist. The protagonist wonders if there really was an alchemist in a merchant group, since that's odd. Alchemists study the truth of nature instead of magic, but most are crazy frauds or heretics pretending to be mages. It's not uncommon outside the Empire. The Count comments that when genuine, alchemists are basically traveling jewel producers, and there are many cases of them helping merchant groups in exchange for joint work. Still, Carlos admits he's never seen a truly skilled alchemist before. Looking at the ring, he says he always found it interesting that some people can turn stones into precious gems. He adds that he heard they're quite popular overseas, and that's why he decided to keep that piece. Since it seems that jewel was made by an alchemist, the protagonist concludes it really was crafted by one, but wonders why it was hidden inside one of Ian's plants. At that moment, Rian hands over the jewelry and asks if it's enough as collateral. The protagonist takes them and says yes. As long as a check is sent by tomorrow, he'll return all belongings. Suddenly, someone arrives to inform them that all the gulas have been moved, which the Count finds great, asking everyone to prepare for the return trip. As they're about to leave, the madam says goodbye to the protagonist, telling him to keep his eyes open during the next month as she's sure he'll witness something exciting. The Count hears that and asks what will happen next month, but his wife dodges the question, saying of course she was referring to the gula. Still, the Count seems suspicious. He turns away, gets into the carriage, and they depart. Barrick asks the protagonist if that jewel is real and what he'll do if the Count doesn't send the check by the next day. Ian tells him not to worry so much. If the Count fails to send it, he'd actually be doing Ian a favor by breaching the contract, since all Ian would need to do is report it to the Imperial Palace. As most Margraves hate dealing with the Imperial Palace, the protagonist is sure Carlos will do everything he can to make the payment. Ian tells Barrick that as soon as the Count and his people leave Bratz territory, he should go to the central square and spread the news that only toasted gula will be accepted for trade, and that 10% of the profit will be collected as tax. As they walk in, Barrick asks about Clark, and the young man replies that since he's connected to the lady, He'll have to keep him around for a while as he's sure he'll be useful soon. The redhead then asks what they'll do with him and if they'll make him do anything. The young master orders Barrack to command Clark however he wants, as long as he keeps him in one piece. Sometime later, a man arrives with a delivery, explaining that it's payment for the gula, including the 1,000 gold coins received the day before. The check is valid for the remaining 2,500 coins. After taking the letter, Ian calls Hannah and asks her to please bring the goods. Ian tells the man that if he's not in a hurry, he can sit and wait. As the man gets comfortable, the protagonist asks if his name is Simon. The man replies yes, surprised that Ian remembers. But the young man says of course he would remember. He read Simon's letter multiple times. At that moment, the protagonist had been sending a letter requesting something on behalf of the Count and his territory, but it would basically give up all negotiation power. Simon begins to sweat and tremble, unsure how to explain himself. Ian then comments that, in fact, he's in need of a new butler, and explains he just needs someone to help with training. That's why he wants Simon to take on the task. Simon doesn't quite understand what the protagonist means, so the young man explains that although he still needs the Count's approval, there's a smart and dedicated person Simon will love to train. Ian says he'll be well rewarded and that if Simon wants, he can even allow Clark to return with him. Simon nods and says he'll discuss it with the Count. At that moment, Hannah arrives saying she brought the goods. The protagonist asks her to come closer and informs Simon that she is Hannah. Upon seeing the girl, Simon says he understands now and will report the details to the Count. The girl, however, has no idea what's going on. Sometime later in the middle of the city, Simon is in his carriage and asks the coachman why it's so noisy outside. Then he notices something and wonders what's going on. Upon arriving at the Count's estate, Simon hands over a sack of jewels. Carlos asks Ryan to check if Ian stole anything, but she tells him to stop with the jokes. The Count becomes thoughtful and wonders if something is going on between his wife and Ian. At that moment, Simon reports that the people of Bratz are selling gula to them. He says he confirmed that Lord Ian allowed gula trading among his people, and the Count understands that means the young man is restricting exchange within his own territory. That's when he realizes something. The people of Bratz are selling gula to the people of Mariloff. Carlos becomes furious, and his wife tries to calm him down, saying the people were only trading toasted gula, which is only good for consumption and can't be planted, so it shouldn't affect the Count's trades. Simon continues saying that even if it's unfortunate, it's happening without the Count's consent. He begins to say he doesn't believe this is, but the Count interrupts him, asking if he's joking. He questions Simon on what he thinks would happen if Bratz started selling their gula at a lower price after putting in so much effort to grow their own. Simon, voice trembling, admits he should have researched Bratz's economic activities better. Rian approaches the Count and asks him to take a break, saying they still have room to maneuver and that they don't know Lord Ian's true intentions. At that moment, Simon reports that he received a proposal to train one of the protagonist's maids. He says he'll be rewarded for it and notes that Ian didn't agree to send Clark back to Mariloff, so he'd like to discuss it with the Count before deciding. The madam grows thoughtful, suspecting this might be an indirect message to her. She wonders if Ian is saying that if she wants Clark back, she needs to send the butler. However, she doesn't fully understand. Carlos then orders the butler to send a message to the protagonist. He wants to invite him to a banquet and say it's to thank him for the gula negotiations. Irritated, he says it's annoying that Ian is using the central hub as a tool, and for that reason, he plans to teach the boy a lesson. Back at the protagonist's mansion, Barrack is impressed, as there's a suitcase full of gold in front of him. Ian tells him that everyone's harvest was better than expected, and is also surprised that they managed to get all that just from the residents of a commercial village like Mariloff. The redhead realizes that's why people say it's good to live off passive income, and asks how much money is in there. Ian says he wants to know too and tells the redhead to count it. He adds that if he needs help, he can ask Clark, since he's always walking around with him and giving orders like he's a servant. But Barrack replies that Clark's no fun. Before the protagonist leaves, the redhead calls out and asks if Ian will take him along when he goes to the capital. Ian thinks for a moment, sits back down and says that depends on Barrack himself. The redhead asks if there'll be anything to learn there, and Ian says yes. Anyone famous in the Varial Empire will be there. Barrack asks how strong those people are compared to the Divine Warrior tribe. The protagonist says there's probably no comparison, but adds that he's not sure since when. Then he mentions something about the North, until he remembers something. He says the captain can't be compared to the Northern Warriors, but when Barrack hears that, he notices the sentence came out wrong. The protagonist starts laughing and asks if it was that obvious, explaining he forgot. In truth, the protagonist nearly mentioned something that hasn't happened yet, an incident where the power of the bloodline of the Atan tribe in the north of the Varial Empire was stopped by a captain of the guard. Barrack asks how many captains there are, and the young master replies that, by the rules, there should be 3. The redhead says the Imperial Palace sounds amazing, but Ian adds that it's not just because it's the Imperial Palace, It's also because there are many talented people in the capital. The border didn't get that name for nothing. Barrack thinks for a bit and says he wants to go with the protagonist because he feels he can improve if he goes to the capital. Ian agrees and thinks that enlisting in the capital's army wouldn't be a bad idea. Regardless, Barrack is very skilled, and as a magic swordsman, he's not someone the Empire would want to lose. Suddenly, Hannah arrives saying a letter from Mariloff has arrived. Ian is surprised, commenting that the old man sure has a lot of free time. He assumes the letter is about him allowing Gula to be sold, but finds it unexpected to receive a letter, thinking the Count would come complain in person. After reading the letter, they see it's a dinner invitation. Ian even says he'll bring Barrack with him. The redhead is thrilled at the idea. He'll get to eat a lot. Ian hands him some more money and says they'll go after Barrack finishes counting everything. Hannah says she'll prepare an outfit for Ian but calls out to him first and asks if he's going to wear that necklace to the banquet. He asks if there's a problem, and she says she'll prepare something to hide the necklace, pointing out that he said the Margrave of Mariloff has insane jealousy. Since the jewels are identical, the Count might do something if he sees the protagonist wearing matching jewelry with Lady Rienne. She says mentally unstable people always react unpredictably. After hearing that, the protagonist agrees and says he'll do as she suggests. He thinks for a bit and calls Hannah, saying he needs to bring Clark with him, so asks her to get him ready too. Ian reflects that Clark must be the only company Lady Rienne has at the mansion, so he should return him to ensure her safety. Suddenly, the redhead starts yelling that he's finished counting, which makes the protagonist think he should take Barrack along and let him eat until he explodes. 11 hours before the Margrave of Mariloff's death, the four of them are seated at the dinner table. The Count calls out to the protagonist and asks why he brought the redhead. Ian laughs and says that's Barrack, his most trusted companion, and since the Count invited him to dinner, he thought he'd bring him along for an introduction. As they exchange glances, the protagonist thinks the Count never said he had to come alone, and the Count thinks he should have spit in Ian's soup. Changing the subject, Ian comments that it seems the Count enjoyed the gula, and Carlos agrees, admitting it's a delicacy. But he also says he heard the young man allowed his people to sell the gula, which makes him believe even the lower classes now know the taste of the delicacy. The young master replies that everyone should share the good things and asks the Count not to thank him, since he was able to get part of the compensation thanks to the Count himself. Ian adds that besides that, he brought a gift and says he was thinking of returning the slave Rienne gave him last time. The young master says that if he had known such a big exchange would take place between them, he wouldn't have accepted the slave, and since he didn't authenticate the agreement, he'll return Clark. The Count says that if that's what Ian wants, he won't stop him, but he slams the table and asks how the protagonist could decide something as important as allowing Gula to be sold on his own right after making a deal with him about it. He states that whether they like each other or not, they're still neighbors, and if the young man acts that way, things will be difficult for both of them. Ian says he doesn't understand, since he wasn't the one who asked for business in Mariloff, and asks how he could stop them if they bought it on their own. He thought the agreement had finally put them on good terms again. That starts to frustrate the Count, but he says he agrees, though he points out that Ian allowing it right after the deal leaves room for misunderstanding. Ian replies that that's also why he accepted tonight's invitation, because even if the Count encourages his people to consume gula, Carlos should restrict the trade of raw gula. The young master says he'll do the same. However, since he doesn't have many people, he explains that supply and demand are closely linked, so both sides need to be careful. Carlos grabs another glass of wine and starts drinking, and his wife comments that he's drinking too much. He slams the glass on the table and says he'll make it clear. Gula is forbidden from being traded in his territory, and he expects Ian to manage his own properly. With that, the Count gets up, ending the dinner, and asks his wife to entertain Lord Ian since he's now busy. After he leaves, only the three remain at the table. The protagonist asks if the lady is all right, and she says yes. So Ian takes the chance to ask if she's been making good use of the makeup she took last time. She says yes, that she even wore it that day. Rienne returns to the topic and says she remembers him mentioning that he brought Clark back. The young master confirms, saying he's outside and that he's more valuable than gold. She thanks him, but says that even so, getting Clark back for free feels inappropriate. Rienne remembers that Ian was interested in her ring, and if it's okay, she'd like to give it to him. She asks why he's so interested in a jewel that's a byproduct of an alchemist's failure, until he shows his necklace, saying he has something similar. The lady asks if she can take a closer look, and the protagonist allows it. She comes closer, and he continues saying he's had it since he was young, so there are many things about the necklace that make him curious. She comments that it really does seem like it was made by the same alchemist. Meanwhile, someone was behind the door spying. 4 hours before the Margrave of Mariloff's death, after dinner ends, the butlers begin clearing the table. The same young man who was eavesdropping looks distracted. Simon walks over and asks why he's acting that way. The boy says the madam and Lord Ian seemed very close, Simon asks if something happened, and the boy says that actually a while ago he saw the madam touch Lord Ian's neck. This surprises the butler so much that he drops a plate. The others there tell the boy to shut up and ask if he's crazy, reminding him of the last time the madam saved him. If it weren't for her, he probably would have lost an arm or a leg and been kicked out of the mansion. One of the maids says the only reason he's still working there is because of her, and asks how he could say something like that. Simon, however, doesn't tell them to stop. He thinks for a moment and asks everyone to stay quiet for now, because if they're careless, everyone, including the madam, could be in danger. That's why no one should let this reach the Count's ears. However, the Count was behind them and asks what it is that he can't hear. Everyone is terrified. Carlos steps forward, demanding Simon tell him what they're trying to hide. Now, only 2 hours remain before the Margrave of Mariloff's death. It's already night, and the madam is walking through the mansion's hallway when Simon appears with a bruised face, saying the master asked for her upstairs. Ryan asks what for, and the butler, a bit downcast, replies that the master is suspicious about her relationship with Ian. This surprises her, and she starts to show fear. Seeing her expression, the butler becomes confused and asks if it's true, pointing out that she knows the Lord's personality and questions how she could have made such a mistake. She starts screaming, saying that's not it, and wonders what she should do, asking herself if she'll be tied to that cursed mansion forever. That's why she starts running. She finds another butler and asks for a carriage until Simon catches up, saying she can't do this. But she begs him to let go of her. If she stays, she'll die. Suddenly, someone appears in front of her. It's Paolo, the Knight of Mariloff. He tells her to stop making a scene. The madam begins to tremble, begging him to let her go. As he approaches, Paolo yells that everyone is dismissed and orders that no one is to leave until given permission. The madam is completely terrified, and her screams can be heard from outside the mansion. Clark, who is outside, realizes it's the madam who's screaming. Inside the room, everything is shattered. Meanwhile, Clark heads toward the room. When he arrives, he sees Simon and Paolo standing guard at the door. Simon tells Clark to go to the servants' quarters, but at that moment they hear a scream. Clark tries to enter the room until the Count opens the door and he sees the madam all bruised. When she sees him, the madam calls out his name. The Count, holding Orion by the hair, asks how many men she's already been with, saying it's already Ian and now Clark. She responds that she's already told him many times she hasn't been with anyone, but the Count yanks her and asks why, then she's calling Clark by name. With that, the Count calls Clark into the room, saying he's going to put an end to all of this. Ryan screams for him to run. Clark doesn't know what to do, but takes a deep breath and decides to go in. The next day, at the protagonist's house, Hannah arrives saying a letter from Mirloff has come Shorschai, and now it's an obituary. This surprises the protagonist. Back at the Count's mansion, Clark is injured. However, the one lying lifeless on the floor is Carlos. It was all just an act, part of a plan. Clark had a tweezer stabbed into his neck, and with that, the Margrave of Mariloff died. Soon, the protagonist and Barrick were shocked by what they saw. Ryan, completely worn out, looks and notices that the young master has arrived. Ian enters the room and asks what happened. She averts her gaze a bit and begins to explain that, as he can see, that was the result. He asks if the Count is really dead, and Ryan replies that yes, and that the doctor is examining him in the main room. She also explains that while she was being beaten, she used her hairpin and struck the Count's neck. Ian thinks this is unbelievable, as they use medicines to avoid any legal repercussions, but still, it ended up like this. Suddenly, Paolo approaches the protagonist and introduces himself as the representative knight of Mariloff. Ian asks if he was the one who sent the message, and the knight confirms, saying he wanted to check something. The young master asks what he wants to check, and Paolo changes his tone, explaining that each person there swore loyalty to the Count, and their duty and responsibility is to reveal the truth behind the Lord's death and kill everyone involved in the Count's death. This is the final mission in his name. Ian asks what this has to do with him, and then Paolo asks what kind of relationship the young master has with Madame Rien. The protagonist doesn't quite understand that question. At that moment, the Madame explains to the young man that they suspect she was committing adultery with him. Barrick starts laughing in the back. Ian doesn't like this topic much and asks where Clark is, requesting him to be brought there. Paolo replies that he can't, as he's locked up in the underground prison. This irritates the Madame, who demands he bring Clark now. Paolo answers that, until they know the truth behind all the events leading to the Lord's death, he can't follow her orders either. The young master stands there, observing the situation, and asks what else they need to know, explaining that his master only died because he was hot-headed. And still, they are talking too much for people who couldn't do anything about the safety of their own master. He asks if, even in this situation, they dare to be rude to the concerned neighbor. Ian turns to the Madame and tells her to fire those idiots when she has the chance. This surprises Paolo, and he starts shouting, but before he can go any further, Barrick places his sword at his neck, telling him to shut up and step back. Ian simply watches and thinks that if they expel the lady and try to usurp the state with the Count's brother, things will get complicated. Ian calls Barrack over and tells him they'll have to take care of things there. Barrack asks if he wants him to take care of all of them, but the young master tells him not to be stupid and orders him to bring Romandro. Rian asks everyone to leave and clear the suffocating place. She calls the butler and asks him to bring some tea, as they should show their manners to the guests. With that, everyone leaves the room, leaving only the madame, the protagonist, and the redhead. Rian says she can't believe any of this. Ian advises her to believe and asks if those knights have control over Marilov's army, emphasizing that she must protect her rights to the territory before they try anything. The protagonist asks if she has sent news about the Count's death to his brother. She replies that she hasn't. Understanding the situation, the young master asks her to get the family seal from the office before Romandro arrives, as the seal bearer represents the state owner. With that, they will handle things one step at a time, and he warns her that if the knights betray her, he will send his troops. Rian becomes a bit curious and asks what he wants. The young master thinks for a moment and says that right now he doesn't want anything too much, but maybe money will help. Rian stands up and says she can help with that. As she passes him, she jumps and prefers that he take something more than just money. She opens a drawer, saying she doesn't have much to offer now, but takes a ring and says there's something only she can give. Showing the ring, she asks if he's curious, because her ring and his necklace may have been made on the same day and hour. At this moment, Barrack asks the protagonist if he's not going to accept, and Ian is surprised he's still there. The redhead goes to Rian, takes the ring, and says it will be in good hands with him. But then, he puts the ring on his finger, and the ring gets stuck. The protagonist is outraged and asks the madame if she has any knife to lend him, as he thinks he will have to cut the redhead's finger off to take the ring. Barrack, in shock, says he's going ahead to get Romandro. The protagonist says that anyway, they need to hurry, and the most important thing now is to move before the knights. Rian becomes a little uncomfortable and wonders what will happen to Clark. Ian replies that he is sure Clark will be executed, as he killed a nobleman and, moreover, it was his own master. It's certain that they won't even give Clark a chance to explain himself. Amanda asks if there are any exceptions, and the young man responds that at least he's never heard of one. But in his thoughts, the protagonist remembers that during this time there was a king born among slaves, and he also said that the first person he killed was his former master. At that moment, Rian asks the young man if he can help her, but he responds that he will have to go to the capital soon and can no longer get involved in this. She's a bit frustrated as she thought he might help. Ian asks how he could help a slave who killed his own master, who was a noble. The madame points out that he already did, as he started as an ordinary man and, even so, managed to survive and become the head of the family. But at that moment, she has an idea and decides to become the Lord of Marilov. The protagonist looks at her but says nothing, making her question whether she can do this. He explains that she is not from Marilov's bloodline and that if she had a child, perhaps she could be. But now that the Margrave is dead, she is just an outsider, and the Count's brother is the only one with decision-making power. Ian says that if she wants to become the lord of that territory, she will have to change Marilov's family laws. She thinks for a moment and says she should become the logic of the territory since she probably won't be able to leave that place. The protagonist, seeing this situation, thinks that it's not like he doesn't understand her concerns, but if she becomes the lord instead of the brother, it would be beneficial for him, as whether it's the knights or the brother who become the Margrave, he can't be sure what will happen while he is in the capital. And, for sure, it would be easier for him if the madame became the lord since she has a desire to expand her territory. Still thinking, he reflects that the key to succession lies with the Count's younger brother. If they hurry, it will only end in a complicated situation, so he plans to think carefully about this matter. The protagonist wonders if he should just take Marilov, as doing so would give a new reason for Gale to interfere there. However, it might increase his value in Marev's eyes. It would be better for him to find the Count's brother first. Then, he stands up and informs the madame that he will notify the Count's younger brother Dave, who apparently deals with indecent things. Sometime later, already at the mansion where Dave lives, Simon and the protagonist enter the mansion. Another butler arrives asking what he is doing there and who the person beside him is. Simon explains that this is Lord Ian, the lord of the neighboring territory. The butler asks if Dave is there, as he has bad news to share. The other butler asks them to wait a bit as Dave is currently praying. The protagonist hears this and becomes curious about that prayer. He looks to the side and sees several books, asking what kind of person Lord Dave is. Simon responds honestly, saying he has only seen him a few times and mentions that, from what the Count said, Dave is very passionate about learning. He remembers that once the Count said he considered being passionate about learning a blessing, but later realized it was a curse. Ian asks why that would be a curse. The butler explains that Dave read a forbidden book that came from a foreign country. Ian asks what forbidden book that is. Simon becomes a bit uncomfortable but still answers that he heard it was about the god of the underworld. This leaves the protagonist impressed until, at that moment, Dave arrives, saying he received a revelation from the god of the underworld. The butler explains that he came here with unpleasant news. Dave asks if someone has died, which makes the butler wonder how he knows. The protagonist doesn't show any reaction, as most of this news tends to be of this kind. Simon explains that the Count was killed last night by one of his subordinates from the mansion. Dave starts laughing, which makes Ian curious. Dave asks who is the person next to the butler. The young master responds that it's Viscount Ian. He says that he hasn't been graced with a surname yet and asks Dave to feel free to call him by his first name. Upon hearing this, Dave realizes it's Bratz and informs that the imperial assessor is with him, which is why the Margravina asked for help, and that's why he visited him. Dave asks what kind of help she asked for. Ian responds that it was to inform him, as he is doing now, about some errands around the mansion. The protagonist emphasizes that it seems the Margravina was desperately in need of help due to her anxiety. Dave sighs, asking why his sister-in-law asked for help from someone outside the family instead of from her own kin. At that moment, the guy turns around, saying he's going to the mansion and will change. The protagonist thinks for a moment and reflects that this family is a mess. It's a surprise how it has managed to function until now. Back at the mansion, the protagonist arrives and sees that Ramondro has arrived. He introduces Lord Dave. The guy greets Ramondro and asks if he is the assessor from the capital. The assessor replies that he is and offers his sincerest condolences. Dave thanks him, says he'll go ahead, and asks them to take all the time they need to talk. As he leaves, both Ramondro and Ian watch him. The assessor gets irritated as the guy barely just arrived and is already acting as if he were the Margrave. He says he got an idea of the situation on the way to the mansion and asks if that slave Clark really killed the Count. The protagonist replies that yes and says there's something suspicious about the knights in the mansion, explaining that it seems like they're planning to take over the mansion if the opportunity arises. Additionally, Dave believes in the god of the underworld. This surprises Ramondro, who asks what's wrong with today. Barrick asks what the god of the underworld is, and the protagonist responds that it's a religion created by the lower classes of a foreign country. Until this period, it was considered just one of many heretical religions. But over time, its followers and influence grew, to the point where there was a religious war outside of burial. The assessor says they are still the most problematic and disgusting among the heretics. The protagonist says he believes it's better for Lady Rienne to become the new lord of the territory, as they can't be sure what will happen if a heretic gains the authority of a lord. It would be better if someone open to cooperating with him took charge. Ramondro agrees, as the knights are very aggressive, and the god of the underworld is not a good idea. With that, the protagonist says they will interfere. The assessor asks if he has a plan, and he responds that he has several ways, but since he has to go to the capital soon, he doesn't want it to take too long. While they are talking, a redhead starts thinking about something until he has an idea and decides to present it. He says they should just kill everyone, and the protagonist agrees with the idea but asks not to make it obvious that it was them who killed them. He explains that they have no justification and that the main culprit has to be Lady Rienne. Ian tells the redhead to be as quick as possible, but asks him to be cautious. Meanwhile, in the madam's room, Ramondro goes in. She notices that he arrived and asks where Lord Ian is. The assessor responds that something came up on the way and that he'll be there soon. He goes close to her and asks if Dave is inside, to which she confirms. Ramondro leans in close to her ear and says that Lord Ian asked him to deliver a message. Then he informs her that the protagonist told her to hold on a bit longer, and that if she can do that, Mariloff will soon be hers. He explains to her that he will now submit a report on the appointment of a lord, but depending on higher decisions, the investigator may come there. At that point, Lord Ian and he will have already left for the capital, and therefore, they won't be able to help. Then he asks if she will stand firm in this decision. She picks something up in her hand and responds that yes, after all, she has no other choice. With everything in agreement, Ramondro tells her that she should dismiss those guards and that the process is very important because if they die as knights of the Mariloff family, he will have to report their names to the imperial palace. However, if not, there will be no need to do so. He assumes she understands what he's saying, which the madam confirms, saying she will handle things in a way that causes no inconvenience to anyone. But at that moment, she asks what they will do with Dave, and Ramondro explains that Lord Ian said he would handle Dave himself, so he will leave that to him. The assessor explains to her that she only needs to promise a provision of 5,000 gold coins and reduce the number of soldiers to half of the current number. He emphasizes that she has the right to refuse, but warns that Lord Ian authorized a preferential property in this deal, and that if she agrees, once everything is done, they will draft a formal contract. Rienne says she has no other way out, so anything is fine with her. At this point, Ramondro starts talking about Clark. The madame clenches her fists and asks if there's no way to resolve this. Ramondro begins to say that there is, but someone arrives behind him. Dave enters, apologizing for the current state of affairs. Ryan looks at him, irritated, saying that he had been ignoring her before, but now it seems he can see her. She asks if he's only acting this way because the imperial family's assessor is here. The guy responds that not entirely, as his brother's death was very traumatic, and that's why he ran to his room. Ramandro tells him to calm down, as there is a lot to be done. Dave nods and says he's a little saddened, but there's still work to be done. He emphasizes that the slave who killed his brother is still breathing in the underground prison. He asks the assessor to prepare a report to send to the imperial palace containing a summary of the details of the case, as well as the decision of the Pariato. Ramandro begins by saying that he heard Dave believes in the god of the underworld. Dave quickly denies it, saying that's ridiculous. His hands begin to shake, and he looks down, saying he would never do such a thing, as they are heretics in the Holy Empire of Burial. He says that with such a tragic event, he would only want a simple title succession ceremony and a funeral for his brother. Ramandro replies that no, the funeral comes first, and that's the proper etiquette. The assessor asks if he can ask some questions about the contents of the report, then questions what his position in the succession will be. He answers that his brother's position was 8th, so his will be 9th. Meanwhile, the madame remains lost in thought. She thinks that her survival comes first, and that she will set everything aside and start over. She remembers Clark and thinks that even if she has to do it again someday, her survival comes first right now. She was so deep in thought that she didn't hear the assessor calling her. She looked startled, asking what he was saying. Ramandro tells her that this matter will be announced to the people of the territory today, and so he will leave the rest of the household organization to her. Dave interrupts, saying that this is unnecessary, and asks what's the point of asking someone who will be leaving this house soon to organize it. Therefore, he declares that he will be in charge of the house from now on. Rian says it's been quite a while since he was removed from the house and points out that if he started managing it now, he wouldn't have the slightest idea where to begin. Dave begins to play the victim, asking if she's not being a bit too harsh, but she continues saying that she doesn't care. She says that the Count's funeral is still to take place and that his desperate attempt to take advantage of the Pariato makes him look ridiculous. She continues, saying that she understands he was persecuted for believing in a cult, but there is an order to be followed for things to be done. This completely irritates Dave. He stands up, wanting to fight with her. Ramandro steps in front, saying that he can't do that. Rian says that even though he was kicked out, he still remains brave, as it only takes a nudge for him to raise his hand. Dave shouts at her, calling her an inferior woman and telling her to know her place. The madame stands up and asks what his brother, who took an inferior woman as his wife, would do, and wonders if he would be a lunatic of the same blood. Dave gets irritated. At that moment, the madam calls the knights. She says that if they are the Count's knights, then they should obviously protect her. The knight responds that until the truth behind the Count's death is revealed, they cannot protect her. She then shows an object in her hand and emphasizes that, since they are behaving so stubbornly, there is no other choice. Rian adds that Sir Ramandro has already approved this until the day of the funeral and that she will be responsible for the house. She then declares that the 3 knights of the Mariloff family are dismissed. One of the knights asks what this means, until suddenly, an explosion happens. On alert, he opens the door, asking what's going on. He then sees Barrack in a cabinet carrying another knight. Dave asks Ramandro why the Heavenly Warriors are there. He responds that it's nothing serious, just a little help to ensure the safety of Madame Rien, since things are a bit chaotic around here. The knight notices his friend Kel all beaten up. Barrack explains that it was Kel's fault since he said he would only pass over his dead body. He adds that he also heard things ended there. Suddenly, the protagonist arrives, saying that now she's safe. The knight gets irritated, remembering that Ian had said he wouldn't get directly involved. Suddenly, Dave arrives, shouting and asking what this means. The protagonist responds that he was affronted by those 3 knights. Ian had received the Count's report and came running, but even then, they kept questioning whether he had an improper relationship with the madam. The protagonist claims that he has never been so insulted in his life, and because of that, he plans to prove his innocence with their deaths. Dave explains that in fact, people usually prove their innocence with their own death, but Ian says that doesn't suit him. After all, a person needs to be alive to prove their innocence, and insults only disappear when their source dies. Hearing this, both the knight and Dave are shocked. Ian calls Barrack and tells him to leave them with him. Then, he starts advancing and passes by the knight, who is trembling and sweating with fear. Meanwhile, only the knight and Barrack remain. Inside the room, the madame nearly gets hit by a plate. Dave is furious, shouting that she is the reason that tribe of savages entered his mansion. He adds that she teamed up with that bastard and ruined the house. The protagonist asks Dave to calm down, but the man tells him to shut up. Ian then offers him some advice. If he insults the lady, he will definitely not be able to handle what will happen when that door opens. Looking at the door, he begins to hear noises and someone saying to play more. This scares Dave terribly. He then calms down and starts murmuring. Ramandro asks if this means that Barrack has already dealt with the knights. Ian replies that almost all of them have been dealt with, but one of the knights has disappeared. Therefore, he plans to send a redhead and the other warriors to pursue him. The protagonist calls Lord Dave, saying he has a suggestion and invites him to talk. First, he begins by apologizing for the commotion, but he emphasizes that, as he said before, those people no longer have any connection with Mariloff. Dave asks if Ian thinks this is really the right thing to do. The young man sighs and asks the Lord to listen carefully to his advice, hoping that he will make a wise decision. He emphasizes that the same goes for Rien. He notices that neither of them intends to live with the other, which they both confirm. With that, the protagonist says that due to their interests, one of them should leave Mariloff, and to be more precise, someone should leave Burial. He turns to the Lord, explaining that the best choice would be for him to leave. Quickly, Dave stands up, shouting and asking what the protagonist is plotting. He even asks if there is no one outside. Then the protagonist whistles, and the door, which had been closed and silent, opens. That human wardrobe pokes its head in, asking if Lord Ian called him. The protagonist replies that no, and that he can continue waiting at the door. Seeing that brute, the Lord sits down, as even the pressure has subsided. Ian calls Rien and says it would be better if everyone with the name Mariloff disappeared. However, if that happens, it would be difficult for the madam to handle. He says that the Imperial investigation team will arrive and review the whole situation. Therefore, they need the Emperor to grant a new title, just like he did for Ian himself. However, this takes time, and the process is quite complicated. He adds that it would be good if the Lord left the territory for a while. Ian asks Dave if the kingdom of Tulun is the place of origin of the god of the underworld. Then he questions what he thinks about going on a pilgrimage there. He warns that if he leaves in a carriage, he should arrive there in about 3 months. Ryan asks if Dave will return after the protagonist goes to the capital, or if he will spill the beans to the imperial court. The protagonist says there's nothing to worry about, as the Lord will be under the heavy supervision of elite mercenaries from the Rowan kingdom. It will cost a bit, but it will be safer this way. Smiling, he says that the most important thing now is Lord Dave's decision. Worried and indecisive, Dave starts praying to the god of the underworld. Sometime later at the protagonist's mansion, it's already nighttime. Hannah, with a large pile of papers, asks Ramandro if she should leave them there. He replies yes and thanks her. After checking some papers, the assessor says it looks like the capital will have a surprise. The protagonist agrees, noting that in a single day, Count Carlos was assassinated by a slave, and his younger brother, who is the heir, is a heretic. Ramandro agrees with him, but points out that what will really surprise everyone is the swap of Gula with Mariloff. As looking at the report, it seems they are still suspicious about Gula. The protagonist asks if the capital's response has arrived, which the assessor confirms, informing that it says to send Moline to the capital first. Hearing that, Ian realizes that Marev lost to Gale in this fight. He says it's sad, but not something difficult, so he will already ask the staff to prepare a carriage immediately. Ramandro questions if everything will be all right, as the protagonist might meet him again in the capital. Ian replies that there's nothing to be done and it doesn't matter to him either way. The assessor says that Rien mentioned wanting to share the Gula harvest in Mariloff with the people of the territory. With this, Ian says they should completely open up Gula trade and that he will allow everyone to sell raw Gula along with toast. Ramandro says things are going well, and if they continue like this, the protagonist will be able to pay the compensation by summer, and he will truly become a noble. He will be pleased to formally speak with him. The protagonist says that is already good enough, and just the fact that Ramandro is helping him with the work is a great help. Ramandro emphasizes that once things on Mariloff's side are settled, they should return, and it will probably take around 2 weeks. Ian agrees and says he doesn't have much baggage, and that the only family member going with him will be Barrack. The assessor takes advantage of the family talk and asks what the protagonist plans to do about his mother. He explains that he told her to go to the village, but she said living in the forest is more comfortable. Ian remembers that she said she would go when it got colder, so he's thinking of asking the woodcutters from the village to check on her. Ramandro points out that still he won't be able to see his mother for a long time when he goes to the capital. The protagonist says that even if he took her with him, he wouldn't be able to see her often. The assessor sighs, agreeing with him, as there's a saying that wizards leave before dawn and return after dusk, and that, for sure, he wouldn't be able to see her. And Wesley would be so angry that she wouldn't leave him alone. So the current situation is the best. At this moment, Ian calls Hannah and explains to her that starting tomorrow, she will need to go back and forth from Mariloff and learn about the duties of a governess there. She is surprised that she will be a governess. A little apprehensive, she asks if Ian means that she will be the next one to undertake this role, which the protagonist confirms. She runs off, saying that she is illiterate and doesn't know anything, and asks how she could be in such an important position. Ian explains that this is why she has to learn, because the ruler of Mariloff is a single person, and therefore she has a lot to learn. The girl becomes very excited and asks if she can run through the hallways. Seeing her excitement, the protagonist agrees. She then says goodbye and runs off, shouting. The assessor laughs at the situation but asks why Barrick is taking so long. Ian replies that he went with the warriors, so if something happened, a hawk would have been sent. However, even considering that, the redhead is taking too long. Elsewhere, in some kind of mine, Barrick was very tired and sweaty, and what he was seeing was making him nervous. Back at the mansion, Hannah was happily running through the hallways. Ramondro says that the girl is quite lively and hopes she does well. The protagonist says he believes in her, as even though she doesn't have experience, there are many people who can help her. He emphasizes that there's Nersaren, and asks if he didn't say that 2 of his assistants would stay. Ramondro says he was thinking of leaving one behind, but since Merloff ended up in that situation, and there will definitely be several orders from the palace, he told them to return to the capital after taking care of it. The protagonist laughs, saying he heard that only the unmarried are left behind. The assessor confirms, saying that this is their fate and that it's their fault for not having a wife. Suddenly, an eagle appears at the window and the protagonist notices it. He quickly deduces that something has happened. Ramondro asks if that is the eagle from the warriors and what it's saying. Ian reads the note and realizes that the warrior who accompanied them isn't very good with the burial language. It says, Barrick, Knight, Moni, pursue always. The protagonist wonders if it's referring to the Mon coal mine. Elsewhere, the eagle flies straight to a young man, and the protagonist arrives there with 2 other men. The young man greets the Lord. The protagonist quickly asks where Barrick is. The boy explains that he is diligently hitting something inside. Ian asks if he's hitting something or a knight, to which the young man responds that he's not sure how to explain it, but that he will understand when he sees it. They begin to enter the mine. As they get closer to the deeper part, Ian hears someone telling Barrick to stop, as he will try. When they get there, Ian sees Barrick hitting something. The protagonist quickly realizes and wonders why that energy is there. There was a body inside a crystal. Barrick notices Ian and asks what that is. The protagonist asks if the redhead really thinks he knows everything. Barrick questions if he doesn't know. Ian replies that he has an idea of what it might be, and, with a confused look, says it resembles a certain type of mana stone. This surprises the redhead, but the protagonist continues and asks if he remembers the stone they used to spy on Moline's group. He emphasizes that it's similar to that and that there are minerals that respond to mana and have special abilities. To seal Ian, the Emperor, to record voices, locate and track, act as a storage space, responding to the mana wavelength, among others. Similar to the vast possibilities of magic, there is no end to the different uses of mana stones. The protagonist asks the redhead if he can't feel anything, saying he felt the mana from the moment he entered that place. Barrick replies that he feels nothing. This makes the protagonist speculate that even though he is a sword mage, he is still a warrior, and furthermore, he is still inexperienced in some areas. So, that could be the reason for this. Ian asks what happened to that knight. Barrick answers that they were following him until they reached that place.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.
A little earlier where they were, there was a purple liquid, and the knight they were following accidentally fell into it. Barrick approached, asking the knight to stay calm, but the moment Paolo tried to run, his legs were petrified. He was so surprised that he couldn't move. Barrick didn't understand how that happened, but he explained to the protagonist that the knight died as soon as he was trapped in that viscous liquid, which suddenly hardened, and he presumed it might have been triggered by something. Ian readied himself and punched the redhead in the head. He screamed, asking why he'd been hit. The young master told him not to look for trouble and asked him to imagine what would happen if he got stuck like that man. Ian asked if the liquid would simply melt and cover Barrick. He turned to the other 2 and called them idiots, saying they weren't afraid of anything, and warned that he would report this to Nersaren. The 2 explained that they had tried to return, but Barrick had become fixed in place and refused to move. The redhead, knowing that this was a mana stone, wondered if it wasn't valuable and pointed out that if there were more, this place was a gold mine. The protagonist agreed that it was priceless, but still intended to investigate more thoroughly. He thought for a moment until he remembered something and said he understood everything. Then he turned, saying they would return to the mansion now, and ordered the mine closed and no one allowed in until further notice. Barrick asked what they would do with the body. Ian answered that there was nothing they could do, and so they would return to the mansion first. The 3 were left puzzled by the young master's attitude. To gather information such as where mana stones are located, help from the Ministry of Magic is essential. Only the Ministry of Magic can determine where mana stones can be found and to what extent. Furthermore, one of the key individuals is on Gale's side, namely Wesley. the Minister of Magic. On the way back, he thought he already knew the reason, and had even wondered why they were so fixated on that place among so many border territories. And with that, he was certain that Gale knew, and that even if he hadn't been sure, they were so fixated on brats because they believed there was a high chance of finding monastones there. Troops trained to confront the barbarians on the frontier required intervention from the imperial palace due to threats to peace, the Lord's tax evasion scandal, and the monastones buried nearby. Things could not have been more perfect for them. At the entrance, the protagonist ordered the site closed immediately and commanded some to stay behind to inform the nearby miners. Now Ian had to confirm this quickly after returning to the mansion, and he wondered if all this was just coincidence, or if they were targeting brats for a reason. In the prison, the protagonist went there to see Moline. Upon seeing the young man, Mac asked what was happening. Ian explained that he had received a message from the Imperial Palace and that it contained instructions on how to deal with them. Moline asked what it said. The young master said he would soon go to the capital and had been told to tie up loose ends. This left Moline intrigued, thinking that it wasn't possible. He reflected on the rare magical stones buried there, the location, and the number of troops. It was practically perfect, and that was why he had put so much effort into that place. But he wondered why they were giving up so easily. He looked at the protagonist but could not say anything based on Ian's expression. The protagonist knew that both Moline and Gale were aware of everything. Elsewhere, Marev was reflecting as he watched the snow fall. He remembered when he was a child and someone told him to listen to the sound of snow falling. It left him thoughtful, but suddenly someone arrived asking if this was the first snowfall of the year. Marev said a banquet should be held soon. The man agreed and said that the main hall of the Imperial Palace would be occupied, because it seemed the designated official was still arguing with Madame Delena, since she had been ordered to organize this year's banquet. Marev said he couldn't understand that and asked why they were so obsessed with that damned banquet. Then the man explained that it was because the banquet is originally under the Emperor's jurisdiction, and he emphasized that the fact that Madame Delena was responsible for it instead of the ailing Emperor must be a great honor for her. The prince smiled, asking if it was all just because of a few words from his father. He thought he shouldn't be happy about Madame being there, because if it weren't for her, he would be in charge of the banquet. The butler agreed since he already had a lot of work. The prince says this makes no sense, because if he and Gale are there, that woman could never become empress. There have been countless rumors saying that she, or someone else, should be appointed as the new empress. However, this is never discussed due to the prince's stance on the idea. Until one of their mothers returns, no one will be able to take the position of empress. Unless it's one of the mothers, no one will be allowed to call them children. Both Marev and Gale agreed with this idea. Marev asks if Ramondro and Ian have arrived yet. The butler replies that he hasn't heard anything about them yet, but they will probably arrive just in time for the banquet. The prince asks about Moline, and the man says he will arrive before Sir Ian. He said that although it's uncertain, it's more likely the administrator will force him to leave, so they must make sure someone keeps an eye on him. Marev imagines luck is on his side, then thinks for a moment and calls the butler FAL, asking if there's anything they can do. This makes FAL break out in a cold sweat. Marev, looking at the papers, says that if it weren't for that truth potion from Sildam, things wouldn't have gotten so complicated. FAL says it's become critical not to have a reason to get involved with other departments, and that development progress, efficacy, side effects, and other information are all only in the reports, so the butler doesn't know if he can trust them. Furthermore, all those reports are full of terms only mages know, and given the gravity of this, several departments are against development. Marev says that still, the administrative department isn't saying anything. He adds that since they have Sir Moline's new recruits, they'll see what happens after the banquet. The prince points out that if Ian were assigned to the magic department, it would be easier to get information about them. It wasn't like that in the past. Only a few years ago, the magic department was considered the successor to the sacred powers while remaining the strongest core of the imperial palace. However, after Wesley became minister of the magic department, that balance was broken. The prince asks where the reports comparing the perfect homogeneous potions are, and FAL hands them over. There, he sees something interesting, a stone called Lulan. The Lulan stone is a rare, high-level monostone, and research is difficult due to its rarity. Marev asks if they managed to do experiments on humans and inquires about efficiency. FAL replies that they had no supply problems since only a small amount was needed, and with that, the Ministry of Magic has gathered 15 kilograms to date. The prince says that's not enough since he has hundreds of kilograms of other monostones in his stock. The butler says that's why it's considered rare, and the Lulan stone was announced to the public only a few years ago. So the prince understands they must be very hard to find. He says he's not sure where they naturally form, even though most of their supply was found near mines. It's still not certain they should start searching all mines. But one thing he knows, even though it normally exists in liquid form, it begins to solidify when exposed to an external mana source. Therefore, he said it's dangerous for someone to come into contact with it. FAL says that large enough sources still need to be found to endanger people, but he emphasizes he will inform those seeking the stone. It was discovered that the more air pockets the stones have when they solidify, the more reactive to mana they are. However, it's still unclear what that means for mages. Besides being hard to find, they're also hard to extract by conventional methods. Marv asks if it's possible to manufacture anything with them. FAL replies that they seem very fragile in contact with mages' mana, so more concentrated mana should make them easier to handle. Understanding how it works, the prince realizes they can serve as a means to determine how strong a mage is. Returning to the protagonist, he shows the stone to Ramandro, who is impressed by that mana stone. The aide even said the protagonist must have been an influential emperor in his past life. The redhead, seeing that, asks him to hang in there. A bearded man who was with the protagonist said he had no idea a stone like that would be there. He knows miners pass through there 5 times a day but said nothing, assuming no one must have noticed it. Ian says it hasn't been there long and insists he's not blaming the bearded man for not noticing it. The guy asks if the protagonist knows what that is, and the young master replies that he knows more or less. He knows it's something incredible. Ramandro asks if Ian knows what kind of mana stone that is. The protagonist explains that he can't say exactly what it is, but it's very strange, because he's only seen it in its refined form and has never seen it raw before, so he can't be sure. The aide asks if there's a problem and says he'll contact the Ministry of Magic. But before that, he thinks of something. Ian, grappling with what Ramandro imagined, says yes, and that he thinks Prince Gale wanted this place because of this stone, and that he probably wasn't sure either, but had guessed. Ramandro says that if the Ministry finds out about this too, things will get more complicated. The young master turns around saying that the good thing is that no one besides him knows about it. The bearded man says he won't speak of it, no matter what happens. The protagonist and the aide stare at the stone, thinking. Then the bearded man asks if he can look. He grabs a hammer and begins to strike the stone. Barrack approaches, saying that won't do anything to the stone, since he struck it with his sword and didn't even scratch it. The bearded man explains that he's trying to wear away the rock to which the mana stone is attached. After breaking away the trapped rock, a liquid starts to drip. Barrack quickly comes forward, saying that this was the same liquid as before, but when he got close, the liquid solidified again. The protagonist asks what happened, and the bearded man replies that beneath there was a liquid the same color as the stone, but when the redhead approached, it hardened. Ramandro and Ian stare at Barrack, who begins to explain that he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The protagonist calls him over, but he swears on all the snacks he's ever stolen that he did nothing. Ian is surprised that he's stealing snacks, but in any case tells him to stay close. Ian pinches the redhead's cheek and asks the bearded man if the stone changes if Barrack moves away. The guy replies no, since it's still solid. The aide asks if Ian has any idea. He says that mana stones, above all, react to and detect mana. Basically, mana stones function by reacting to mana near them, which is why a special liquid is needed to recharge a recording brooch. The protagonist asks Barrack to explain what happened when he hunted the knights. The redhead begins to explain that when he found a hidden knight, he thought he had fallen because of that sticky liquid, but he writhed for a moment and in the end was petrified. Thoughtfully, Ian reflects that it was probably because the stone reacted to Barrack's mana, since Barrack is a magic swordsman and always has his mana around his body. Initially it's liquid, but it hardens with the mana, so Ian realizes that means that stone is Lulan. He asks everyone to step back. The redhead asks why. He replies that he's going to try to break the stone. Barrack asks if he's going to use his hands and if he's gone insane, explaining that it won't work without the bomb. The protagonist places his hand on the stone and uses his magic. The others are impressed because something is happening to the stone. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something, and finally, that stone is shattered into 1,000 pieces. After that explosion, Barrack runs to his grandson and asks if he's okay. The protagonist replies that he is, which leaves the redhead confused because he was very close. Ian explains that he must have cast a protection spell instinctively. Barrack, frightened, says that his master scared him, and asks that next time he say something. The bearded man, shaken, says he almost had a heart attack, and meanwhile, the aide was crying. Ian thinks that's strange, because he only put a little mana in to sense the stone, but it reacted very violently. He can't tell if the reaction to his mana grew stronger. Barrack notes that the stone seemed indestructible, but ended up cracking, saying that magic is incredible. He calls the aide and asks what he's doing, warning that if he's going to gather the stones, he should take the largest ones. Ramandro asks what he's talking about and orders him to start collecting the pieces as well, because each pea-sized fragment is worth a gold coin. Hearing that, the redhead is in shock and starts screaming. asking if anyone has a broom. The protagonist calls the bearded man and says he'll be leaving the mansion soon, and the guy replies yes and that he'll receive another title and has good news. He adds that he'll keep the mine well managed in his absence. Ian says that's great and orders the mine closed for now, which surprises the man. However, the young master explains that he will continue to pay as before and then asks to pay the miners half a year's wages and send them home. Ian changes the tone of the conversation and repeats that no one must know what happened there. The bearded man nods, saying he understands, and so the Moan mines were closed and only authorized people can enter. The crates full of Lulan were taken to the protagonist's mansion. Seeing that, the butler notes there are only 5 crates, but they seem very heavy. The girl next to him agrees, saying they needed 10 carriages to bring them. In the protagonist's office, he asks how things are going at the mine, if the manager is still in charge of operations, and they mention that he asked what will be done with the powder mixed with the earth. Ian asks them to tell him to store the powder in a safe place, because since he doesn't lose his powers, it could end up being the last. Changing the subject, the young master tells Barrick that he will need him to go to the forest today. The redhead asks if it's to see Philia. The protagonist answers yes and asks him to inform her that they are already departing and that she can go there whenever she wants. He says the chances of returning are low, so this may be their last meeting. Barrick says he understands and asks if the young master will go to Mariloff alone. Ian says he will go with Ramondro and his assistants, since several of them will have to stay behind and observe Rian. He mentions that it would be better to get to know them, but ends up dropping some sheets of paper. This irritates him, but he picks them up, thinking that for the territory to function well in his absence, all those documents must be reviewed and the necessary ones approved. Barrick just admires him, but at that moment someone arrives telling Ian that the carriages are ready. He replies that he's coming. Hannah opens the door for him and he asks where Ramondro is. She answers that he's waiting downstairs. At that moment, the redhead touches Hannah and asks if she's also going to Mariloff. She responds that yes, she'll go tonight when her training ends and asks if there's a problem. Barrick replies that there isn't. He asks her if she doesn't think Ian seems tired. Analyzing for a moment, Hannah answers yes and says he hasn't been eating well lately either. She begins to reflect and becomes frightened when she remembers that ensuring her master's safety and health is a butler's basic duty. However, she had completely forgotten this. Hannah runs off saying she needs to prepare an amazing meal for tonight's dinner and that she will do her best to be the best butler she can be. The redhead stands there confused, saying that everyone is going crazy. Meanwhile, the girl ran until she reached the kitchen, calling Mender. The cook is startled but asks if she wasn't going to Mariloff. She answers that she will soon and asks that by tomorrow, before the young master goes to the capital, he prepare several dishes rich in nutrients. He asks if something happened, but she leaves saying that the young master is a bit tired and probably lacks energy, and therefore asks Mender to make things good for his health. Another girl arrives asking what Hannah said. Mender replies that he'll have to go into town to buy meat, explaining that apparently it's for Lord Ian's health. The girl is surprised and asks if the young master is ill, and a man who was standing behind hears this. Sometime later, he tells another person that the young master is exhausted, and that person tells someone else that Lord Ian is in critical condition. The rumors continued to distort until they said the illegitimate son, terminally ill, had become the Lord. As for the protagonist, he feels his ear burning. Ramondro notices this and asks if there's a problem. The young master replies it's nothing, but thinks that Barrick must be spreading rumors about him. Suddenly, the aide shows a paper saying he discussed the rest by letters, but that they still need to decide how they will proceed with Carlos's funeral. The protagonist says he's sure she would prefer a private ceremony, just like when she married, without drawing anyone's attention. He thinks that was probably why she waited for winter to arrive. In Mariloff, some people were talking about the incident where a noble was killed after being stabbed by one of his servants. A boy explains he heard the count tried to hit his wife, and because of that, the servant intervened and ended up that way. They are surprised and say that's why they say no one knows what happens behind closed doors. Another person asks if the slave was killed, and they reply he was probably executed, since the person he killed was not only a noble but his master. And a boy continues explaining that from what he heard, the lady and the servant had a secret relationship. The other two start laughing at him, saying that's impossible. The boy insists he's serious, because a friend of a friend worked at the mansion, but they still don't believe him. At the mansion, the madame was lying down until Simon arrived, asking if he should bring her a meal. She refuses, but he insists, pointing out she didn't eat last night either. Rian sits up, asking if she's not feeling well. The butler observes that she seems unhappy rather than unwell, which she confirms, saying that's the strange part. Her husband, who abused her daily, has died. Yet she doesn't feel happy. It's just like when she fled her mother after leaving the family estate. She asks if there's any news about the group that will take Dave to Toulon. Simon replies it will be the Shale Merchant Guild and they'll depart for Toulon soon. Since they're ready, they've requested to take Dave along, and it will cost 200 gold coins, including the deposit. The madam stands, saying that's not expensive, and tells Simon to handle it quickly because Ian will arrive soon. She adds they'll send one more person. In a locked room, Dave prays to the god of the underworld. Outside, servants whisper until the madame passes, leaving them startled. They bow respectfully. She goes straight to the prison where Clark is held. He notices her presence, and they stare at each other. Rien explains that in a few days he'll join Dave and the Chael Guild, traveling through the Hawan Kingdom to Toulon, which gives Clark pause. She then asks if he knows how distant Toulon is. He admits it's quite far, which saddens her. Rien says that if the Imperial Palace investigates, she'll need Dave as a witness to prove Clark arrived safely, so she asks him to ensure Dave's safe passage, and then to return. The boy, surprised, understands and nods, promising he will. Later, the madame, fully dressed, welcomes the protagonist. Ian greets her, noting it's been a while and inquiring after her well-being. She thanks him and invites them to sit, asking if Ramandro is well, which he affirms. She then presents a contract for 5,000 gold coins, explaining she's already halved her troop numbers and the contract stipulates maintaining that force. The protagonist asks to see her projected profits. She smiles and points to the last page. After reviewing it, he asks if Ramandro's assistants have any comments. Rien laughs, asking if he fears they'll whisper about her selling territory, and assures him the land is better managed this way. Ian closes the contract, clarifying he meant no ill will, only curiosity since it's a fair deal. Ramandro then hands her a notebook, the Imperial Palace report, and asks her to review it. Rien laughs over its accuracy and brevity, then permits them to send it and asks if a palace investigator might visit. The protagonist assures her no visits will occur if all goes smoothly. She stamps the report, remarking how easy it was, and jests that her late husband was inefficient and stubborn for handling those internal reports. She shifts to the next topic, expressing happiness at gaining a neighboring ally and noting Marilov's people are grateful to Ian thanks to the salt and other supplies he sent. The protagonist sighs in relief, hoping for cooperation through the harsh winter. Ian stands and asks where Dave is. The madame says he's in the annex, eager to go soon. The young master inquires which merchant group is coming. She replies it's the Chael Guild, known for reasonable prices and reliability. The madame's expression changes, and she begins to say that she plans to send 5 soldiers, 2 assistants, and Clark to keep an eye on everything. Rien says that everyone except Clark will ensure Dave reaches the Hawan Kingdom safely before returning. Ramandro says they trust her and asks her to make sure nothing happens on their journey, but notes that it's also risky for him and Ian. Rien tells him not to worry since everyone going is very skilled, but takes the chance to make something clear. She says that, as the protagonist requested, Dave will be strictly and securely escorted to his destination. Ian smiles, saying that's perfect, and an ideal ending for a pilgrim like him. With that, they begin to leave and the madame asks if the young master would like to see Dave before going. Sometime later, carriages arrive and the soldiers begin loading Dave. He starts cursing the madame, the protagonist, and the others as evil monsters. He asks if they think they'll get away with this, and Rien says yes, giving him the middle finger. She says it doesn't matter what happens, but she will live a better life than his. This makes him more furious and he starts insulting her, saying she will have a divine condition. Dave shifts his focus to the protagonist, asking how he dares touch Mirlov. Ian pays no attention and asks the merchants if they're sure they haven't forgotten anything, cautioning them about bandits when passing through the mountains. At that moment, someone else arrives. It's Clark, who immediately notices the madam. She asks if he's ready and the servant says yes. She turns a little sad and tells him to prepare to leave. With that, they are placed in the carriage and depart. Rien watches them go farther and farther, but understands their situation. Then, she turns and calls the 2 of them to have a meal. She says she'll ask the staff to prepare a fine wine since today is a good day. Rien asks the 2 assistants if they'll come to Marilov often in the future. The one with black hair replies yes and says he'll be under her care. Meanwhile, the protagonist is a bit thoughtful. He wonders if, had his old body died, all of Burial would be like that. He thinks probably not, since he is an emperor who disappeared on the frontiers. By then, everyone had gone inside, so the madam calls him, saying it's cold. Ian says he's coming and takes the chance to ask what happened with the count's funeral. She shows no reaction to the question but narrows her eyes, asking why he asks that if he already knows. Sometime later, elsewhere inside the carriage, Ramandro asks the young master if he's all right, but Ian says his face is redder than Ramandro's. The aide laughs and agrees, saying he sees 2 Ians at once. The protagonist tells Ramandro he's already said that 3 times. This embarrasses the aide, realizing he's very drunk. It doesn't take long for them to arrive, and after stepping out of the carriage, the young master thanks the driver and tells him to rest. Suddenly, many people arrive shouting for Ian. They surround him, asking if he's all right. A woman says he has a fever and his face is red. And because it's cold, Everyone starts saying they should take him inside. The protagonist asks why everyone is acting that way, and when they put him on the ground, he notices something. Many gifts are in his room, and he asks what all those things are. Hannah explains that since he's gravely ill, the residents heard about it and sent some gifts. Ian is confused since he's not sick, but he's still pleased since he thought he wouldn't receive anything because it's winter. He realizes everyone managed to gather a little, so he asks for all that to be organized properly and taken to his room. He also asks her to tell everyone that he's very healthy and well. Hannah takes the chance to tell him he has a visitor. Suddenly, from the second floor, the redhead calls for his master. Philia is there, and upon seeing her son, she is overjoyed and begins to cry. Quickly, she runs down the stairs and hugs him. Philia says she missed him a lot. Ian asks her if she's been well since it must have been difficult to travel in that cold climate. She replies that she's fine and that actually it's her who should be praising him. The young master points out he didn't do much, but Philia continues and explains that Barak told her everything about how he helped the people with the salt, not only those of Bratz but also of Mirilov. She said she also heard he became a great lord and that he receives the trust and love of his people, the residents of the fief, the imperial palace, and even the border guards. Crying, she says she's very proud and happy. Ramandro, not understanding anything, asks who that young woman is. So the protagonist introduces her, saying she's his mother. He explains she's been living in the mountains until now, harvesting and preparing the salt, and came down now that winter has arrived. Hearing this, the aide is surprised, realizing it was she who prepared the salt. He calls her Milaida and says she worked hard. Philia blushes and says he doesn't need to be so polite. Ramandro smiles, asking how he couldn't be, since even if he can speak casually with Ian, there's no way he could do the same with her. Then he introduces himself, saying he's the imperial aide, Ramandro. The mother is moved again and in her mind says that even if she can't do anything for the young master, he always conveys confidence and dignity to her, and so she's very proud of him. Suddenly, someone else arrives. It's Nursarin, who asks if Ian has returned. The protagonist replies yes and asks if Nursarin just came back from the observation platform again. Another knight arrives and notices that young woman, then asks the protagonist if she's his sister. Ian replies that she isn't his sister, but his mother. The young master knows the tribe thought his mother was dead, so he wonders how they'll react now that they've discovered his mother, who comes from the alleys, is alive. Nursarin looks at them with a different expression. The protagonist stares back and Philia is a bit apprehensive. The young master explains he had his reasons for hiding the truth about his mother and says he'd love to explain everything, if it's all right. Philia steps in front of her son, saying she was the one who told him to hide his identity, and pleads, please don't blame Ian for that. The protagonist notices his mother's hands trembling and feels uneasy about that. However, Nursarin remains silent, then replies he already knew. Ian asks how he knew, and the warrior explains it's because he practically lives there and speaks with everyone and the servants. And there were rumors about the illegitimate son who returned from the Great Desert with the Chunryeo tribe, and even about the fact his mother disappeared after his adoption. Nursarin says that since Ian had everything planned before going to the Great Desert, he realized that was part of his plan too. The young master asks if Kakantir also knows. The warrior replies yes, since there was no way he wouldn't know. He says he expected they'd meet at least once, since the protagonist will soon go to the capital, but notes he simply didn't expect to meet her like this. Philia approaches and thanks the warrior for helping her son. She apologizes and asks him to continue helping her son, and because she said that so sweetly and cutely, Nursarin blushes when he sees it, then turns his face away embarrassed, saying there's no reason for her to speak so politely to him. The protagonist then invites them to come in and rest a bit, noting he'd planned to bring his mother up to speed on things there. Nursarin asks him to wait a moment and asks if he could offer a small warning. He warns that the movement of the stars has been strange lately, especially today. 2 bands of stars fell one after the other. Unlike comets that pass in an instant, these moved slowly as if following a path. So he asks the protagonist, once he reaches the capital, to be very careful, noting that traditionally stars refer to those who bring light to the world, just like Ian. The protagonist thanks him but says there's nothing to worry about, saying he doesn't aspire to become the star, since he's going to become the sun. The warrior is impressed by that and laughs, saying Ian will be an important existence for those of the Great Desert, and that's why he prays for his success in battle. A little later, the protagonist goes to the kitchen and tells his mother she only needs to ask the servants to do that while she rests. She says no because she wants to do it herself and also wants to have dinner with her son before he goes to the capital. Philia asks what he thinks of barley porridge, noting it was his favorite. The protagonist gives a slight smile, saying it sounds great. Hannah then shows Philia that she can use the bowls there, and notes that the barley and seasonings are right below. And if she needs anything, just ask. Philia recognizes Hannah and asks if she was the one who used to deliver messages to Ian. The girl replies yes, and is impressed that she remembers. Philia says of course she would remember, since she was always grateful to her. While cooking, she would ask the protagonist how he's been. He replies that she fared well and asks if she didn't feel lonely in the forest. He adds that Durga is gone and the fief is prospering, so she could indeed move there and settle. Ian says she can stay in that mansion, or if she wants, they can build another. Philia smiles and says she'll think about it. She says she always thought she wasn't alone, but now that she's meeting so many people, she realizes she truly was. She takes the opportunity to ask who that warrior was. The protagonist explains he's Nursaren, brother of the Chunryo tribe chief and the designated steward, and warns that when he's absent, Nursaren will be in charge of the territory. His mother blushes a little, saying she understands. Ian asks if anything dangerous happened while she was in the forest. She quickly replies that all went well and nothing happened. The only things that occurred were that some people got lost. She says she was very surprised when a group of injured people appeared recently. This catches the protagonist's attention. Philia then explains there were 3 of them and their names were Ricard, Nav, and Erica. With that, the protagonist's curiosity ebbs. He asks how injured they were. Philia answers not too badly, but they seem to have lost many allies and were complaining about how hard it was to make their way home. The protagonist asks if they said where they were headed next. She replies she doesn't know the details, but they said they were going to Hawan. At that moment, Philia calls the protagonist and asks if it would be alright if she wrote to him, because when she can't sleep worrying about him, she wants some comfort. Ian replies, of course, and warns she may not get a response if he's busy and asks her to understand. Philia hugs him, saying it's fine and that she'll always be waiting for him. Thus, she wishes him a good journey. The next day, people complained about the cold, while others reported it would get warmer as they neared the capital. Henna calls Lord Ian and delivers a mana stone he asked to be made into a brooch. The young master thanks her and tells everyone to take care of his territory, saying that with housekeeper Hannah in charge, they'll get through the winter comfortably. Crying, Hannah begs her master not to worry, promising to care for the mansion very well and to burn her body and soul as fuel to fulfill the mission she's been given. The protagonist laughs and thanks her, but asks her not to overexert herself. Ramandro asks the young master to take one last look to ensure nothing's left behind and warns they'll depart after the final inspection. Ian says all's well on his end and asks Barrick how he's doing. The redhead replies he's fine too. The protagonist informs Nursaren that they're about to leave. They clasp hands and say, Demosha. Inside the carriage, he looks out and, in his mind, asks his mother to live freely, wherever that place may be and however she wishes. Thus they depart, and as they pass through the town, everyone salutes the young master and asks him to bring a new name to these lands. His family also watches happily as he leaves. Barrick sticks his head out the window and asks everyone to stay well, but he grows irritated because no one's shouting his name. As they were departing, Barrick commented that he was bored and was going to lose his mind. Ramandro said that if he was bored, he should switch places with the coachman. That way he wouldn't be bored. Annoyed, he asked how far they still had to go since they'd been traveling for a while and could only see trees. The aide explained that as they were now on the 4th day, it should still take about 10 more days. Ian mentioned that today they would be staying in a town. The redhead quickly got excited and asked if the town was big. The protagonist explained that it was big. However, he shouldn't expect much, as there wouldn't be multi-story taverns, luxury accommodations, or large coliseums. This left Barrick disappointed. Ramandro commented that they were almost arriving in Karena. The redhead said he'd never heard of that place, so the aide began to explain that it's a small place, there isn't much there, and it's not surprising they hadn't heard of it, but he emphasized that it's real. It's in the Western Plains region, centered around Karena. Ian asked if he was talking about the 3 cities Karena, Longan, and Zalkuf. Ramandro replied yes and said that the Count of Marilov had mentioned them, and a warning had been sent saying that bandits were appearing in that area. That warning stated that bandits had been seen around Karena, Longan, and Zalkuf, so it's difficult for supply wagons to pass. It's important to be aware that because of that, there's limited paper for checks and inconveniences may occur. Barrick said he thought the Count was bluffing. Ian pointed out that it's not easy to forge official documents. At that moment, the redhead realized what it meant. He got excited because if there really were bandits there, it would be the first time he'd see one. Barrick asked if those regions were close because if they were, they'd run into them on the way to Karena. The protagonist, seeing this, wanted to disagree but thought that the redhead was probably right. Ian said that with all that baggage and insufficient protection, it would be better to pass quickly and quietly. Barrick agreed with him, but Ramandro noted that it didn't seem like he truly agreed. Suddenly the horse stopped. The coachman called the protagonist and asked if there was another village on the way to their destination. Ian said he'd check and asked Ramandro if he could look at the map. Barrick looked to the side and noticed something, and was surprised that they were already there. The aide grabbed the map and said it was strange, as there shouldn't be a village nearby. The protagonist asked him if he knew when the map was made, and he answered that it was a year ago. That should make it fairly accurate. Barrick was a bit excited because even if it wasn't the place they were supposed to be, they could take the opportunity to rest. The protagonist was a little hesitant and asked him not to act on his own. He commented that if the village wasn't on the Imperial Palace's map, then it was likely a private, unregistered settlement. Moreover, there had been reports of bandits in the nearby areas, so there was a high chance that this could be a bandit hideout. Ian asked the coachman to turn the horses around immediately, and with that they began to maneuver the carriages to leave. However, the coachman said there wasn't enough space to turn around there, so they'd have to unhook the horses and rotate the cart separately. Even so, the protagonist asked them to do it, since they had no choice. Suddenly, someone started walking, saying that since they stopped there, they could take care of some business. Of course, it was the redhead, who was walking off while the protagonist was talking to the other two. He kept walking farther and farther until at some point, he noticed something and gripped his sword tightly. Then he asked whoever was hiding to show themselves now. However, the person who was hiding, or the creature that was there, didn't show up. But soon, something came out of the bush, and quickly Barrick prepared for battle. However, what came out of the bush was a small puppy. The redhead was surprised that a dog came out, a fluffy and tiny dog. Barrick approached and began petting the dog, asking if it was someone's pet from the village. However, the dog said hello to him. That left the redhead very surprised, but he brushed it off, thinking he was hearing things. Suddenly, the dog started saying that it was talking to him, the rude man who petted its head out of nowhere. Again, this left the redhead shocked, completely stunned to see a dog talk. Meanwhile, in the village, the coachman said they were almost ready to leave and commented that the snowy road was slippery, asking if he should inspect the wheels before departing. Ian replied yes and said they wouldn't have to travel much farther anyway. But on second thought, he figures it's better to let the horses and people rest a bit. Then he realizes the redhead isn't there and starts shouting for him. But Barrick shows up, asking the protagonist to look at the dog. He shows the dog, saying it can talk. The protagonist is unsure what to do, and Ramondro asks to let the redhead rest, as he seems tired from the long wagon trip. Ian tells him to stop, but Barrick insists that with magic and everything else existing, a talking dog wouldn't be such a big surprise. The redhead nearly shoves the dog into the protagonist's face, saying he's telling the truth, explaining that the dog called him a rude man for petting its head. Ian stares at the dog and asks it to speak, but nothing happens. The aide behind them starts to hold back laughter, making the protagonist feel embarrassed. Ian tells Barrick to stop wasting energy on nonsense and let the dog go. Frustrated, the redhead says he's telling the truth, and even asks, shouldn't you bite the dog to make it speak? Upon hearing that, the dog bites his hand and runs off. But before leaving, the dog turns back with tears in its eyes, calling them insolent idiots. It says they treated it badly, thinking they were decent people. The three are shocked, and Ramondro takes back what he said. Then the dog jumps into the bushes again. Barrick insists he was telling the truth. Ian and Ramondro don't even understand what just happened. Suddenly, the coachman calls them to go. The protagonist asks what just happened. The redhead says he doesn't know either, and the only thing he's sure of is that his hand hurts. Ian starts thinking and wonders if that was a demi-human, a divine beast, or maybe some magical creature, but reflects that it seemed way too insignificant to be any of those. However, he thinks of something. Noticing his master's expression, the redhead asks if something is wrong. Ian asks him if he didn't feel anything, commenting that it seemed like someone else was nearby. Barrick quickly starts searching for that person, but the protagonist tells him to forget it and get into the carriage. Ian reflects that it's strange, that something feels very off there. Sometime later in another town, they arrive and start unloading the luggage. Ramondro goes to Barrick and asks if he's okay. The swordsman says it's nothing serious. Ian says that's why you shouldn't just grab random dogs off the street. Outraged, the redhead asks if that really looked like a random dog. He imagines the dog might have been enchanted or even cursed. The protagonist starts to say the chances of a sorcerer being there are, but the redhead is a spellblade from a remote city, and he himself is a mage from a remote city. Suddenly, a woman arrives, welcoming them. She introduces the pigs in. Ian asks if she's the owner. He quickly informs her that there are many wagons and lots of luggage and asks if she can accommodate them all at once. The woman replies that fortunately there are no other guests at the moment, so it's not a problem. As they go inside, Barrick notes that there aren't many guests in winter. The woman confirms and adds that even in normal times, business isn't great, since it's a small town and most of her guests are just travelers passing through. However, because of the bandits, even those people stopped coming. She asks if they're staying just one night, and the young master answers yes. She starts calculating, saying that with 20 horses, 10 wagons, over a dozen people, lots of luggage, and including baths and meals, 1 gold coin should cover everything. However, the protagonist gives her 2 gold coins. The owner starts thanking him, saying she'll do her best to serve him well. She asks if she should start warming his bath. The protagonist says yes and thanks her, asking to use plenty of firewood since it's cold. Barrick takes the chance to ask for food. Soon after they go to the room, the redhead throws himself onto the bed, and the woman explains that this is her best room and tells them to make themselves comfortable. A while later, she arrives with the food, and taking the chance, the protagonist says he has a question. The owner tells him to feel free to ask whatever he wants. He explains that on the way there, they pass by a village that wasn't on the map and asks if she knows anything about that village. While they talk, the redhead sits up like a zombie. The woman is a bit surprised by the question and asks if he means Danil. While the conversation continues, Barrick is about to grab the food. She continues explaining that Danil isn't marked on the map because recently everyone there died and that's why the village was abandoned. However, since dismantling it would be a problem, it was simply left as it is. Ian asks how the people died, and the woman says that's the strange part because they were found dead side by side, which caused a huge stir at the time. She says investigators from the Imperial Palace arrived and said it was food poisoning. The redhead interrupts, saying that doesn't make sense. But even so, she adds that if that's what the palace said, then it must be believed. The woman also points out that it was the Ministry of Magic that came to investigate. Ian asks if it was really the Ministry of Magic, and she confirms, saying that since everyone in the village died, a mage came to investigate personally. Suddenly, she changes the tone of the conversation, saying that mages are amazing since they can summon thunder and lightning. Barrick starts mocking, saying that mages really are incredible. The woman finishes by saying that the investigation was very thorough, and since then, she pays extra attention to hygiene. The protagonist reflects and wonders if they really sent a mage from the Ministry of Magic to investigate a remote village. That was strange because mages are supposed to cast spells, not handle clerical investigations. Usually, special investigations are handled by the administrative department. Before leaving, the owner says to let her know if he needs anything and that she'll notify him when his meal is ready. Then, she leaves the room. Barrick asks if that dog lives alone there, and the protagonist replies that if that's the only nearby settlement, probably yes. The redhead remembers that the woman said all the villagers died and asks who's feeding the dog. The protagonist, hearing that, is left speechless. Barrick looks at the bread and asks if it was the protagonist's. Ian says it's fine, he can eat. The young master notices he's surprisingly concerned about the dog. The swordsman says it's not concern, it's just information gathering. Annoyed, he starts saying that damn dog bit his hand and that next time they meet, he'll kill it. Ian, seeing that, wonders when the next time would be. Suddenly, the aide shows up at the door asking if he can come in, and the young master says yes. Ramandro says there's only beer there, so he's going out for a drink, but first asks if they need anything. The protagonist says he doesn't need anything. Ian hands him a pouch with money, asking the aide to tell the others they're free to drink if they want. However, the coachman must not drink too much. Before leaving, the young master also asks Ramandro not to overdo it since they're leaving early tomorrow. After finishing his meal, Barrick throws himself onto the bed, telling the protagonist that this place is great because with a warm bed and a full belly, there's no need to even go to the capital. It doesn't take long for the redhead to fall asleep. Ian gets frustrated because with the swordsman lying like that, there's nowhere for him to lie down. So he lies down beside him. While he's sleeping, several noises start and he wonders why it's so noisy and if the noise is coming from downstairs. Then, suddenly, someone screams. The protagonist quickly opens his eyes and gets up. He tries to wake Barrick, who also hears the noise, gets up and grabs his sword. Quickly, he gets into position behind the wall next to the door. Both he and the protagonist are focused on what's about to appear. Then, the door opens and someone starts to enter. Barrick immediately begins his attack. That strike went straight for the person and stopped beside their neck. The redhead doesn't understand what it is, but as the protagonist looks, he can't believe it and wonders why there's an undead in that place. The zombie starts making noises, and Ian recognizes that voice, thinking he's heard it somewhere before. Then, the dog appears again, saying he judged him as evil. That surprises the protagonist. Suddenly, another person arrives, asking if they're the owners of the horses and carriages downstairs. The man notices they're wearing nice clothes and asks where they came from and where they're headed. The redhead asks what kind of situation this is. The bandit swings his sword and says that, judging by the 10 carriages outside, their coin purse must be quite fat. But when he tries to move forward, the zombie blocks him. The bandit doesn't understand what's happening. He asks what's wrong with this guy and tries to push him aside. Annoyed, he pulls out his knife and starts attacking the zombie. The monster falls and Ian looks at his face, seeing his own reflection in the zombie's eye. The last thing that creature saw was the young master. And, crying, it starts to release a smoke. Right after, the bandit begins preparing again but doesn't even have time to react. The redhead rushes in and attacks, throwing the guy far away. With the bandit on the ground, Barrick thrusts his sword into his shoulder, saying that's how a stab should be. Frustrated, he asks if the bandit is finally going to tell them what's going on. The protagonist takes the chance and turns toward the window. From there, he can see that the bandits are attacking and can even hear people screaming for help. Then he calls the swordsman, explaining there are bandits downstairs. He realizes the presence he sensed earlier today really was from bandits, and that it seems they were led there on purpose. He assumes they must have seen their carriages heading that way and waited for nightfall. Barrack stretches out his hand, noticing the opportunity, and asks if they're going to kill them all. The protagonist looks at him and shakes his hand but asks to leave some alive because he wants to interrogate them. Downstairs, chaos is unfolding as the bandits abuse people begging for their lives, saying they have nothing left. One of the bandits calls out to the guy who went to the second floor, asking why he's taking so long. Suddenly, a sword flies and hits the calling bandit in the leg. He falls to the ground, not knowing what's happening, until suddenly Barrack jumps down, stepping on the bandit's face. That stuns the other bandits, wondering what's going on upstairs. The bandits try to stay calm and act together, but the redhead grabs the sword stuck in the bandit's leg and, with blood in his eyes, orders them all to come at him. Meanwhile, the protagonist examines the zombie's body. This is the second time he's seen an undead in person. Necromancy is mainly practiced in the eastern regions. That's where war is more frequent, so it's rare to see them in burial. Ian is curious how the bandits knew there was an undead among them, which makes him wonder if they never actually knew that guy before. Also, there's the voice the undead used, which was definitely the same voice as the dog earlier. So the young master tries to find some connection between them, but determined to figure it out properly, he starts moving. Then he heads to the second floor where he sees Barrack defeating all the bandits there. He wonders if the redhead forgot he was supposed to leave some alive. Suddenly, another person enters and is shocked by what he sees. The protagonist is relieved the guy is safe, and the man asks what's going on. The man starts shouting, saying that's not the real problem now. He says their carriages and supplies are gone. The city was in chaos, even on fire, and the young master quickly runs to where their belongings were. But when he gets there, he's surprised. There's nothing left. Barrack is frustrated because everything they had was there. And it wasn't just their belongings. They also had documents, mana stones, and gold coins. There was a lot of important stuff there. Ian tells the guy to go look for Ramandro because they need to gather everyone. The redhead asks what he's going to do. Then the protagonist begins to answer but is interrupted because he hears the bandits shouting that the guards are there and they're retreating. Ian tells Barrack to go after everyone who's fleeing. The swordsman asks if he can kill them, and the young master confirms, saying that would be even better. That excites the redhead, and without hesitation he charges forward. A bandit tries to strike him, but Barrack easily dodges, grips his sword, and counterattacks, eliminating him with ease. Another bandit arrives cursing, but Barrack grabs him by the collar and throws him against the wall. Ian was right there beside him. Suddenly the man shouts, calling the young master and telling him to look. Right ahead of them were more zombies. Seeing that deformed and decayed face, the man becomes frightened. Ian then explains that it's an undead. Suddenly the zombie starts running. The young master prepares and begins to use his ability. Once again, he notices that this zombie is also crying. Ian eliminates the undead without much difficulty. The man asks if his master is okay, and he replies yes, asking again for him to go find Ramandro. As he's leaving, the man says he'll return quickly. Ian realizes no one seemed to know that thing was an undead, but he understands. Since necromancy is rare, even among mages, so it's not surprising. Besides, it's especially hard to notice anything unusual amid that chaos. The young master begins to look for some clue. He notices the man who was thrown and approaches, spotting a pouch with hair sticking out. After opening it, he's surprised by what he sees. The protagonist grabs the hair in his hand and looks at the body of the zombie lying there, thinking that maybe that strand of hair belonged to the undead. Sometime later, after things calmed down, the protagonist and the redhead were preparing some horses. Meanwhile, people tended to the wounded. Barrack was irritated about being completely looted, complaining that those bastards had no decency. Ian calls the swordsman to hurry since neither Ramandro nor the subordinate he sent had returned. Barrack questions whether the aide might be dead. The protagonist sighs and tells the redhead to say that to his face. Suddenly, someone calls out to them. The man asks if they're outsiders. Ian responds yes, realizing that man must be the captain of the guard. The guard gets irritated, thinking the protagonist is being too casual and disrespectful, and considers that if it weren't for the strong-looking soldier beside him, he would have taught him a lesson. The guard introduces himself as Ulan, captain of the guard of Karena. He thanks them for their help but says he must follow protocol and check their identities. The protagonist promptly introduces himself and Barrack, stating they're headed to the capital for the New Year's gathering. He mentions he's looking for Ramandro, counselor of the Imperial Palace. Upon seeing his credentials, the man is stunned. Ulan quickly bows, apologizing for his rudeness. Ian asks why the guards didn't take action during the bandit attack. Once again, the guard apologizes and explains that the three cities had formed an alliance there. However, problems erupted in other areas at the same time. The protagonist pressures the man, stating that the inn's authorization implies a guarantee of safety for travelers. But due to everything that happened, he lost his carriages, which carried goods meant for the palace, making this a serious issue. The young master asks where the mayor is. Suddenly, Ramandro comes running, shouting the protagonist's name. He starts saying he was having a drink and that, when hell suddenly broke loose, he even swears he saw the gates of the underworld and came back. Barrack mocks him, saying that judging by how he's talking, he seems fine. The aide, with tears in his eyes, yells that he thought he was going to die. But setting that aside, he says he heard the carriages were stolen. Ian says it looks like they were the target since the forest, and the bandits stormed the inn while taking the carriages at the same time. The young master asks if the others are okay. Ramandro just says yes, but he doesn't know where the coachmen are since they had said they'd go drink elsewhere. Ian calls Ulan and asks him to clear out the bandits and corpses from the inn, and then request an audience with the mayor. The protagonist mounts his horse and says he's making a quick stop at Danil. The aide asks what that means. He explains it's an abandoned village they passed earlier and adds that it doesn't seem to be a bandit hideout. Ramandro then asks what he plans to do there if it's not a hideout. The young master answers that he's going to look for that dog. And as he leaves, he says he's leaving the rest to the aide. With tears in his eyes, Ramandro yells to Ian that he needs to find the carriages. That night, Barrack is freezing and irritated says that if they catch those bandits, they'll really die, and emphasizes that if they had the carriage, he wouldn't be freezing like this. Ian says they wouldn't even be out there if the carriages hadn't been stolen. He turns and asks why the swordsman is just standing there, then tells him to stay close and not fall behind. Barrack was impressed by what the protagonist was doing. The young master explains that that ability is the most basic one. It only requires focusing and stabilizing mana. As he walks through the area, the protagonist recalls that, according to the Ministry of Magic, the villagers' cause of death was food poisoning. Maybe that's why there are no signs of a struggle or invasion in the village. However, even so, for an abandoned village, the place is very well preserved. Suddenly, Ian notices something and calls the swordsman. He asks the redhead to enter that house. Barrack asks if the young master really wants him to go in there. Ian wonders if he should go himself, so the redhead says he'll go if his master orders it, but he still asks why that specific house. Ian explains that it's because that door has a pet entrance. Barrack starts getting ready to open the door and the protagonist tells him to enter carefully since it seems suspicious. Still, he walks up, kicks the door open, and stares inside. They begin laughing, saying there's nothing in there. So the protagonist decides to take a look himself. They start investigating the place and the redhead notices something, calling his master to see. Looking at a photo, he comments that someone lived there with the dog. Upon seeing that photo, the protagonist realizes that the blue hair and pointed ears clearly belonged to that earlier zombie. Suddenly, someone starts yelling, calling them bastards. It was the dog, asking how they dared to enter someone else's house. Barrack nearly dies of a heart attack from the dog shouting. Ian asks if he's the divine beast of that place and apologizes for entering without permission. The swordsman doesn't understand why they have to apologize since he's the one who got bitten. Ian says he has something to ask and adds that this seems like a meaningful meeting for the two of them. But before that, he wants to check something and asks the dog what his relationship is with the Ministry of Magic. The protagonist explains that he's a magic user, but not affiliated with the ministry. In fact, it's more accurate to say he walks a different path from theirs. The dog keeps acting aggressive until the protagonist asks if the boy in the photo is from his people, since he looks like he's from Astana. Hearing that, the dog's expression suddenly changes. The dog gets very excited and asks if the protagonist has been to Astana before. Ian replies yes, saying he could tell from the clothes and blue hair, and that they live in a canyon called the End of the World. Those people are more carefree than clouds and freer than the wind. The dog agrees, asking if he knows something. Then the protagonist holds back, saying necromancy is passed down as a tradition among them. He sets the dog on the ground and asks if they can talk about it in more detail, introducing himself as Ian and the man beside him as Barrack. The dog introduces himself as Hashrang Tokuntai, but says he prefers to be called Hasha. Ian says it's a pleasure to meet him and first would like to ask a few questions. He says the boy he saw in the photo turned into an undead and was with the bandits who attacked the village, then asks if Hasha is with the bandits. The dog is offended by that and says no. Ian asks if that boy wasn't his owner, to which Hasha responds no, explaining that the boy in the photo is him. Barrack leans in and pokes the dog's face, asking if that's serious. Then he asks why he talks that way. Judging by the photo, he looks about 10 years old. Hasha gets irritated and tells him to take his hand off. The protagonist then explains that the people of Astana live longer than them, and even if he looks young, he's probably around 30. Once again, the dog bites his finger, calling the redhead a brat. Ian asks how he ended up there being from Astana and in that current form. Hasha lowers his head, then begins explaining that the Ministry of Magic sent an invitation to Astana. His grandmother was the leader of Astana's largest clan. She brought him to burial under royal decree, At first, everything was exciting and fun. Burial was different from his homeland, full of new wonders. Plus, with the Ministry of Magic's support, he could study necromancy freely. However, that joy didn't last long. Wesley proposed using necromancy on the living. He says necromancy is meant for corpses, and using it on the living goes against natural order. That leads to unpredictable tragedies and is the root of destruction. As a result, conflict eventually broke out among the necromancers. His grandmother and some others rejected the research and took refuge there. However, the mages came after his people. At that time, the mages were angered by their ungrateful attitude. They said that in the report to the minister, they wrote that they had found everyone and would return after taking care of things there. The mage looked at Hasha and asked if that child wanted to go with them, and with a smile said there were no children in their test periods. While they debated whether to cast necromancy on the boy, the dog was there in the back trembling with fear. Then he begged for them to call the necromancers who had come there. Hasha says that's how his grandmother paid the price for her betrayal, and how he himself paid the price for the truth. Hasha says that the only living being that night was Rookie, but the necromancy went wrong, and this was the result. He explains that the necromancers had no idea he ended up in Rookie's body and probably assumed he had died. So they placed something unknown inside the body before disappearing. The protagonist thinks that after killing everyone in the village, they must have come under the pretense of investigating to cover up the incident. So he imagines the situation is worse than he thought. Hasha remembers and explains that his body was affected by the necromancy and became undead. He had been taking care of his body ever since he crawled out of the grave to make sure it wouldn't wander off. But one day they ran into some bandits in the forest. After that, he couldn't protect it anymore, and they took his body. Ian asks if they intentionally stole the body. Hasha shakes his head, saying that wasn't the case. He explains that the bandits didn't know what to do at first, because if they caused a commotion, the guards would show up. So they tried killing Rookie twice, and discovered the body wouldn't die. That's when they decided to take it. The dog continues, saying they carried his body around for a while and eventually found a way to practice necromancy. From that moment on, he could see through his body's eyes. Every time they create a new undead, he's able to see his surroundings more clearly, and he suspects it's because he's also a necromancer. As a result, he saw everything that happened at the inn. Hasha lowers his head a bit and asks them for help, saying he needs someone to take care of his body. The protagonist glances off to the side. Then Barrick says it's a shame and starts pulling a piece of bread from his pocket. He shoves it into the dog's mouth and tells him to eat it, saying it'll cheer him up. The dog bites him, asking how he dares to compare him to a dog. Barrick gets furious and asks why he's acting like that and if that's how he shows gratitude. The protagonist gives a slight smile, thinking that either way, things are falling into place. Now Hasha will find his body and they'll find the carriage. Ian asks if Hasha knows where the bandits are now. He replies yes, emphasizing that he has a dog's nose. Right after hearing that, they set off after the bandits. It doesn't take long for the protagonist and the others to find the camp. Barrick comments that they seem to be living a good life. Ian says that since they've already reached the outskirts, he'll head to Corinna to bring people there. Barrick mocks him, asking in what century he thinks he'll manage to bring the people back. The protagonist adds that there's no way to know how large their forces are. However, the redhead says he doesn't need to know since he's going to wipe them all out anyway. He looks a bit more closely, saying the magic stones are right there, and even wonders what they'll do if the bandits burn the documents to get rid of the evidence. Then his expression completely changes, and he asks if Ramondro won't feel sorry for them. Ian tells Barrick to sound more convincing when he speaks. He calls the dog and asks if he can confirm whether the thieves brought his body this time as well. Hasha says yes, as he can feel the body's energy. He quickly informs them that the body is in the middle tent. Barrick points his sword and tells Ian to look over there, shouting that the bandits are taking the carriage. He emphasizes that they're taking the documents, stating that Ramondro just got married and even has a child now, and if that happens, he'll be fired. The protagonist asks him to calm down, but also not to let the bandit leader escape, and to ensure everything is resolved as smoothly as possible. With a smile, Barrick says he'll clear the path ahead and tells him to take his time. Suddenly, the bandits relaxing around the campfire notice something and wonder what that is. When they look up, they see the redhead arriving like Batman. Barrick lands on a table and smashes everything in his path. The bandits start asking what that is and if someone followed them from the village, but they don't even finish their sentences before their vocal cords are cut. The remaining bandits are left in shock at the sight. It doesn't take long for them to draw their weapons and charge at the redhead, calling him an arrogant kid. Their attack heads his way, but at the last moment, he blocks it with his sword and sends the guy flying. The bandit who attacked begins to tremble because the impact was too strong, and he can't believe the strength that kid has. In an instant, the redhead vanishes from where he stood and reappears in front of the bandit, asking if he was in Corinna earlier today. and without mercy, he takes his sword and slices the man in half. After doing that, he calls the others to fight too, warning that he'll make sure everything is taken care of at once. The bandits start shouting as they're being cut down, yelling for everyone to come outside because it's an emergency. The protagonist and the doggo just watch the spectacle. Hasha looks at Ian and asks what's wrong. Ian asks if watching Barrack reminds him of anything. Hasha thinks for a moment and replies that he's someone with a terrible personality and would have a hard time surviving in Astana. The protagonist agrees, saying the same would happen in Burial. Even though he's a sword mage, his violent tendencies are extreme. He's fearless and enjoys the indiscriminate slaughter, and that's obviously a bit strange. Suddenly, someone arrives and the protagonist hides. He tells the dog that he needs to reach the carriage before heading into the tent. With that plan in mind, he rushes to the bandit guarding the carriage and uses his magic to quickly take him down. With that guy out of the way, he gets closer to the carriage and, upon a closer look, notices that nothing has been removed and that the chests and documents are still intact. Hasha starts running until he bumps into someone, a huge bearded man who asks what all the ruckus is. He looks at the dog and asks what that thing is, leaving Hasha completely terrified. The brute grabs the dog and asks where he came from. Then he guesses that the guys were so drunk they didn't notice a puppy wandered in. But at that moment, he realizes something. Ian is standing right in front of him. Suddenly, someone calls out, and when he looks, he sees Barrack, covered in blood, heading his way. The redhead asks if he's the boss. At first, the boss is surprised, but quickly gets angry and asks if they're together and how they dare. Barrack starts advancing toward him, and the brute draws his sword. As their attacks clash, Barrack's sword shatters into pieces. Even so, he isn't fazed. He dodges the boss's next attack, positions himself, and lands a heavy kick to his chin. The force of that kick knocks the sword from the boss's hand. Barrack mocks him, saying it's way more satisfying to beat up someone strong. Despite his strength, the boss felt that hit. Furious, he tells the redhead to stop being so arrogant and punches him in the face. But Barrack seems to enjoy it a little. He then grabs the boss by the collar and even with his broken sword uses the hilt to strike him in the eye. The bandit leader thinks this guy is completely insane. Ian just watches, listening to the horrible sounds. Then he decides to intervene and ask the redhead not to kill him, saying he has too many questions. Suddenly, the young master realizes something. Hasha isn't there. So he heads into the tent and finds the doggo staring at his old body. Hasha, a bit downcast, says this is what death really looks like. He says he has no choice but to let the body return to nature. Ian asks if he's sure he's okay with that and points out that if they get rid of the body, there's no guarantee his soul will remain. Hasha says he's not sure how to take control of it, and that's why he needs to destroy it before some bandit or greedy person claims it again. The protagonist gets a little emotional, but even so, starts using his magic, saying he'll respect the dog's decision. After casting the spell, we see pieces of the body falling. There's no turning back now. A being that is both dead and not. He has no choice but to live life this way. Meanwhile, the redhead is carrying the boss's body when he looks to the side and notices a wicked-looking sword waiting there. He picks up the sword and lifts it, admiring it. He hears someone say that the sword is interesting. Barrack, excited, says he's never seen a black sword like that before and asks his master if he knows where it came from. The protagonist replies that he's not entirely sure but points out that it might have changed color because of the magic stone infused in it. Barrack falls in love with the sword, saying it's light and thin, fits perfectly, and is easy to wield. He turns to his master and says he wants it, pointing out that his own sword broke during the earlier fight. Ian agrees, saying that officially he is his bodyguard, so he should have a good sword too. But he still asks Barrack to pay for it once they return to the village. The redhead questions why he should pay for it since he got it by defeating the guy. Then the young master explains that he was planning to take all the stolen items and return them to their rightful owners in the nearby towns like Karenna, or possibly use them to finance his own land. Ian warns that in that case, he'll deduct the sword's cost from Barrack's meal voucher. That stuns the redhead, who becomes completely torn between choosing food or the sword. While the two were talking, the bandit leader began to move. Sometimes wielders come across weapons that fit them perfectly, as if tailor-made, almost like finding their match. While they were still talking, the bandit chief kept trying to slip away, until suddenly a sword is thrust in front of him. Barrack looks at him and says they'll have a talk first. The man starts screaming, begging the lunatic to get off him. The redhead puts his sword to his neck, saying they're going to have a little chat. The guy insists that the sword is his, until Ian steps in front and says that from now on he must answer his questions truthfully, and if he doesn't, they'll cut off his head and send him straight to hell. He asks how the chief managed to use necromancy with just the necromancer's body. The leader says he doesn't understand what Ian means. Barrack asks if he's already lying, but the man starts screaming, asking them to wait and swearing he didn't steal anything, that he merely followed them. Ian steps closer and asks why he followed them. The man begins to say that he wasn't entirely sure at first, but thought he had found a good tool that would never die. That's why he took the body to sell to a slave trader. Upon hearing that, the protagonist asks if he had help from slave traders, and the man confirms, saying they told him he could create many of those things if he just used the body correctly. However, he'd need a lot of dead bodies. But since his job was to kill people, that seemed easy. The young master realizes it was a deal. In exchange for being taught the ritual, he would sell the undead bodies. The chief starts yelling that he really doesn't know what they did with the bodies afterward and adds that he only saw it as a way to make money. Ian asks what the name of the merchants was, and the man promptly answers Parkins. Suddenly, Barrick smacks the bandit's nose with the hilt of his sword. He asks if that's all he's got, and the man replies that all he knows is the slave dealer's name, Parkins. The redhead gets excited, thinking he's doing a great job. The protagonist then asks how the ritual works. The man says he has to gather about 10 full corpses to produce a single undead. He also can't use a bald corpse since the ritual requires their hair. Hasha hears that and says that's his ritual, and that each necromancer has a different one. His uses hair. Barrick mocks that it's good news for shiny bald guys. The young master asks the dog if they need more information. Hasha says yes because he needs to learn more about his body. So, the protagonist asks the man to keep talking and explain how he performed the ritual. The chief dodges the question with a glance and says he only gave the bodies to the slave trader, and that guy did the rest, since the corpses were hard to control through normal means. So, he just kept them stored. Once the bodies were cleaned, he needed to gather flowers for them. The man continues explaining and the dog just listens, understanding every step. Hasha then confirms that it is definitely his ritual. The protagonist goes silent for a moment, reflecting on what else he needs to learn. Time passes, and morning arrives. In town, people are talking and wondering if the bandits had attacked the base. A man says he's not sure. He only heard it from a friend who's a guard, but adds that, from what he heard, a single outsider took care of all of them. However, what surprises them most is that such a capable outsider is in Karena. People notice the protagonist and the redhead walking by. They stop them and ask if they were the ones who defeated the bandits. Ian replies that there's no need to thank them. Then they approach Barrick and start thanking him. The redhead gets excited and says he did much more than his master. Upon hearing that the blonde youth is the master, they go to him again, thanking him for saving them. Barrick gets irritated and can't believe it. Sometime later, already at the inn, Ramandro is extremely pleased and starts kissing Barrick's face, saying he's proud of them. Ulan also thanks them for taking care of the bandits. Ian tells him to skip the formalities and asks what he needs. Ulan replies that he brought the mayor and asks if Ian has time to see him. Upon hearing this, the protagonist goes silent for a moment but soon turns and tells him to wait a bit as he needs to rest and get everything in order. A while later, the mayor arrives and introduces himself as Onyx, the mayor of Karena. Ian asks if introductions are necessary, but the mayor replies no, saying he's already heard everything about him and knows he's a noble on his way to the New Year's event. Moreover, the Imperial aide is with him. Ian then asks where he was and what he was doing while the bandits were causing trouble in the city. Onyx apologizes and says there were other problems in town. The protagonist tells him to come closer. He does so, and as he approaches, he looks at the protagonist and wonders what the hell this is, since they said he was a noble with a title, but he's just a kid. The young master says he smells like alcohol. Onyx thinks to himself that he drank before coming here, but says he had an important meeting and just had a drink. Ian tells him to shut his mouth, saying he can smell the alcohol from far away. He also asks how the captured bandits will be punished. The mayor says that according to Karena's city laws, bandits are to be executed, and that those who commit robbery, murder, or organized crime are to be burned alive. Ian stands up and says that's perfect. He also says he needs to speak with the bandit leader, and that as soon as they're done here, he'll head to their cells. Onyx asks if he means the holding cells. The protagonist asks if there's a problem, and the mayor replies that there isn't, and that he'll prepare a horse and a coachman. Ian reflects that even if these bandits don't know much about the ritual, there's no way they could be so obvious about how the undead began to follow them, so he has to ask for himself. As they leave the room, they all breathe a sigh of relief. Ulan says he's glad they're occupied with the New Year's celebration. The mayor adds that even though they're so young, they still have such strong personalities. Ulan says they must have served in some kind of war, especially that red-haired man. Onyx says it's possible since they use magic like those who were investigating Daniil. He lets it go, thinking they could be put in a tough spot if this situation is reported, so he'll just play along. He remembers that the blonde young man wants to see the bandit leader, so he asks Ulan if the reason is what they think. He says there's no way a vain noble who lost his horse and can't rest well would just sit around doing nothing. Sometime later, the mayor takes the protagonist there. Onyx laughs and says he taught the guy a lesson and knocked him out, but adds that if Ian wants, he can hit him some more. The young master gets irritated and asks how he's supposed to interrogate a guy who's unconscious. With that, the mayor realizes he just wanted to interrogate, not beat him up. Ian then asks for a piece of paper. While the mayor goes to get it, he thinks about how he has a long trip ahead, and that it's probably better to leave the interrogation to someone used to torture. Once the mayor returns, Ian takes the paper and starts writing, telling him to interrogate the bandit and send the answer in a letter to that address. The deadline is 2 weeks, and all he needs to know is how the blue-haired child ended up with the bandit. After saying that, he grabs the mayor's shoulder and says that if he doesn't receive the letter within 2 weeks, he'll report the mayor's negligence to the palace. And if he can't keep quiet about it, he'll return in person. Onyx starts trembling and says he understands. Sometime later, back at the inn, the protagonist asks the dog what he's going to do now. Hasha says his grandmother isn't there, and that they've already taken care of his body, so he thinks it's best to return to Astana since he no longer knows what to do. Ian remembers that he had said his grandmother was the clan leader, so she probably has as many allies as enemies, and there must be another reason she hasn't returned to Astana. Hasha starts to approach and asks if he could accompany him to the capital, since he needs to pass through there to reach Astana. The protagonist asks what he's going to do there while in dog form. Hearing that, the little dog lowers his head, but the young master says he'll take him there and help him get to Astana. Barrick asks if he's serious, since the carriage is already small enough, but Ian says it wouldn't be if he sat instead of lying down. Ian calls the dog and tells him to never forget his name and to never forget who was with him the day the Sanctuary of Death was created, along with his name. Hasha starts wagging his tail and shouts Ian's name. Right after that, the protagonist tells everyone to get ready because they'll leave early tomorrow. The next day, they were already preparing to depart. While packing the carriage, someone asks if they've got everything, food and water, and someone replies that they've got plenty. Another person comments that the farther north they go, the more snow there will be, so they'll need to travel without rest. As they were getting into the carriage, the redhead says Hasha isn't there, but just as the protagonist was about to step out, he sees the little dog running from afar. As they get closer, they see the dog holding his photo in his mouth. Ian tells the coachman that everyone is now present and that they can depart. With that, they set off in the carriages. People also begin waving goodbye to them, telling them to take care. The protagonist, as he passes by the mayor, gives him a sharp look and closes the curtain of the window. He asks Ramandro if, by any chance, he's afraid of animals. He replies no, but it doesn't seem that way. Hasha smiles, says it's a pleasure to meet him, and introduces himself as Hasharang Tokuntai. The aide is impressed. He then apologizes and says he thought he was hearing things because Hasha was using mana. With that, the two greet each other and the aide says it's a pleasure to meet him as well. Ramandro asks what happened. The protagonist explains everything, and the aide is impressed that it involves necromancy. He recalls that the Minister of Magic has been pushing necromancy for a few years now. Ian asks if that was an official decision. He replies that as far as he knows, yes, and that the Assembly approved the decision as there was no strong reason to reject it. He adds that there's a moral conflict involved, but the truth is that an army of undead is very useful in war. And there are also other political reasons. However, Wesley is more of a mage than a politician. She should understand the dangers of using forbidden magic better than anyone. Ian wonders why she's doing this. Meanwhile, Wesley calls her aide Barreto and asks him to get that report away from her. He points out that she waited a long time for this and that those are the results on necromancy. She begins reviewing the documents, and Barreto comments that the sorcerers are quite something, since they couldn't wait to kill each other once on land, yet still found time to continue their research. Wesley explains that it's because of the Great Burial Empire. Everyone knows it would be a problem if they caused a scene there. Also, these people risk their lives for the sake of research, and that's why she's sure they're getting along just fine. Barreto comments that necromancy is still in the heavy experimentation phase, and that as long as they cooperate, they should be able to create an even stronger ritual. He adds that it also seems like it'll take time, so he asks if they should take the lead and send an official report during the general meeting. Wesley signs and says she's sure those old men are starting to get angry. At that moment, the aide mentions that, aside from that, there's also research being done on living people. At first, she's surprised, starts analyzing the report, and is speechless with what she sees. Wesley throws the papers away, furious that there's been no progress in recent years. Barreto explains that since the differences between the living and the dead are so significant, the rituals don't seem to work. But, irritated, she adds that this is exactly why they're spending so much money, so that they'll solve that problem. The aide calls her and asks whether, instead of necromancy, they should be diving deeper into mind control magic. Not even Prince Gale is guaranteed to receive all the blessings of the Imperial Palace, being the son of a concubine rather than an official wife. Wesley becomes furious and slams her fist on the table, asking if he knows what he's saying. He quickly apologizes. This blessing of the Imperial Palace is the mysterious power that was the beginning of the Burial Empire. They're not only recorded in the history of the empire's founding, the blessings are confirmed phenomena with real witnesses. Those who maintain the bloodline in the name of the imperial palace's honor cannot be affected by mind control magic. Wesley says that although it's open to interpretation, in general, people understand it as anyone who is part of the palace, not just Gale or Marev. Even the old emperor wouldn't be affected by mind control magic. Furthermore, she asks if the aide has any idea how cautious the second prince is. He doesn't remove that mana sealing stone from his body, not even while sleeping. And because of that, she's sure he would find another way to ensure that mind control magic wouldn't work on him. That's why she's looking for other methods and decided to begin researching necromancy. Wesley is aware that her love for Gale is entirely one-sided, since he will never return the affection she has shown him. One question that haunts her is, once he reaches the throne, will she become his wife? Who will become the empress? After saying that, she calms down and asks Barreto to pressure the sorcerers, especially now, since such an important event is approaching. Another thing she asks is about the boy Ian and whether he's arriving. The aide responds that, as announced, he's sure he is. Wesley comments that if he's coming from the branch office, it means he'll pass through the Karenna region, the land where Astana's fugitives are hiding. They've always been troublesome to deal with, especially since their proposal to conduct forbidden experiments was rejected. She adds that she's glad it was all resolved without any rumors spreading. Wesley sighs, saying the king of Astana was a fool because he believed everything people told him. Barreto says he's sure the king wasn't in the right state of mind, especially after the great earthquake his people had to endure. She even adds that they should be careful with the second prince because he's smart, and the moment he hears any rumor about human experimentation, he'll start getting suspicious of both of them. Wesley asks if there's any department that wants that child. Barreto thinks for a moment and remembers that everyone has been avoiding him. She says that makes sense since it's obvious Marev would cut the budget of any department that accepts him. Wesley stands up and tells her aide to let them know to prepare for now. And with a suspicious look, she remarks that it's been a while since they last received any newcomers. Back with the protagonist, Barrick is lying on top of him, hugging the little dog, who's also dozing off. Sometime later, the carriage stops, and the protagonist wakes up. He starts wiping the gunk from his eye, and when he looks ahead, he's impressed. He wakes the redhead too because they've finally arrived. They begin walking in and looking at the whole city. Ramandro is amazed, seeing those two drooling just by looking at the city. He asks them to be careful with their behavior, and Barrick makes a hand gesture like, "Got it." The aide starts pulling on his face, asking what he means by "got it," and whether he's forgotten the basic etiquette he was taught. The redhead starts shouting that he remembers. Ramandro asks him not to grab bread with his hands while eating, and to make polite eye contact when passing people. Barrick, thinking he understands, asks if, when he needs help, he should ask who's in charge. The aide starts yelling, saying he's supposed to say good morning and excuse me, and that's how a conversation should begin. The protagonist asks if they'll stop by his house before heading to the palace. Ramandro smiles and says that since they arrived early, he was hoping to freshen up and rest a bit before going in. Ian says that sounds great, but what really matters is that Ramandro seems eager to see his wife. Ramandro replies that it's not exactly that he's not in that much of a hurry, yet his legs were shaking so much it almost flipped the carriage. Shortly after they arrive at his house. Inside, a maid wonders who arrived, but quickly realizes it's the aide. She rushes to her lady and announces that Lord Ramandro has returned. Vivian is thrilled to see her husband, and so is he. She asks if he's okay and if he has any idea how much she missed him. He says the same and tells her it was so hard to wait to see her again. The two embrace, and there's so much passion that all their love starts pouring out onto the protagonist, Barrick and Hasha. Sometime later, Ramandro introduces his wife to the others. She says she's heard a lot about them from his letters and adds that her husband owes them a great deal. Ian says it was nothing and that he's the one who owes a lot to Lord Ramandro. He also introduces the little dog who joined them along the way. Hasha says hello to her. She finds the talking dog adorable. The protagonist asks if she's not surprised. Vivian replies that she saw all sorts of things during dispatches, commissions, and reconstructions before getting married. She invites them in, saying she prepared a room for them to stay for a while. Vivian asks if they came straight there without stopping by the Imperial Palace. Ramandro explains that normally stopping by the palace first would be proper etiquette, but it would be more disrespectful to show up there looking like that. The lady calls Minnie and asks her to prepare a bath. The aide gathers the others and tells them they've done a good job so far so they can leave the paperwork there and go rest at home. Ramandro thinks he'll take a bath now and has from noon until sunset, but he feels like he's forgetting something. Still, he figures it's just his imagination. A while later, Ramandro and the redhead are sitting on the sofa saying hot water is the best. At that moment, Vivian shows up and says she wishes they could relax longer but warns that it's lunchtime and it would be best if they went to the palace quickly. The aide agrees but decides to stay 5 more minutes. The lady comments that her son will think his father is a crybaby. Upon hearing that, he jumps up immediately, saying that's not true. Hasha asks if it's okay for an unknown dog to go too, and Barrick replies that it probably is. Ian tells the two of them to stay there and rest and says he'll find a route to Astana. The redhead asks if he's going to stay there and rest too. Then the protagonist asks if he wants to come along, but he says he's happy to rest. Ramandro stands up and says they'll also buy a magic device to check the brooch's recording on the way back. He had recorded Hasha's testimony using a magic crystal on the way there. Ian says that's great and that they also need to buy a few things while they're in town, so he says they'll stop by the commercial district. The aide asks if the protagonist has been studying in secret, but the young master doesn't understand what he means by that. Ramandro is a bit impressed because when he hears commercial district, he remembers that it's a term used only by capital bureaucrats. Even nobles usually just call it the central village or the city. Minnie announces that the carriage is ready and has the documents. Ramandro kisses his fiancée and says he'll be out for the day. With that, they depart. While traveling by carriage, the protagonist analyzes the streets and buildings, thinking about how it all was in his previous life. With that, he realizes that he truly has returned to the capital. As they ride in, the protagonist asks the aide if it's all right to visit the Ministry of Magic on the way back. He says yes, but warns that they may not be able to go inside, though they can at least see the area. Ramandro begins to explain that the First Imperial Palace houses the royal lodgings and bureaucrats' offices. All government departments are gathered in the second palace, including the Ministry of Magic. The third palace is for workers, servants, and slaves. The fourth palace is home to minor departments like reception and so on. He keeps explaining, but the protagonist is already thinking of something else. He remembers when he was still imprisoned, and when Naum told him to go to the private building beneath the Ministry of Magic if he wanted to use forbidden magic, and that he would be given a chance. Ian still doesn't know why Naum entered the body of the Emperor's illegitimate son, nor what happened to her afterward, or if Ian really died there. So he wonders if the answers to everything are in that private building at the Ministry of Magic. They finally arrive, and after looking around a bit, the protagonist realizes this is the palace that Crony used. Ramandro steps out of the carriage, and one of the guards recognizes him. He asks for help with the luggage. The guard approaches and asks if he's there for an audience with His Highness Marev. The aide replies that yes, and that he has much to report to him personally. With that, the guard tells him to go inside and wait. Ramandro asks why they have to wait. The guard says Marev is currently attending a palace social gathering. The aide is horrified upon hearing that. He immediately remembers that he had forgotten about it, but there's nothing to be done now and decides to wait. Ian asks the aide if that palace social gathering is a meeting between high-ranking officials. He says yes, and that they normally involve hunting trips, but sometimes they admire works of art, and if a piece is approved by them, its value skyrockets. It's a web of interconnected interests. The protagonist wonders if, in that case, the second prince is also present, and points out that if the news of their arrival reaches Marev, then the second prince will also know. Ramandro panics at that news, but says it'll be fine since Gale doesn't usually attend those meetings. Ian asks if that's true, but the aide just replies that maybe it is. Meanwhile, at the gathering, both the first and second princes are present. Marev starts talking about a sculpture, and the man beside him says it's in high demand, and he even thought he'd have to wait for the order. Gale says he would also like to see that piece. Marev looks at him and thinks that now he's finally showing up at meetings, since he always kept a more hidden posture, avoiding the second prince's usual surveillance, and even wonders if this is a public declaration of war. At that moment, someone arrives and calls the first prince, and along with them, Wesley arrives and calls the second prince. Both inform the princes that Ramandro and Ian have entered the imperial palace. The butler tells Marev that they're currently waiting in the official reception hall and asks if he should prepare a carriage. The first prince says not to keep them waiting and to keep an eye on the others. The man who was explaining the artwork asks if there was any urgency. Marev replies no and tells him to continue explaining the piece. However, his mind was elsewhere, as he imagines the new bastard who took the desert is far more interesting. Even so, there's no reason to avoid this meeting or not greet him warmly. Just like he didn't oppose Gale's donation proposal, he also pretended to be a fool to keep certain people unaware. Marev knows that didn't work on Gale or Wesley, but he adds that it's still a good opportunity to test Ian. Also, the one who makes the first move will lose the advantage. So now he wonders what the second prince will do. Meanwhile, the protagonist and the aide have been sitting there for a long time, and he starts complaining that his back hurts and that he wants to lie down. The protagonist had already expected that since both the first and second princes were together, and it seems they decided to stay behind because they didn't want their intentions to be exposed. Ian looks around and reflects that the furniture and decorations carry signs of neighboring kingdoms' culture, and it seems the room was designed with the intention of making foreign guests feel welcome. The books on the shelves are indicators of the political image they're trying to maintain. and he can also see evidence of real use in them. There are artificial flowers in a well-lit area. With that, the young master understands that either they have allergies, or it's a much colder and harsher region than most things make it seem. Suddenly, Marev appears. The butler knocks on the door saying His Highness is entering. Quickly, the two stand up to greet him. Marev arrives saying it's been a long time since he last saw Ramandro. He adds that it must have been a struggle to come all the way there without seeing his family. The aide says it's all right and that it's an honor to be able to help Burial and His Highness in times of need. Marev turns and asks if he is Ian. Ian bows and greets His Highness Marev. The prince is impressed and comments that Ramandro must have taught him imperial etiquette. The aide replies no, saying Ian learns quickly and barely needed any instruction. After they sit, the prince asks the protagonist how the trip was. Ian replies that it was as people said, and that now he understands why Burial is considered the center of the world. Marev's expression changes, and he says he's sure Ian met many people after leaving home. The protagonist replies yes, and that it felt like it would be a long time before he could see them again. The estate staff and the people of the land said goodbye to him day and night. Even the honored guests, the celestial warriors, did so. Marev gives a slight smile and understands that Ian is well respected in his territory. Then he suddenly asks if Ian believes he deserves to become a feudal lord. Ramandro becomes alert, noticing that His Highness started with a sharp question. If Ian says no, he'll be criticized as unworthy of his position. If he says yes, he'll be scolded for being arrogant. So Ramandro wonders how the young master will respond. Confidently, the protagonist replies yes. He explains that it was thanks to Marev's decision that he was able to reach this position, and even asks who could deny that, since he simply accomplished everything according to the prince's intentions. Marev looks at him and thinks that he not only knows magic, but also has the intelligence to read the room and the subtext. It seems he's well liked in his domain and shows no signs of being weak or easy to manipulate. The protagonist reflects that the prince's questions are extremely transparent and wonders if Marev looks down on him for coming from the streets. Still, that's not even his biggest concern. Suddenly, the prince asks if Ian is aware of the event schedule. Ian replies that he hasn't heard about it yet because he just arrived and he apologizes. Marev says he'll order his assistant to share the details with them before they leave the palace. The prince explains that although the celebrations have always been special, this year's is especially significant because it won't just include the naming ceremonies for his family title. There will also be a celebration to measure the extent of his magic. After that, he'll be officially assigned to his department. Marev asks if preparations for the protagonist's contribution to the central chapter are going well. Ian answers that they are not. The aide panics and wonders what Ian is thinking, since he has Marilov's gold and magic stones. He can't understand why Ian is lying on purpose and making things more difficult. Meanwhile, Ian thinks he still can't reveal all his cards to the prince. Marev thinks for a moment and says that's unfortunate, but adds that he has an interesting offer. He asks if the boy knows about an item called a magic stone. Hearing that, the aide even spits out his tea. The butler helps him and invites him outside for fresh air. Now only the prince and the protagonist remain. Marev places a paper on the table and explains that when the Department of Magic assigns Ian his post, they'll first ask his preferences. He explains that the Monostone Management Department is always short-staffed, even though it doesn't conduct much research beyond training in magic and mental techniques. The prince adds that judging by Ian, he seems to have talent in research. He says that if Ian is assigned to that department and learns about the Monostone Depot, specifically Lulan, he himself would personally help by covering the contribution. The protagonist realizes this isn't an offer to help in exchange for his contribution. Instead, he's offering a chance to overturn the General Assembly's decision. Ian is well aware that Gale wants the Lulan stones, and that's obvious since his main support comes from the Department of Magic. However, removing Marev from anything related to the Monostones may involve more politics than he imagined. He understands that if the goal is to create a monopoly, that's fine. But if the plan is to make sure no one has access to them, Ian takes the documents and thinks this is a difficult situation. He remembers that one of the Lulan deposits is also in Bratz. Not only the mines, but even the Lulan in his possession could be taken from him. The protagonist thanks Marev and says he'll do his best to meet his expectations. Marev then says they'll end the meeting for now. He asks them to tell Ramandro that he can leave the palace without making a formal visit and that he should keep his aides informed of any updates. Before leaving, the protagonist says it was an honor to meet him, and the prince responds the same. Outside, the protagonist finds Ramandro nearly fainting. He tells him that His Highness said he doesn't need to return for a farewell. Hearing that, he feels a bit more relieved. He explains that it was hard for him, since he hadn't seen the prince in a long time. The aide asks what he said, but the protagonist avoids answering since there are ears everywhere in the palace. As they leave, he says they'll stop by the Department of Magic on the way out. Suddenly, the young master asks if there's more than one prince in the palace. Ramandro replies that there are several, but explains that aside from the first and second princes, most don't have the same influence. The third prince died after falling from a horse a few years ago, while the fourth and fifth are still very young. He says they'll see all of them at the New Year's celebration and asks why Ian is so curious about the princes. Ian says it's nothing and just adds that, as he said himself, since they'll be seeing them at the celebration, he figured it was better to be aware of them in advance. The protagonist reflects on Prince Marev Varoshian, a blonde with green eyes. Although those are common features in the royal family, he wonders if such a face ever belonged to an emperor of the past. Though his memory is hazy, he's certain it wasn't the first Prince Marev, nor the failed rebel, Gale. It was another prince who became emperor. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.